you guys into what you did as a weekend, so I can say what I did on the weekend. I went to Jurassic Park. Big Jurassic Park,
Yeah, girl.
Our network, golden hour, after hour, Jurassic Park for the weekends, which I didn't expect. But it was fucking awesome. Has anybody been to a Hollywood Bowl?
I went to a similar thing. I thought it was the same thing that you did because you saw Jurassic Park. I saw John Williams as like a compilation of the different movies he's done. We didn't see Jurassic Park. Also, I got a little bit screwed. He was a little bit sick that day, so it was like his people, but not him. So you watch little scenes. So we got like Star Wars and everything but Jurassic Park, which kind of sucks.
They didn't do any Jurassic Park.
Unfortunately, it is not. One of the best. Thank you, Mark, for fixing it.
So you eat mushrooms too? Yeah, we ate a little mushroom. Well, when we went to that Belly Labs festival, there was a stand that it was called Toasty Town. Shout out Toasty Town. These little mushroom drinks. And 2/3 of it at the Belly Labs, and that was great. So then I only 20 grams. I think it maybe like half eight, right around. Yeah, I think you're close. I think if you had a full one, that'd be a bit much to watch the movie and not like close your eyes or something. But I had the perfect amount. It was great. Dudamel, the composer. Dudamel.
I've seen him too.
Yeah, it was his. He's like a legendary composer, I guess. And it was his last show at the Hollywood Bowl. So that was cool. I saw him for Tony Bennett one time, 50 years to the day after Tony Bennett performed at the Hollywood Bowl for the first time. So this is my 2 times seeing Dudamel. And it was just really fun. It's cool going to a movie like that. Where's my car? Nice. Dudamel's driving.
Where are they keys?
Making these plans, or is it your girl? You guys both enjoy it? It's a good question. Honestly, it's the algorithmic gods. I got fed that. I was like, we're going to do it. Yeah, it was my thought. But she had we've never been to theaters together. What? I know. It just hadn't happened. We talked about lots of times. I get that. There's really not that many great movies to see nowadays. There's been enough. He's not a Marvel guy, superhero type guy. There's not that many great movies. There's been a number of weekends where like, okay, this is the one, and then we look, and it's like nothing really appeals to me. I know there's a lot of movies that I haven't heard about, that I watched, and I got no choice. That's not what I want to do. But I have seen, or we have seen Jurassic Park at the Hollywood Bowl for Lion King. At the Hollywood Bowl, which like better I want to ask you that. Lion King was probably a little cooler because they had like the costumes and stuff on stage and live performances. Like Jeremy Irons' star came out and sang from the movie, so that was really dope. But I think I think that scene when they see the dinosaur in Jurassic Park is the best scene. Like it's the first time they see the dinosaur. Yeah, and then it raises and it drops and welcome to Jurassic Park.
Yeah, she's like,
yeah. There's a older couple in front of us and a gay couple, and one of the gay guys was like talking to each other. It was like touching and stuff, so I thought they were together. And then right at
Kasmuna the Jewess. We don't have a record of her in Jewish sources whatsoever. We get her only through this Muslim medium. And he says a very beautiful story at the very beginning, that Kasmuna's father wasn't a very educated man. We'll have some opinions as to who he might have been. And he would teach her this particular Arabic poetic style of rhyming, not exactly rhyming couplets, but he would start a poem from her, and then she would have to finish it. Anyway, so the first quotation that we have, her father said to her, "I have a friend whose woman has repaid good with evil, considering lawful that which is forbidden to her." That's kind of a complicated sentence. He says to this young daughter, I have a friend whose woman has repaid good with evil, done something bad to her husband, boyfriend, whatever, considering that lawful that which is forbidden to her. And she's taken advantage of that relationship. Kasmuna then replied, Just like the sun from which the moon derives its light, always, yet afterward eclipses the body of the sun. Beautiful astronomical metaphor that fits with the first idea of the poem. And as the Arabic author of the collection of poems writes, her father embraced her and said, "My daughter, by the 10 Commandments," right, a typical Jewish thing to say, "you are a greater poet than I." So this is our first kind of introduction to Kasmuna. You have this beautiful idea of her relationship with her father, a very literary relationship, and one in which she demonstrates wit and sensitivity, and to a certain degree asserts her kind of unique femininity in an unusual way, which we will explore in the course of this lecture. So that's our first introduction to Kasmuna. Any questions so far? Okay, so since we are 11 minutes, I actually had a different talking dog joke to start, and I would like to tell that joke because it was in my brain when I started. So if you don't mind, Joseph, you're still awake, right? So I can tell you this joke. So the joke goes like this. This is a joke I was going to start with. It's Erev Yom Kippur, and the synagogue is full of Jews, and they're all thinking about atonement in the year to come, and they're waiting and waiting for the chazan to show up, the cantor to show up. And he's not coming. And finally, someone bursts in and says, "The chazan, he took another job. He's over in Peoria right now. He's going to lead the services over there. We don't have a chazan." Everyone's saying, "Oh my gosh, it's almost Yom Kippur. We have a few minutes. How are we going to possibly daven the Yom Kippur Kol Nidre service?" And they're asking her, "Does anyone know how to daven? Does anyone know how to do this?" Finally, one guy steps forward, sheepishly goes up to the rabbi and says, "Rabbi, I know a chazan that knows Kol Nidre." And he says, "Okay, bring him here." He says, "Well, it's not so easy. You see, he's a dog." And the rabbi says, "A dog?" He says, "Yeah, he's a dog, but he does a beautiful Yom Kippur, really. It's a Kol Nidre." The rabbi says, "Well, I don't know what to do. Just bring him in here. Bring the dog in." It's a boxer with a white, working as a receptionist, by the way, in a firm that just got the job. And the congregation is skeptical. What does it mean? So they put a tallis on him anyways. He goes up to the Aron and he puts his front 2 paws on the Aron, and then he kind of gathers himself, sort of clears his throat. He purses his lips, and then he begins Kol Nidre, and the room is silent. Everyone is overwhelmed with the emotion and the sensitivity and the technical precision with which he enunciates all of the prayers. And people by the end of the service are weeping. They're overwhelmed. What a tremendous Kol Nidre. They never heard such a thing. So the rabbi says, "Can he do Shachris?" He says, "Sure, Shachris, Musaf, the whole thing." Goes through everything, goes through Ne'ilah, finishes the davening. The congregation is transformed. They've all done tshuva. They're going to be tremendously good Jews for the coming year. Then a committee of the board members come up and they say to the owner of the dog, "Listen, we love this Yom Kippur service, and we'd like to offer your dog a full-time position as chazan." And the guy says, "I'm sorry, that's not going to be possible." And they say, "Well, why not?" He says, "Well, he really has his heart set on medical school." So that one's more Jewish, but I think I like Dr. Singer's joke anyways. Okay, so back to Kasmona. Here we go. Now, the style of her poetry is a very highly technical Arabic style called, I'll try this once, Muwashashaha. My Arabic is terrible. It's just a little bit worse than my Urdu and my Swahili. But this is considered, as I've read in the literature, to be an extremely complicated type of poetic style that cognoscenti really enjoy, with detailed, rhyme and meter and so on. And we can only assume that it is as great as the poets and the scholars say. Now, the way that this poetess is described is, as I said, Kasmuna the Jewess, and she is named as Bint Ismail. Sorry, it's Bint Ismail ibn Magdala. I might have a typo on this here. The daughter of Ismail of Baghdad. And one particular scholar named Bellamy argues that, in fact, when you look more closely at the literary evidence, it's quite possible that Bagdala was actually a misprint, and it was none other than Shmuel Hanagid, which is Samuel ibn Nagrela. An absolutely fascinating proposition, because Shmuel Hanagid, that's his Hebrew name as opposed to the Arabic, was one of the most famous Jews of the Spanish Golden Age, a tremendously towering figure of phenomenal importance. And if this was in fact his daughter, it opens up a whole new venue into what we know about the world of Iberian Jewry and about Jewish women in the Spanish lands. As we shall see, there's a lot of controversy over that particular assertion. It's far from clear that this is in fact her father, but it certainly does place her life within a royal context, a long rabbinic context, and in fact, a royal context. So before we go into it, let's just talk a little bit about why we know so little about her. The unfortunate reality is that women basically drop off the radar screen for almost all of Jewish history. We have some exceptional women who stand out in the biblical period. Of course, the foremothers, women like Tzipporah, Moses' wife, and so on, with very few exceptions, like let's say Bruria, with very few exceptions, they always tend to be, living in the shadow of a male. Either their husband, their father, sometimes their sons, but they rarely stand out on their own. And the historiography, the literature that we have, basically ignores women's history. And there are a lot of reasons for this. It's hard to believe that Jewish women were not so exceptional, since we know how exceptional they are even today. And I said that even when my wife left the room. She actually walked out of the room for a second there. But the fact is, Jewish women are so phenomenally powerful in the structure of Jewish life, particularly traditionally observant Jewish life. It's hard to imagine that their influence and leadership was not felt more dramatically throughout the ages. Why do we have such a small record of their activity? Part of this is because of the tropism of historiography, meaning the way that historiography works. Most of Western Jewish historiography, which follows non-Jewish historiography, tends to focus on leaders who stand out in the public eye. Judaism as a culture has always emphasized this idea of kol kvuda bas melech pnima. All the glory of the princess is within. This concept called tzniut, or hiddenness, which is considered a very positive value in Judaism, but does not translate very well into Western non-Jewish culture. There is this idea that in Judaism, the more valuable a thing it is, the more it should be withheld, the more that it should be closed off, hidden, modest. Like the classic example the rabbis often bring is the Torah scroll, which is not left out on display, open for everyone. It's closed up inside a mantle, behind a curtain, with a chain, inside a box. And it's only brought out at very special occasions of communal importance in which everyone has to show the correct level of deference to it. So Judaism as a culture has valued that level of selflessness, of voluntarism on the part of women, which often does not make it to the top events of the Jewish people. There's also some very strong patriarchal elements to Jewish culture, which tends to devalue women's activities in general and consider them second class. So one can really approach this with an apologetic, emphasizing the value of tzniut, the value of hiddenness. One can also point to the patriarchal structures which tend to suppress women's activity. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, we have very few women who have the kind of historical data describing their lives as we do for men. Looking specifically at the Iberian Peninsula at this period, women do figure in poetry. We'll look at a few female poets, but looking at women in poetry, they tend to occupy certain very classical roles or tropes, if you will. There's the trope of the coquette, the woman who is a tease, the woman who is leading men on, very libidinous and so on. And then there is the trope of the shrew, the overly talkative wife, the nagging wife, those kinds of things. And so you see those very prominently in the body of Arabic literature that appears from the Spanish Middle Ages. And as we shall see, actually, Kasmuda's poems, even though we only have 2.5 of them, we just saw the first half, they really do stand out as being quite different. So part of the reason for this as well, according to Goitain, who was one of the greatest scholars of this period, is that women were largely excluded from the discourse, not only because of cultural norms, but because of linguistic norms. Judaism as a culture basically values Hebrew, with very few exceptions, considering perhaps Maimonides writing in Judeo-Arabic, or Samson Raphael Hirsch writing in German in the 19th century. Almost everything that's written in non-Jewish languages, non-Hebrew, tends to disappear. The Talmud may be another very big exception to that rule, written basically in Aramaic. But if you don't write in Hebrew, you're not writing in the lingua franca of the Jewish people. And you may find that Judeo-Persian or Yiddish or Ladino is really popular with a large population at a given point in time, but after a couple of 100 years, and thinking about the long arc of Jewish history, it will disappear, unless it gets into a Hebrew translation, which is exactly what happened with Maimonides, for example. Nobody studies Maimonides in the original Judeo-Arabic nowadays, only like really sophisticated scholars. Everyone else studies translations of Maimonides, because that's the language that we use forever. So women were largely excluded from formal education in Hebrew, particularly beyond, let's say, primary level, to be able to read the Siddur, for example, maybe Chumash. After that, they weren't given advanced rabbinic training. And so, therefore, their fluency in Hebrew was statistically quite a bit less than men. They didn't leave behind that kind of record, and they disappeared. But luckily, we have women like Carol Shapiro, who you may remember her from the lecture on Babatha. I was truly preparing for this lecture. I was kind of rushed. I was in New York a little while ago, and I saw Carol at the Touro College Library, and I said, listen, I got to give a lecture next week. I know a little bit about this person, but I really don't know much. I just wrote down the word Kasmuna on a piece of paper, a little slip of paper. I said, could you please get me some information? And she sent me like 20 articles. Amazing. So we have women like Ms. Shapiro, who is really helping us out today. Okay, now what's so special about Spanish Jewry? There is this golden age of Spanish Jewry, which scholars differ about the exact chronological parameters, but let's say basically from the 9th century to the 13th century, you have this tremendous effervescence and explosion, really, of Jewish culture in Spain. This is what creates Sepharad. This is what creates a cultural movement that persists 1,000 years later. There are people who call themselves Sephardic, even after they've been exiled for 500 years. It's primarily because of the activity that occurred in the Golden Age. It was the principal sociological reason for this tremendous explosion of Jewish activity, which is, by the way, kind of like the explosion of Jewish activity and creativity at the turn of the 20th century in Europe. When you looked at how does that joke go? You look at the great minds of the turn of the 20th century who changed our nature, our understanding of society. Like, for example, take the 4 top minds, right? You have Freud, Sigmund Freud, who changed the way we think about the unconscious, changed the way we think about ourselves. You have Albert Einstein, changed the way we think about reality, time, space, all that. Karl Marx changed the way we think about politics, distribution of wealth. And then you have, of course, Charles Darwin, who changed the way we think about the very origin of our human species. And as the joke goes, 3 of them are Jewish and 1 of them was wrong. Can't get away with these things, but I have tenure, so I can say things like that. Okay, so what was special about Spanish Jewry? It was, first and foremost, a triangular culture, which is something that Jews did not experience for the vast majority of their history. What do I mean by that? With the exception of the period when the Jews lived in their land, in the biblical period, Jews are always a minority in every other land. And they're almost always a minority in a binary relationship, meaning there is a massive population of, let's say, Christians, and then there's a Jewish minority. And there's a tiny little minority of, like, maybe non-sectarian Christians, things like that, but basically it's one big population and the Jews. Or in Muslim lands, one big population of Muslims and the Jews. the Jews constitute a single minority, and they don't have the plurality of the population to be able to assert themselves effectively in that environment. The Jews are always negotiating with a state power that's far larger than they are. And so Jewish culture, for most of these centuries we're talking about, tended to develop in an insular fashion, inward looking, developing mystical thought and internal Jewish ideas and so on. Spain, however, was quite different, because Spain is a more or less three-way split of three distinct populations: the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews. And of course, for much of the really about 600 years of history, they were contesting with each other for control of the peninsula. And as a result, because the Jews were not the only minority, and they could play themselves culturally and politically and even militarily against two other populations, they found they had a unique power base from which to express themselves in all of these various endeavors of human activity. And this is why in Spain, for example, you have tremendous Jewish statesmen. You have Jews who are generals of armies, who, as Jews, completely observant Jews, who are nevertheless leading armies. That hardly happens anywhere. The only place where you could see things like that is, let's say, in communist Russia with Leon Trotsky. And he's not exactly an observant Jew who ends up leading an army, but here you have traditionalist Jews very much at home in the Jewish community and also taking massive leadership positions in the culture as a whole. You have Jews who are very, very comfortable in the outside culture and in Hebrew culture simultaneously. You might think perhaps in America, where there's something like that here, it's very different because we have, of course, democracy, which changes everything. But we also have this idea of, although this is largely a Christian country, we have very large minorities of non-Christians and of multiple types of Christians as well. So Jews have a unique amount of power in this country as well. But I'm going to go past that. You have the real Joseph model of leadership in Spain, just as we have in biblical Egypt, where the Jews can come in, and because of the conflict between Muslims and Christians, they can occupy a role that allows them to exercise leadership, typically in a viceroy fashion, that is unprecedented for most of Jewish history. So that's really when you have this flowering of Jewish culture. The most important of all of them is the man who is thought to possibly be Kasmuna's father, the famous Shmuel HaNagid, who lived from 993 to 1055. There's a lot of beautiful stories about his origins and his rise to power. Basically that he was a small merchant, a spice merchant, who had tremendous literary prowess, and it was noticed by a serving girl for the king, and he was eventually promoted to become none other than the viceroy and the leader of the armies of Granada. It's a really fascinating story. I gave a lecture on it a couple of years ago, if you look it up on the web. But what's interesting about him in our context, we know that he had 3 sons and an unnamed daughter, so it's not impossible that the daughter was Kasmuna. But he's also a tremendous poet, leaving behind nearly 2,000 poems to this day. So again, it reinforces the idea that he would have taught Kasmuna how to be a poetess. And he's also a rabbinic scholar, writing an introduction to the Talmud that is still published in Talmudic tractates today, called Hamavo, the Introduction, which is a masterful piece of research describing how the Talmud works as a document. If this is really Kasmuna's father, then we understand so much more about where she could have gotten these unusual talents and what it meant about Jewish leadership in a literary as well as political thing. Anyways, let's go to her poems themselves, okay? There's only 3 of them, 2.5, so I should certainly read them to you. We know that she lived in Granada, either the 11th or the 12th century. That's, again, from this Arabic author who gives us this anthology. Her poems are written in Arabic. They're not written in Hebrew. The story that the brief descriptions in this Arabic anthology say that her poetry was so beautiful that it especially motivated her father to find a husband for her. That will actually be a fact of tremendous significance in trying to identify Kasmuna, whether or not he succeeded or whether or not he even tried, as we shall see. It appears that she never married. She may have died young. But let's look at the poems now, and you'll get a sense for yourself. So here is the little introduction by the Al-Siyuti, who was the anthologist, writes, she looked in the mirror one day, right, Kasmuna. She looked in the mirror one day, seeing that she was beautiful and had reached the time of marriage, but that she was not getting married. She said, and here is her poem, I'll read it out loud. A garden whose harvest time has come. No harvester can be seen to extend a hand to you. Alas, youth passes and is wasted. If she said, and is wasted, then you know for sure she's Jewish. While one remains, I will not name him, who is alone. Now, what's troublesome about this poem, especially the last part? Someone else, right? What's going on? Who's this? I will not name him. So I found out in doing my research that apparently in Iberian Arabic poetry, it was very common for women to refer to themselves in the third person singular masculine. So when you read it with this weird convention you would never think of unless you read this strange article on Kasmuna, that I will not name myself who is alone. Right? Like, so here she is, she's describing herself like, a garden in flower, ready to be harvested, ready to start a married life, and yet where's the guy? Where's my bashert? He's not here. I am alone. So you can see a kind of a melancholy there, a very beautiful kind of metaphor of the garden that's waiting for the gardener, so to speak. It's a very pretty poem. I'll show you another translation. This is a translation by a scholar named Nichols. Here's a translation by a woman named Gallego. Actually, I like this one better. I see a garden with ripe fruit, yet the gardener, it seems, will not stretch out his hands to it. How pitiful! Youth fleets by and is lost, and something I will not name remains lonely. So Gallego managed to kind of fudge the third-person masculine part, but again, it's expressing the desire to do what, a typical Yiddish Mädel wants when she's in that stage of life. She wants to find her bashert. She wants to, like American girls have 1.1 children, which is basically like a child and a poodle. That's American. That was not very funny, but thank you for laughing anyways. But the idea here is that, right? So this is a sense of her. Let me show you the other poem that we have. So far we're 2/3 through her opus. This one, according to Al-Sayudi, is something that she thought of when she happened to see a deer in the woods. She saw a deer, and it inspired her to write this poem. Oh dear, you who graze constantly in the meadows, I resemble you in wildness and in blackness of the eye. Both of us are alone without a friend, and we heap blame always on the decree of fate. Another interesting thought-provoking poem. Let's look at it for a second. Obviously, the deer who's out in the meadows, she says that she resembles the deer both in wildness, like being untamed, undomesticated, not being attached to a mate, and in blackness of the eye. What could that blackness of the eye possibly mean? I'm sorry? The surroundings? Interesting. This is very cool. This is something that's so cool. Oh, Raphael, go ahead. Oh, that's pretty good. She's quite bright, isn't she? Yes, absolutely. This is why, for all of you watching on the internet, this is why you really have to learn foreign languages. Because when, in English, we have certain words to say things that don't exist in other languages, but there are concepts that we don't even know exist because we have not found a word for them. So I had to figure this out. There's this word in Arabic called khawar. Khawar is considered a very beautiful characteristic which refers to the contrast between the dark iris and the white of the eye. Like when we only say in English, oh, she has beautiful eyes. Well, we can't say much more than that. But they have a unique word, chawar, and again, you're thinking about Spanish Jewish women with dark eyes, presumably. The contrast between the dark iris and the white, the clear white eye, the outside of it, that's considered very beautiful. So she used the word chawar here to say, like the deer, which has a very black iris and a white eye. So I am like you in this beautiful way. I found this fascinating. This is worth the whole lecture for me. Everybody can go home now. The second part here, this is Gallego's translation, the other scholar. O gazelle which always grazes in a garden, I am comparable to you in loneliness and despair. We are both alone, without companion, but let us wait patiently for the decision of the Almighty Providence. So all of a sudden, this translation you can see is quite different. First of all, she skips over that whole chawar thing, which I think is so beautiful. I would keep that, but I'm not a translator. And look at the ending here. Let us wait patiently for the decision of Almighty Providence. Compare that to the other translation. We heap blame always on the decree of fate. Right? I mean, is it? Go ahead.
These are not translations, they're interpretations.
So there is a famous commentary, I believe it's by the Rabbi, who says in Hebrew, show me a translator and I will show you a liar. Translations are always going to be, I mean, like the word here, I'm guessing, I don't know Arabic, but heap blame can be the same as assign responsibility. So does assign responsibility mean heap blame, or does it mean wait patiently for the decision? I don't know. Still, because unfortunately I don't know Arabic, I'm relying on the scholarly translations that exist. These are two that I found. We nevertheless get a couple of things that are common. First of all, she has some belief in either Almighty Providence or in fate, right? Like it's something that happens in the stars or with Hashem, something like that. And we also see that kind of melancholy sadness coming through as well. She's waiting, no, where's my bashert? And there's my bashert with a question in the back. I should get the guy who wants the voiceless fricative. And we need that guy over here to tell us exactly what this means. Let me show you where I think we really see her personality emerge when you compare her to, as Gallego did, to typical poetry of Arabic women of the period. Let's see some images. Hang on a second. I'll just show you these poems and I'll come back to you. So here we go. So James Manfred Nichols, who actually provided some of the translation, he says that there is this whole genre of women's poetry in Arabic, because then again, that was the vernacular. They were speaking Arabic. It was not so difficult for them to write Arabic, unlike Hebrew. And there's a lot of essentially love poems. By the way, Shmuel HaNagid also wrote a tremendous amount of love poetry. Some of it is really quite heated, really erotic poetry. You can visit that lecture. You'll see I quote a couple of them there, and the ones that I didn't even include on the internet are even worse. But really, very hot poems. And her poetry, though, is characterized, as he put it, by its delicacy and its melancholy. Lots of metaphors, not too graphic, and again evokes that kind of sadness, that tristesse, to use the French word, rather than some kind of more graphic. Also, the very common genre, which we find strange reading about in the 21st century, but the Iberian poets had a whole genre called boast poetry, in which actually it's not so weird. It's like rap is like that. Do you ever listen to rap music? Where it's all about, I'm so tough and I did this and I got that, I got into jail and I got out. So it's all like, I know Rabbi's laughing, but that's so they had that kind of genre of boast poetry. I beat that enemy of mine and he was so embarrassed and stuff like that. And Jews wrote that poetry too. Jews love that stuff. So it doesn't have the kind of narcissism that you see in a lot of the genres poetry, and it does not have that coquettishness. She's not like, flaunting her youthful beauty and the effects it has on her male admirers. Check out these examples. So here's a poetess, a female poet named Walada, who wrote, "Worthy am I, by God, of the highest, and proudly I walk with head aloft. My cheek I give to my lover, and to those who wish them, I yield my kisses. Right? So there's very strong, very graphic, very sexual kind of. But you don't see that in the few poems we have of Kasmuda, who's comparing herself to a deer, a loan, a garden, things like that. I mean, they're metaphors for relationships and for sexuality and for love, but they're very much more tznius. Another example, Najwan from the 12th century. I paid a poem with another. Tell me, by my soul, who is the better poet? If woman be my nature, my man is my poetry. Right? If woman be my nature, man is my poetry. And the Arabs as a culture, I mean, going all the way from Spain to Malaysia, worship Arabic as the ultimate language. Just like Jews with Hebrew, Arabic, even if your native language is, I don't know, Urdu, or, well, actually, Swahili is a good example. Your native language is East African dialects. You're going to try to imitate Arabic, and that turns into Swahili. I'm not sure if that's even close to true, but it's time for the talking dog joke, okay? It's the last talking dog joke. Do you want to do your question first?
Let's hear your joke.
Talking dog joke. Okay, 3 talking dog jokes. Joseph, you're still awake. You're really waiting for this. So it goes like this. There's an ad in the paper, dog for sale, $50. So a guy wants a dog, so he goes and he knocks, finds the classified ad, he goes to the door, knocks on the door, dog answers the door, boxer with a white patch in his eye. Dog says, "Can I help you?" He says, "What?" And he says, "Can I help you? Are you here about the ad for the talking dog?" And the guy says, "I can't believe it. You talk. How do you talk?" He says, "Yeah, I know. It's a long story, but basically, before the fall of the Soviet Union, the CIA had a secret project where they genetically modified dogs and gave us special training, and the plan was to paratroop us in behind the Iron Curtain, friend high Soviet leaders, and then once we learned state secrets, we would, run away and get across the border undetected, report to our handlers, and we would be debriefed on everything." And then what happened was, Reagan and Gorbachev and Glasnost, and it all fell apart, and I was out of a job. And the guy says, "That's amazing. Where's your master? I want to buy you." He says, "He's in the back room." So he goes to the back room, he sees the man. "Thank you." And he says, "Okay, great. I have $50. He says, $50? No, let's just take him. You don't have to pay him for it." "Don't have to pay you for anything." "What are you talking about? He's an amazing dog. Why do you want to get rid of him?" He says, "Well, for one thing, he's a tremendous liar." Did he tell you that story about the CIA? Okay, let's go on. So, question, I'm sorry.
Other than the last 50 years or so, can you think of any Jewish women who have had any influence in the world, in the arts?
Are you kidding? We only have 15 minutes left, and I don't,
In politics?
Gloria Steinem jumps ahead, Betty Friedan. Other than the last 50 years. Well, there are some very significant women. If you go back just in the headers of the lectures that I've given, there's a lot of early 20th century leaders. There's women like the founders of Hadassah, Henrietta Zold. There's the poetess who wrote the Colossus, Emma Goldman. There, "Give me your tired." There's of course the great Rosa Luxemburg, phenomenal socialist leader, very radical socialist leader. It's much easier to find people in the 19th century onward because of the impact of feminism. So if you take me back to the 17th century, then we'd have a hard time. Then we would only dig up maybe a dozen before we were really having a hard time. But 19th century, definitely a tremendous amount of Jewish female leaders.
When I went to theater in school, there was not one girl in my class. I don't know what it is today, except my kids belong to a reform temple.
Well,
I don't know what's happening in the Orthodox.
I will recommend one book to you, and then I take us back because I'm worried my jokes took us too much time. There's a brilliant book out there called The Breath of Life, Feminism in the American Jewish Community by Sylvia Barrett Fishman, who's one of the greatest scholars of American feminism. And she has written really quite persuasively about the impact of education on Jewish women in the last 100 years. Since, for example, Sarah Schinnerer, who founded the Beis Yaakov movement of schools for women. And she says that, most Jewish girls leaving at 12th grade Orthodox education, meaning they're 17, 18 years old, they have superior knowledge to most rabbis 50 years ago. And that's just typical graduates. There are two of them in this room right now who have, skills in Hebrew translation, tremendous amount of textual knowledge, tremendous amount of contextual historical knowledge, ritual knowledge, that's literary, that they can write about and they can speak about and they can teach about. So we're living in very revolutionary times in which we have fundamentally altered the tectonic plates upon which our society rests by giving women that level of education. And now we're really in trouble. Okay, let's go weiter. Okay, now, the connection to Shmuel ibn Nagrela is problematic. The last argument for it, besides that possible misspelling of the name, is that Shmuel HaNagid lost a daughter, and he composed a poem as a eulogy. But it's somewhat problematic poem. According to what we know about his life, because he was, again, a very famous Jew of the period, his daughter died of during a smallpox epidemic in 1044. And Shmuel HaNagid wrote a poem to his favorite son, Yehoseph, to whom he dedicated, maybe 500 of his poems or 300 of his poems, consoling him, his eldest son, on the death of his younger sister. It was not actually a eulogy for the sister. It was a poem consoling his son at the loss of his sister. And that's a little weird. Shmuel HaNagid, based on his poetic record, was not exactly the kind of person you would expect to give his daughter an advanced education. For example, in one of his poems, he writes, "My son," and this is hard to believe, but part of this is within the genre. He says, "My son, beat your wife every day, lest you become a wife to your wife." So that's not exactly dripping with 20th century feminist ideology. That's kind of a nasty statement. And when you put together these two little bits, that he writes a poem to his son, consoling him on the loss of his sister, and he has these other poems that are decidedly not proto-feminist, it doesn't exactly fit the mold that we saw at the beginning of the father who's, playfully teaching his daughter how to write poetry. He's kind of like he's almost ignoring her. So you add that to a lot of the circumstantial evidence, the misspelling of the name, the problem with the dates, because the 15th century author believed that she lived a little bit later. It's not as plausible that she actually was Ibn Nagrela's daughter. We also have a problem over whether or not he got her a husband. If you recall, that was, the primary concern of her poems. The daughter of Shmuel HaNagid died apparently too young to marry, whereas the Kasmuna described in the Arabic anthology got a husband because she was such a great poetess. So to try and connect these two together, say, oh, here's a moderately famous Jewish poet, and here's a famous Jewish political leader, they must be related, it's a bit of a historical stretch, and although it's appealing, it may not be possible to make that. So when we look at the legacy of this woman, and again, we spent the last 50 minutes really talking about 12 lines of poetry. That's all we know about her, and kind of little tidbits that were written 500 years after she died may not at all be true. It's not possible to say without doubt that she was the daughter of Shmuel HaNagid. Bellamy wrote an article saying, yes, she was. Gallego, we've seen her translation, say absolutely no. Another scholar, Garula, says maybe a descendant, because perhaps, the wealth and the power of that family might have carried on. But ultimately, if we can abandon that whole discussion, my question is, does it really matter? Here we have a tremendous literary treasure, a moment of the expression of a Jewish woman living sometime in the 11th century. She tells us what's important to her. She shows us how her approach to life is distinctive from other Arabic poets, or women, I should say, Muslim women of the period. And all these things together just give us a tiny glimpse into the reality of life for women in the Iberian Peninsula in the Golden Age. So with that, I'm going to conclude. I want to thank you all for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we talk about the Rashba. Now, thunderous applause, please, so that I don't have to add it to the track. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, I hope you're all doing well. It's great to see you again. I hope you had a fantastic holiday with Yom Tov. I especially love those 3-day Yom Tovs. I mean, I wish we could have them one after another. I really do. I really do. They're fantastic. It's the fourth day when you have to come back to the real world that's very difficult. But otherwise, you know, if I were to make my own religion, the only thing I would do is I would just make the holidays a little longer. At any rate, today's, and all, by the way, I was able to do so much reading on Yehuda Halevi. Not enough for this presentation, but nevertheless, a lot that I really enjoyed. And I will, regale you with a lot of his poetry. And of course, we have to start tonight with the most famous, perhaps, of all pieces of medieval verse in Hebrew. We certainly have this famous poem. It's only a few lines, but I'd like to begin with it. Of course, you know what it is. Libi b'mizrach, my heart is in the east. Let me try and read it with a Sephardic accent. You'll forgive me, please. Libi b'mizrach v'anochi b'sof ma'arav. Ech et ama et asher ochal ve'ech ye'arav. Echa ashalem nedarai ve'asarai ba'od Sion bechevel Edom v'ani bekevel Arav. Yakel be'enai azov kotov Sfarad kmo yakar be'enai ra'ot afrot dvir necharav. And now here's the English translation. My heart is in the east and I in the uttermost west. How can I find savor in food? How shall it be sweet to me? How shall I render my vows and my bonds while yet Zion lieth beneath the fetter of Edom, and I in Arab chains? A light thing it would seem to me to leave all the good things of Spain, seeing how precious in mine eyes it is to behold the dust of the desolate sanctuary. What he is expressing here, of course, is a famous lament, and he lived this in his own life. He's a person of tremendous fame and success in Spain, which was like the Brooklyn of the medieval world. I mean, it was like the center of the Jewish world, where all literature and all sophistication came there. Baghdad was already a distant dream, and now Spain was, Cordoba and Granada were places of great culture, and yet he longed for the backward, desolate sanctuary, the desert areas, the arid spaces of Jerusalem. And of course, as an older individual, he gave it all up, and he made his way to Jerusalem, where, according to new research that has come out of the Geniza Library, we know that he did actually make it to Eretz Israel, but he died within months of his arrival there. Nevertheless, this famous lament, Libi b'mizrach, v'ani b'sof ma'arav, my heart is in the east, meaning in Israel, and I am way out here in the far west, is the refrain that is echoed through the last 800 years of all Jews who wish to make Aliyah, to live properly in the land of Israel. So we're going to see how this is expressed in the great Yehuda Halevi's life over the next hour or so, and I hope you'll find this fascinating as I did. Let's begin, though, with some of our standard good and welfare for tonight. First of all, thank you to our sponsors. Once again, we are fortunate to have the generous sponsorship of Vic and Kathy Crespin, friends of mine, students of mine from Miami, who after Hurricane Irma sponsored 2 lectures, and we thank them very much. We also got, I'm really excited because, we filled up all of the sponsorships for the fall semester, which is really nice, and people are still giving money. That's really amazing. Getting these anonymous donations coming in, and I have the screen here, but I took this yesterday, and I got a couple more today, so we are right now at $9,998 for the scholarship fund. So would someone please give $2 just so we can get one more? Okay, good, thank you. We got $2. Can we have $2.50? No, that's great. Here it comes right now. Professor Levine, thank you. We have now made $10,000 with this donation. That's great. Okay, thank you. I will deposit it in the scholarship account after we're done. So, and I'll send an email to Rabbi Krupka right away, the executive vice president, that we made $10,000 right here and now. But we can go further. Our goal is $100,000. We have at least a few weeks to make the other $90,000 up. Professor Levine, can I? Okay. So, anyways, that's really cool. Please do continue to give to our fund. Okay, other really cool good and welfare thing. I'm very pleased that after an inordinate amount of time doing research and writing, my new book has finally appeared. Thank you very much. This is an advance copy. We're going to have a book launch right here in this room on the 30th. You're all invited, of course. We'll have a regular lecture beforehand, and we'll have some, food and drink and things like that as well to celebrate the appearance of this book, which I hope will be useful for the scholarly world. It's a study of the Holocaust writings of a Hasidic rabbi named Kolonimus Kalmas Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire, after the title of his work. And basically what I've done is I've taken his work and placed it in the immediate micro history of the Warsaw Ghetto, which I believe sheds tremendous light on what he exactly said in his weekly sermons in the ghetto. I'll pass this around if you're curious to look at it. We'll have copies for sale, of course, at the book launch, and there are copies available on Amazon. There's a 20% discount for the pre-orders now, not on Amazon, but on CreateSpace. Go to the website and you'll find it all out. Okay, let's go to Yehuda Halevi, though. Okay, so our major source for today, I read a ridiculous number of books for tonight's lecture, and sometimes when I read so many books, it doesn't always come out in quite as fluid a lecture. Sometimes it's better when I kind of make it up as I go along, but nevertheless, I had a lot of fun. I especially enjoyed Hillel Halkin's excellent biography. Hillel Halkin, of course, is one of the great men of Israeli letters. He wrote fantastic biographies of Vladimir Jabotinsky, which we relied on last year, and his biography of Halevi is really a work of great poetry. I'd like to point out, he has a tremendous sense of humor. Let me show you the table of contents. Here it is. Contents, Yehuda Halevi, page 3. Appendices, page 315. Right? So it's really useful if you want to look up a particular chapter in his life. It's all in that first 300 pages, and then you have the appendices, which are useful reading. Then you have chronology at the end. But it's really well worth reading. There's a lot more material than I could possibly present in the scope of one lecture. I also like to point out this really interesting book, which has a certain amount of material on Yehuda Halevi's life, but it really is an interesting take on the entire period that we have been studying since the beginning of the semester. The Ornament of the World, which was a term used to describe Granada at its highest point. The subtitle is How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain by Maria Rosa Menocal. She wrote and published this book in the summer of 2001, and it was in press when 9/11 occurred. And so she managed to squeeze in a little postscript at the end, a couple of pages, wondering if maybe she was being a little bit too, wearing too rose-tinted a lens when she was talking about the period that we're studying. And she has been, I think, kind of she's been heavily criticized. I mean, look at the subtitle, How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain. It's hard to say all those words together after 9/11. I think the criticism directed her was, I don't feel very good about that criticism, but I can see how she was sort of pushing a particular kind of image of the period. It's definitely a wonderful book to read. It may not really be top-end history as I study history in my own personal approach, but it is a beautiful work of literature of how it ought to have been. And for that alone, just for the sigh, it's worth reading, and I really got a lot out of it. I enjoyed it tremendously. Basically, she gives about a 30, 40-page historical overview, and then she dives in with very vivid portraits of key individuals, many of whom we've studied, Shmuel HaNagid, for example, Yehuda Halevi, and others. So it's really worthwhile. Okay, very strong, by the way, on the role of Jews and Muslims in transmitting Greek wisdom to the Christian North, which we'll discuss later. Okay, that's enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material. One of the great dichotomies in medieval thought, as understood by most scholars of the 20th century, beginning with Wolfson at Harvard, was this concept that somehow Maimonides and Halevi were polar opposites. And as Hillel Halkin puts it, you could either be a Maimonidean or you can be a Halevian, but you can't really be both. You have to choose one or to other. So what is the difference? Maimonides, who we've studied in this room in the past, the great rationalist, the great, in some ways, ecumenicalist, because he believed that it's all about reason, it's all about contemplation, it's all about making a logical inferences one to the other, and theoretically, the possibility of human perfection is accessible to all human beings. Anyone who is willing to take the path of the philosopher, to reason and to move through the vagaries of logical deduction will eventually come to this great spiritual perfection. That's kind of a little bit of a caricature, but nevertheless a generally correct Maimonidean approach. Halevi, on the other hand, is the poet. Maimonides, to my knowledge, did not write any poetry. Halevi, although he is classified as a philosopher, we will, towards the end of this lecture, think about whether or not that's an appropriate term. Halevi was ultimately a poet, a professional poet, and he approached life poetically. He approached life as an artist. He approached the concept of human perfection as an art, something which is perhaps innate, essential, in the sense of being at the core of a person's identity, not necessarily related to the life of the mind alone, and perhaps not readily accessible to people who are not initiated prior to the pursuit of such perfection. So they're very different in their approaches. On the one hand, you have the thinker who is, kind of a generalist who is open to everyone, and on the other hand, you have Halevi, who is like thinking about there are only certain people, Yechidei Segula, to use a Hebrew term, who are especially well positioned to take advantage of the breadth of human wisdom. So we will explore this question throughout today's lecture. Nevertheless, they're rough contemporaries. It's not at all impossible that Halevi may even have held the young Maimonides on his knee, because they did overlap very slightly in years, and it's not that big a community. Halevi, of course, was already at the peak of his career, but Maimonides was from also quite a distinguished family, so it's not impossible that, at a bris or a simcha or something, he may have actually tweaked his cheek at one point, but nevertheless, they led very different lives afterwards. Okay, so let us do a little bit of the geopolitical context. What's going on in Spain at this time? You recall that we began the series in the Visigothic period of incredible persecution against the Jews, ends rather dramatically with the invasion of Spain from the Muslims in 711, and shortly thereafterward, Spain is consolidated under an Umayyad rule, which is led by Abd al-Rahman I, the only surviving member of the Umayyads from Baghdad, who has gone as a refugee to Spain. And under his vision and his direction, really, he brings Spain up to a particular level of sophistication that is fantastic for Jews in particular. Unfortunately, Abd al-Rahman's kind of vision eventually declines in the 10th century, and we begin to see the seams of that culture of tolerance begin to fray. We spoke about it 10 years after the death of Shmuel HaNagid, the great pogrom that occurred in Granada, that is really a pogrom on a kind of a modern sense, with a popular uprising against Jews as a class, as a social caste. And we see more and more of this kind of violence, which of course would ultimately be expressed in the intolerance of the Inquisition and the expulsion. But the political nature of Spain at this point was beginning to fall apart, and it is in this chaos, as Muslim Spain is beginning to collapse, that the Jews find their voice, particularly in people like Yehuda Levi. This is known as the Taifa period, when the single Muslim rule that was evidenced by Abd al-Rahman falls apart, and there are many little kind of city-states. Granada becomes its own city-state, Cordoba is another city-state, and so on, and they are competing with each other. This is unfortunately followed by the darkest period, the invasion of the Berbers, and they come in two flavors. I'm not exactly sure about the detailed differences between the Almovarids and the Almohads, but the basic idea to both of these Muslim invasions from North Africa, you'll recall we spoke about them with Shmuel HaNagid, these are not Arabs, these are Africans who had converted to Islam, and they did not come with the kind of cultural sophistication and cosmopolitan ideologies of the Baghdadi image or the Syrian image of a cosmopolitan Islam. They came with a much more rigid definition of Islam, and one of the things that puzzled them tremendously was the degree of tolerance that the Umayyads in Spain had shown for non-Muslims. As you'll recall, we discussed, non-Muslims are protected under Muslim law, particularly Jews and Christians, in some cases Zoroastrians, as dhimma, as people of the book. And they are granted special protections. They're allowed to observe their religion, certain symbolic discrimination, wearing certain color clothing and building their synagogues higher than mosques and things like that. But in general, they're granted a tremendous degree of toleration. Sometimes that it's surprising even for me when you read about it. Like, for example, the degree to which Jews and Muslims and Christians would drink alcohol together. Alcohol, of course, being forbidden to Muslims, and nevertheless, drinking parties was perfectly accepted sort of cultural activity that was engaged in by multiple religious groups simultaneously in the Umayyad-influenced Spain. The Almohads were saying, what is going on? These people are just like, they're out of control. And so they imposed a far more rigid definition of the tolerance or intolerance of non-Muslims that eventually caused people like the Maimon family to flee and to try and find shelter elsewhere. In the case of Maimonides, of course, he made it to Fustat outside of Cairo, where he launched his career. Halevi and others managed to eke out an existence despite the new restrictions imposed by the Almohads, but eventually they too felt the pressure, and emigration was a concern. Here is a map that shows you some of the breakdowns of the various sites. It's hard to really pick any map for the period because the boundaries were shifting quite significantly. But in general, you have a Christian north and a Muslim south, and there's a lot of shifting boundaries in between. Over the period that we'll be studying till the end of the semester, the Christians, of course, will push their way down, and eventually they will drive out the Muslims from the great citadel of Granada and the red fort known as the Alhambra, the foundations of which were laid by Shmuel HaNagid's son, Yosef. Now, let's just keep in mind how diverse Spain is at this point. We have several different groups. We have what I just made up this term, old Muslims. These are the fans of the Umayyads. Remember, the Umayyads are like the Baghdadi Arab Muslims who think of Islam as this, cosmopolitan, tolerant kind of society and culture. You have the Berber Muslims. These are the Africans who are far less tolerant, coming up from the south. You have straightforward Christians and straightforward Jews. And then just to make it a little bit more complicated, you have the so-called Mozarabs. And these are Christians who have become thoroughly Arabicized, meaning they speak Arabic and they're comfortable in Arabic culture, but they are worshiping Christian values and so on and identifying as Christians. And you have the Muhaddar, who are Muslims in the north, who are Latinized, who understand Christian culture and live as minorities in Christian lands. And they're all kind of like sort of trying to eke out their existence, living alongside each other, sometimes quite difficultly. Later, you will have the so-called, and these are derogatory terms, Moriscos and Marranos. Those are people who have outwardly disavowed their faith. In the case of Moriscos, those are Muslims who have pretended to become Christians, and Marranos, those are Jews who have pretended to become Christians, known more appropriately as crypto-Jews or conversos, and we'll talk about them in the next few weeks. So we're talking about a period of history in which there are many different ethnic identities, national identities, religious identities, quite fluid in the period. And the last thing that we have to recall is, of course, in 1095, everything becomes much more serious with the First Crusade.
Welcome.
This is when we'll speak about it in a
How are
separate
you?
set of slides. But
What
with
up, Happy?
the Christian...
What's good? Happy, how'd you find out about me, pimp? Come on, man. Who gave you the link? Happy, how's your day going? Happy, you sandbagging some. I don't remember. Dog, who gave you the link to get here? Huh?
Attack on Islamic Israel, meaning Israel at that time was under the Muslims, you have really a geopolitical conflict that shakes the entire Mediterranean basin, and everyone feels threatened by the new level of hostility. So it's a period of tremendous change in the 12th century that we're talking about right now. Okay, so taken all together, is it possible to think about the book that we mentioned earlier, the Ornament of the World, to speak of what's called la convivencia, the coexistence, a period of living together? Menachal was criticized for being a little bit too rosy about it. I think there's some value to that criticism, but perhaps it's overstated with the hindsight we have living in the current period we do. But we definitely have elements like, for example, here's the tomb of Ferdinand III, a Christian king who died in the 13th century, and his tomb is famously marked in 4 languages, in Latin, in Romance Castilian, in Arabic, and in Hebrew. And they're not simply transliterations of each other, they actually say different things. Like, for example, the Hebrew transcription actually uses the Hebrew names of the months, not the Christian names of the months, the Hebrew date and so on, things like that. So it is, I think you still can make an argument for a period of tolerance among these cultures. The fact that the king himself would decorate his tomb with this multicultural statement is quite significant. Okay, enough background. Let us now look at Yehuda Halevi's life. So he came from the north, possibly Toledo, but more likely the Christian town known as Tudela, which is in the Pyrenees region. Tudela is perhaps most famous for another medieval individual named Binyamin, one of the great medieval travelers who made it all the way out to the what would be today Russia, and he wrote about it quite a bit. So we have the travels of Binyamin of Tudela, not too much far away from this period of time. But he was a literate individual, well educated in Jewish subjects as well as secular subjects, and he made his way to the cultured south, to, as I mentioned earlier, the Brooklyn of the Iberian Peninsula, because that was where everything was happening. I smile about it again. And he hoped to attract the attention of some of the great poets living there. He succeeded. He especially made a splash on the Jewish scene when he engaged in a little bit of wordplay with the great poet Moses ibn Ezra. No relation to Abraham ibn Ezra that we'll speak about next week, but the senior poet of his era. And in a series of missives that were sent back and forth in between some of these drinking parties, Halevi, in public, on the spot, composed some extremely clever verse that would take too long to explain exactly why it's clever in this audience, but by making word plays and numerical plays on how young he was and how he was seeking to, find the patronage and shelter of the great poet Moses ibn Ezra, he charmed the elder scholar and was invited to his home. And in fact, I just had so many poems to choose from, but I thought I was not going to read this one, and now I decided I really should because it was so much fun. Let's see if I can find it right now. Maybe I will not make it. I will just... I have to be better prepared for these lectures. Okay, here he is. Yes, there it is. Here's, after this back and forth between Yehuda Halevi and the senior poet, eventually Moses ibn Ezra writes to him, and Hillel Halkin rhymes it for us. Have him make haste, meaning he writes back to Yehuda Halevi, who was in the drinking party. Have him make haste, no time to waste, to the grounds of my estate. There where flowers scent the bowers, he can rest and rusticate, and eat good things, love's offerings, at no expense, till satiate, and live within my spacious inn, no matter who else shuts the gate. Beautiful poem. Yeah, Moses ibn Ezra was a very significant poet, and Hillel Halkin is a translator of some skill as well. So he ended up making his way into the center of literary society in Spain, in Jewish Spain, and he became a poet for hire. He wrote all kinds of poems, particularly for money and also for the art of it. You see, he's written, for example, a significant amount of what are called tribute poems. Like, for example, here's an epitaph, or something that's written on a tombstone. Possibly he didn't even know for whom it was written, but he was hired to write this. And this is a society that loves poetry, a society that values poetry, not like our society. This is where it's like, if you can imagine, calling up Brad Pitt and say, okay, I need something for the bar mitzvah. Could you please make a movie for me? We'll show it at the bar mitzvah. That would be the closest possible thing. Even that is crazy. Okay, here's the epitaph on a tombstone. Does the tear know whose cheek it runs down, or the heart by whom it is turned? It turns to its light that is now in the ground, and the ground knows not who has returned. Returned is a grandee of our town, who feared God and was upright and learned. And of course, it rhymes beautifully in the Hebrew. Here's another one. This is a wedding poem, right? Someone's making a big chasana. Call up the poet the poet laureate of Spain. Come on by. Please recite a poem, and we'll give you who knows how many thousands of dollars. Leave what was, and this is at a wedding, okay? Leave what was and what will be. Stick to what you plainly see. Every lad must hunt his lion, and each lass should keep her eye on her young man. One look can bag him, and a single word may snag him. Yet when to a gem engaged is, God joins them in a rock of ages, whose bright rays light up the dark, and of this waste make Eden's park. By two such souls we now stand blessed, as though by Levite and by priest. No, beautiful. I mean, if you're not in love at that point, it's all over now. Right? I'm sorry? It's for a chasana, for the actual wedding. You could say it at a fort too. It would cost a little less, I think. You would, but that's the idea. He's also, but that stuff is all really cool and we enjoy it. But what he's really known for, besides the devotional poems which we'll go to, is the influence of this amazing work by a Muslim known as Ibn Hazm, who is a philosopher who wrote a lot of books on a lot of really cool subjects, but the most famous of which, without doubt, is The Neck Ring of the Dove. It's translated in different titles, but it makes you know how these doves sometimes have a little neck ring, like a slightly different color around the neck. And these are poems of love, very moving, powerful poems of love. And even Hazm's work is seen very strongly in Yehuda Levi's very intense love poetry. Here's one that I especially like. It's short, and I want to analyze it a little bit more with you. It's called Oprah. Yes, Oprah. They translate it as Ofra, but it's the same person. And who knows? She could be our next president. So we'll read that at the inauguration, right? Here we go. Now, I'll read it in English first, and then the Hebrew, and let's just look at the meter, because the meter is so clever. Oprah washes her garments in the waters of my tears, and spreadeth them out in the sunshine of her radiance. She demandeth no water of the fountains, having my two eyes, and no other sunshine than her beauty. Again, what's going on here? He's saying that he, as the unrequited lover, we don't know who Oprah is. Hillel Halkin suggested it may have been a slave girl. Interesting kind of thought, but he's so taken with her. She is not interested. She says, my mom said, never marry a poet. Look for a doctor. He became a doctor later, of course. But he says that, she doesn't have to wash her clothes because I cry over her so much that she can just use my tears. And drying her clothes, no worries. She is like the sun, and her radiance will dry them off. A beautiful metaphor. Now listen to the meter, which is just gorgeous. What's really beautiful about it is that the rhyme occurs in the first word of the following stanza. So you feel when you read it like you're just falling off and then caught, and then falling off and then caught. Listen to this. Ofra techapes et bekadeha b'mei dim'i, v'tishchatet l'shemesh zahara lo sha'ala me ayanot im shtei einai, v'lo shemesh liyofi sa'ara. I wish I could express this better. The end of the line is b'mei, in the waters, and then the next line begins dim'i, of my tears. And then the following line, it ends in imshtei, with two, and the next line, the fourth line, begins einai, with my eyes. So the rhyme is in the first word rather than in the last word, and it makes you feel like when you're in love and like you can't quite control what's happening to you, and you're like, everything seems like you're being carried along by forces greater than you can control, and you're just falling off into the arms of your beloved, so to speak. This is a religious college. We're going to be careful about how we talk about such things. Okay, but this is the feeling of Ibn Hazm translated into the Hebrew idiom and by a master of incredible proportions. So this is really the kind of work that he is doing. Ultimately, he ends up going into medicine like any good Jewish boy. Poetry, okay, he gets a lot of fame from it, but I mean, he's always schlepping from one simcha to another. What kind of a life is this? Medicine, you will recall at this point, is not a very advanced science. Basically, just being literate is halfway there. This is doctors are generally not performing surgeries. They're more being kind of like lifestyle coaches, where they look at people's diet, they look at people's activities, and they prescribe medicines, ground up herbs and things like that. And so much of it is basically knowing herbology and knowing, what kind of herbs have what kind of impact on diet and things like that. So it's not the same kind of field that it would be later in the modern period, but nevertheless, that's what he ends up doing. So he ultimately makes more of a living as a doctor. He is an uninspired doctor. He feels badly about being involved in the profession at all. He feels like he's just kind of slid into it because, what else is a literate kid supposed to do? But he's not inspired by it. He's inspired by his poetry. He's inspired by ideas. He's inspired by the land of Israel. Those are the things that motivate him. Okay. We know a little bit about his family life. We don't know his wife's name. And in fact, if you looked very carefully at the schedule of lectures for this semester, there's one massive omission, and that is that we're not speaking about a single female character. I searched in vain to find any woman of significant stature that we could speak about her for any amount of time. There is one woman that I've spoken about in the past, a poet who is reputed to be the daughter of Shmuel HaNagid, named Kasmuna, and I did not want to reprise that particular lecture because we only have about 8 lines of poetry that are attributed to her. So it's a really hard lecture to give. I'm proud of myself that I did give it, and I even got a Wikipedia article started on her. It should be in Wikipedia, right? I mean, come on. How many medieval female Jewish poets do you know from the Spanish period? But it's hard to find a lot about women in this period. Similarly, Yehuda HaLevi, we know he was married. It figured with some prominence in his later aliyah to Israel. We don't know his wife. We know almost nothing about her. We know that he had at least one daughter that survived to adulthood and was married, but we know about her primarily through his son-in-law. We know that he had a son-in-law who married his daughter, but we don't know very much about her at all. We also know that she was a mother. Again, we know about that because we know about her son, Yehuda, who was the grandson of Yehuda HaLevi. By the way, the Sephardic custom allows children to be named after living relatives. The Ashkenazic tradition does not. We know that adult daughter married someone named Yitzhak ben Ezra, who was a traveling companion, and most likely was the son of Abraham ibn Ezra, who we'll speak about next week. There's some discussion about that in Hillel Halkin's book, very worthwhile. It is possible as well that he lost one daughter in infancy. We read a poem translated by Hillel Halkin on that. Actually, we read a different translation. I think it was Peter Cole's translation. We know because Yehuda HaLevi wrote a funereal poem dedicated to a small female child, and it's written with such phenomenal pathos that it's hard to imagine it's not written about his own child. Let's just have a quick look at that poem again. I'm only going to read it in the English, I'm sorry. We did last time when we looked at this in the context of an earlier lecture, we looked at the meter, but let's just hear the words of Yehuda HaLevi speaking about what appears to be his infant daughter who died at a young age. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearers strayed to the underworld's gloom, leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave's clods to kiss and your memory. Ah, death has come between you and me. O daughter torn from her mother's rooms, what life have I left when, shaped from my soul, she makes my tears flow like a spring from split stone? How can she be so changed, once white as the moon, that she now wears the earth as her bridal gown? It sawed the sweets of her wedding feast. Bitter is my own misery, for death has come between you and me. Plucked like a flower before her time, she always will be before my eyes like a frontlet, like tefillin. Were I to cry whole rivers for her, still she would lie, a fallen star in a wormy pit, deep sepulchred, earth bonneted. My child, there is no clemency, for death has come between you and me. Languishing, her mother's voice bereft I hear. Ah, let her be, she too grieves bitterly. Death scaled her walls and pierced her side, and drove her pride from its abode, and turned her joy into a dirge the day it ripped the vine she planted from her heart. What good, my child, does it cry to what good, my child, does it to cry your name? Your ears are deaf, and you are silenced utterly, for death has come between you and me. Alas, my child, you have laid me low. Mother, oh, you should not have had me if you meant to spurn me. And when my turn came to death's minion to wed me, and with dirt to wreathe me and cruelly lead me under doom's canopy, yet truly you did it not willingly, for death has come between you and me. If you notice there, he switches the voice from himself as the father to the mother, and then to the child, the dead child, saying, you led me to death as my bridal canopy. And then finally, because this is Yehuda Halevi, this is a great religious thinker, he adds, may he whose judgments none repeal unseal your bonds and heal your sleep with angels' song, and be not wroth with his own flock, and stop the plague that he sent forth, and comfort every heart for what it lost. And may you wake on the last day to light like dew, and rise in the arms of his mercy, for death has come between you and me. It's a very powerful, emotive poem, and you can feel the depth of his own sadness at the loss of this child. Okay, so we will return to his family life momentarily. But to look at his thought now, because we've got a sense of what he was like as a poet, what we may be seeing happening here, and you recall the kind of geopolitical context in which the Umayyad vision of a multicultural convivencia kind of environment begins to devolve into kind of cultural city-states in which people guard their ethnicities jealously and view other societies being fundamentally toxic. It seems that may be the trend that was happening in Yehuda Halevi's thought as well. We see that most clearly in his most famous work, the Kuzari. You recall we discussed the Chazars with Chasda ibn Shaprut, which was clearly a major influence on Yehuda Halevi in creating this great work, the Kuzari. Just as a very quick reminder, the Chazars were a well-known historical people who ruled in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian Sea, for about 500 years. This is not a small or inconsequential civilization. The great Ukrainian historian Omelian Pritsak argues that Kiev itself was founded by Khazars. And if you go to Kiev, you'll see that there is an area called the Jews' Gate, which is in the direction of Khazar regions. The Khazars appear as Jews in the Eastern European writings, the Povest Ramenia Klet, many other works. So there's no question that there was this big group of people there, very powerful, fought with the Russians, the Pechenegs, many other peoples, and then they kind of disappeared mysteriously sometime in the 13th century. The most likely assimilated into the larger peoples of the region. They had some attachment to Judaism, which is a matter of extreme debate, really for the last 800 years. We don't know enough about how Jewish they were. We don't know if it was like a widespread, if it was only at the top level society. There are some major scholars, such as Shaul Stamfer, that says that they weren't Jewish at all. It's just that we've been talking about it so long. We believe it because we've been talking about it for so long. So we're not going to solve any of those problems today. If you are curious, I do have a couple of lectures on the Chazars, standalone lectures. But for Yehuda Halevi, he saw the whole Chazar story as expressed in the Ibn Shaprut correspondence as a pretext for a much larger and more important discussion about Judaism and its place in the world. You'll recall that according to the letters exchanged between Chasdai ibn Shaprut and the purported king of the Khazars described their conversion to Judaism as a result of a multi-religious debate, where there were figures from various religious backgrounds who presented their case to the king, who ultimately decided to become Jewish. So Halevi took that starting point, and he describes in the Kuzari, which, by the way, the subtitle is significant, in defense of the despised faith. I believe the word is bezuya, which means insulted, derided, the looked down upon faith. So the king is troubled by this dream that he has frequently, in which God says to him in the dream that your intentions, your kavanah, is good, but your actions are not. Meaning, God is pleased that this King Joseph is well-meaning and wants to become pious and so on, but in reality, he's not doing the right thing in life. And Joseph is troubled by this, and so he reaches out to some other religions, and significantly a philosopher, really an Aristotelian, to ask him, what could this possibly mean? How is a person supposed to live his or her life? And he has these debates with these various characters, and most significantly, there is a Jewish figure, not a rabbi, a chaver. Chaver means like a learned individual, literally a friend, but in the Talmudic parlance, chaver means someone who is at a level of society that he is one of the collegium, he's one of the people who are really learned and part of the society at the highest levels. And very early on in the Kuzari, the word, of course, Kuzari means the Chazarite, the person of Chazaria. The king says, that's it, well, I'm going to be Jewish. And then the rest of the book is all about aspects of Judaism as he explores them. Fascinating work in many ways. So there's so many different ways that we can approach this. I'm just going to look at really two aspects of it. There's actually an entire book published by Adam Shearer, Cambridge University Press, a big monster honker of a book, which is about how the Kuzari has been understood over the last 800 years. Not about what the Kuzari says, but about how it has been adapted for use by various political, religious ideologies for various ends, none of which may have actually corresponded to what Yehuda Halevi was personally intending. At any rate, what is one of the more controversial elements of it is where you see the contrast with Maimonides sharper than anywhere. Maimonides is all about the mind, and anybody who can think can climb the ladder of spiritual perfection. For Halevi, it's only really for Jews. Non-Jews can achieve great heights, but ultimately, this path to perfection for Yehuda Halevi is somehow in the blood, almost genetic. And many have championed this and have said, "Oh, he says it like it is. He's like, he's talking about the chosen people without apologetics. He's speaking in a very forthright way to the king, saying, "Listen, king, you would do great to convert to Judaism, but in reality, it's going to take a few generations before you can really reach a high level. At your generation, not so much." And that's kind of shocking for us in the 21st century, especially when we read about his love poetry and things like that. We tend to think of these values kind of coming in a package, but they did not. Halevi is much more of an essentialist, much more of a saying that this is like an artist. An artist cannot be trained. An artist has the vision and the inspiration within him or her, and then the craft is what allows him or her to develop it. But it's not something you can be trained. Here, be inspired, be Picasso, be Michelangelo. It doesn't work like that. So this is a very sharp distinction between Maimonides and Halevi in particular. Secondly, very significantly. I mentioned that the hero protagonist is not a rabbi, but a chaver. So what exactly is the role of philosophy in Halevi's Kuzari? One of the most important figures early on in the book that is dealt with most significantly before he's finally pushed away is the Aristotelian. And that's really, that the Aristotelian is Maimonides' hero. He is very much enamored of Aristotle's thought. He refers to him as ha-philosoph, the philosopher. And for Halevi, that's his primary interlocutor, whom he has to demonstrate as being out of touch. To give but one example, when the Chazar asks him, when the king asks the Chaver, like, who do you worship? The expectation is that he would say, I worship the Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, which is a very Aristotelian kind of thing to say, because it refers to God as the prime mover, God as the first origin of all existence. But instead he says, no, I worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who took the Jews out of Egypt. A God of history, a God is particularly associated with the Jews, a God who intervenes in mundane affairs, not an Aristotelian God who walks away from creation, but a God who gets his hands dirty, so to speak, with creation. Very different kind of image of God that comes across here. It's quite likely that he originally wrote this book first as a polemic against the Karaites. We know from some of the Geniza correspondence that he had an earlier version that was circulating that he was faintly embarrassed about. But then in its maturity, some 10 years later, it's a much more well-developed work in which the other elements, a much broader approach, is taken by the work as a whole. So we get a sense of, what exactly is the Kuzari? Is it a philosophical work? Is it a poetic cri de coeur? What kind of book is this? As I mentioned earlier, Adam Shear has written an entire book on how the Kuzari has been received. Very significant work. Naturally, just off the top of our heads and looking at the time, you could see how it would very much be appreciated by Zionists, not only because of his own life example in making Aliyah, but also because of the sort of integral vision, in the sense of integral nationalist vision of the Jews as having a unique destiny. Not one which is kind of like connected with the liberal values of tolerance and the expansion of a human civilization, but rather the unique destiny of the Jewish people as a body politic. So there's quite a bit to say about specifically how the Kuzari has been approached by scholars over the generations. Let's go to the final chapter of his life. We mentioned earlier that the Crusades fundamentally altered the medieval world, and one may say, in fact, with a high degree of confidence that we're still living in a post-Crusade era, that the hostility between Muslims and Christians, writ large, the Muslim civilization and Christian civilization, of which here in Brooklyn we are a part, we still feel the ramifications of this attack in the 11th.
Can you hear me? Yo, Jossel, how are you? Jossel, can you hear me? How was your day? What are your favorite things in the world? Do you like the Supremes? Yeah, well, fuck you, and the Supremes say fuck you too.
11th century. Basically, what was happening is that the Christianity is divided between two major groups. The Roman Catholics over here in this kind of yellow color, the Orthodox, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, which are in this sort of like peachy color, and then of course Islam, Muslims, which are all across the southern part of the Mediterranean basin. The Roman Catholics and the Greek Orthodox don't get along. They've been fighting for quite some time, and after 1054 they have a major schism where they're really not getting along. But at the end of the century, the Patriarch in Constantinople, which is the leader essentially of the Greek Orthodox Church, reaches out to Pope Urban II in Europe, the Roman Catholic leader, and says, we need some help because we are not getting free access for Orthodox Christians to visit the holy sites in Jerusalem, which are under Islam. This was a rather unique ecumenical moment where these two warring Christian factions got together.
Kicking ass, taking names. Hey, but you brought some people in recently. How you living, pimp?
I'm alright. I heard as I was there, he was saying that he's asking about documentary recommendations.
Word dog. He was asking me how sexy I was, and I was telling him, what's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Well, I've done battle with the buckthorn and the wild crabapple trees that were surrounding my apple trees that I was trying to free from their whatever, just to clear them out. And I lost scratches and I got a bunch of splinters in my fingers, but I was able to free about 4 apple trees from the grasp of the wild crabapple and the buckthorn.
All right, do you feel like a pimp?
But yeah, I feel pretty good about that. I want to ask you something. What did I want to ask you? I forgot what it was. Gee, help me. Oh, I was going to ask. Yeah, yeah. What was I saying? Oh, I was going to ask, is one of your motivations to be remembered?
I don't really care about that. I would rather just have the data remembered, like the time capsule of what I'm creating. I'm pretty sure I'll be remembered, but that's a great question. I don't necessarily do things to be remembered because it's up to the people who watch it whether they actually will remember me. I do it well. I do it for my future family. I want them to remember me, but or at least how would I even put it? It's like before I even meet them, it's like a gift to them. So it's like more for people of the future who I've never met. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so.
Excellent. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. How was your day?
It was good.
Anything?
How'd it go?
It was amazing. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Here we go. I'm sending you an invitation.
I like to stream because, I like to talk to the people, it's kind of entertaining and stuff. And it's like, I don't know.
Nice bear.
I just like it.
On what?
Thank you.
On what?
Hi, Ravens. Hello.
You good?
On what platforms do you stream?
Just Twitch. But I'm thinking of trying Kick. But I was thinking, I don't know, because you have so many accounts. You don't want to talk to your chat?
I try to filter them to the Discord.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I like talking to chat and stuff.
I mean, I do get people who talk to me in chat, but normally I can't see them because I have things on the screen. So I just say, come in my Discord to talk with me, and they do. If they really want to talk to me, they figure it out. It says it in the title of the stream. where they can contact me. So I think that should be clear to them.
I had a good idea that if you upload your you got it right now. If you upload your maybe I don't know what we can upload, maybe your videos or maybe just like your audio or something. But if you upload something that shows who you are to like ChatGPT or something, create an AI off of a GPT or something off of your own words, sounds and stuff. Maybe,
Nice strike.
Maybe that'll be kind of a similar goal or something.
Okay, where do you do that?
I don't know. I haven't researched it, but yeah, I think like Dink Dangler, he was telling me that he's gonna make an AI off my voice.
Okay, I've done that, and I've had people do that, especially with Grok. It works really well.
Yeah, just telling me not to be so sensitive. I don't know what I was sensitive about. I'm not really sure. But yay!
That's what I'm talking about, Miss Aquarius. That's what I'm talking about, Miss Aquarius.
Yay! Gator thinks maybe you may not be. Yay! We won.
Yes, ma'am. I won. You won. You and I won.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Aquarius. Round 2. Reload.
You stream this across? No. I stream on another app called Meet Me, but I don't stream like on Twitch because I'm not a gamer. Well, I don't game too much either, but yeah, there's a lot of gamers on there. But Gator was saying that Rabbi might be made up to be human, or at least like. It is human, as you see.
Exactly. How much more human do you want me to be, dog?
Why? 50%. Like she was saying, maybe like a cyborg or something, like half human, half.
I'm 100% human, dog.
You're saying that, like, I don't know. She's kind of into like conspiracy theories type of stuff, and she was saying like the light is kind of like solar power for you, and she said that's why you can't. I don't know. She was saying something like you don't go outside, but do you go outside? I don't know.
Yeah, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, and Disneyland. So she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Oh, cool. IRL streams. That's cool.
Nice strike.
Thank you. All right. I had my first camping stream on Thursday. I was in my tent, and yeah, it was fun. Different types of streams.
How did that go?
It was good. I just because I have people working on stuff, and I want to stay in my tent. And I actually stayed up kind of late because I think it was the first time staying in my tent in a long time. So it takes a few nights to get used to it because you're always like, oh, what's that sound? And all that stuff. Get it.
Miss Aquarius, she had a huge score.
Okay, I win, you win.
That's right.
Yeah.
There we go. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win.
Thank you. You too.
All right, sweet dreams. Best wishes with physical therapy tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello.
There you go.
Okay. I'll see you later.
Take care.
Good night, Abby. Night.
Rabbi, how long did you study to be a rabbi?
For 4 years.
Do you want to have your own, I don't know what it's called, congregation, temple?
Perhaps someday.
I don't think I want my own church or anything. Well, I'm not religious, but maybe if I was religious, I'd want a temple or whatever. That'd be cool.
Did you, when you did your stream on like your camping stream, did you have issues with like connectivity or power or anything?
Well, I brought my big camping battery up there, and plugged my computer and my Starlink into there, so I was using Starlink. So yeah, it was alright. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, I don't think I had too many issues, but I think sometimes when it's cloudy, Starlink doesn't work as well. So it's gonna be cloudy over the next couple nights. So I'll see if I have issues.
Do you have Starlink?
Yeah, I got the Starlink Mini. I got the I'm gonna be camping a lot this month, I think. So I got the unlimited plan for data. And it's been pretty good as long as it's not cloudy and as long as it's in an open area. If you have trees too close to the Starlink, then it kind of doesn't perform as well.
Does
If
it
it's
work
in, like,
inside?
an field or whatever, it's clear.
Does it work inside?
No, it doesn't. It has to have no obstructions to the sky.
Okay, does it
You
work?
can like leave it outside.
Does it work if it's cloudy?
I think it has more trouble if it's cloudy. Like, I haven't experimented with it too much to know, but I think when it's cloudy, it has more connection issues. Um, Let me see. So, Sad wants to know who is your recommendation for rabbinical scholars? Rabbinical? That sounds like umbilical cord.
Sure.
But
They want to know who my recommendations for rabbinical scholars are?
yeah.
Okay, that's a great question. I would say,
Zai doesn't know how to type it. Yeah. Zai doesn't know how to type like the word rabbinical. So that's why I got confused. He doesn't know.
yeah, sure, I understand.
So, right.
I would start with Hillel, and Rambam is a personal favorite, so that's Maimonides. I'm a major learner, just in general, of the Rishonim rabbis, so that's like rabbis of like 500 years ago or so. I would say that probably more modern ones who actually, I should say Rabbi Akiva as well. He was a sage of the Mishnah. Um, I would say that
Ask what kind of things do these people discuss? Like, do they try to interpret the Bible in kind of different way? Do they focus on like one part of the Bible and they just like explain that part?
yeah, so like Rambam, He, in addition to being a rabbi, was a philosopher, a legal codifier. So he wrote something called Mishna Torah, which basically wanted to give people an easier way to understand the laws that are encoded in Torah. He was also a physician, and so from a history perspective, I find him to be fascinating. He was born in Cordoba, Spain, and his mother died during um, his childbirth, died in childbirth. His father was a leading rabbi. The Muslims invaded Spain and basically kicked out all the Jews, so they moved to Morocco. Then he moved to Egypt and was a physician there for like the caliphate, like basically the not just Jewish people, uh, but Muslim people as well. And I just find him to be fascinating because, in addition to having all of those different hats that he wore, he really gave us the 13 principles of faith, just like what it is to be a Jew. Everything from believing that God is one, or just really encoding that, to believing in the revivification of the dead, believing in a messianic figure. Um, these are all things that I just think that he was. It was important of him to do in order to make things more uh, codified and simpler for your average Jew. Moving into the modern period, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, he was a leader of modern Orthodoxy, integrating Torah with modern life. So basically, like Torah was like an ancient set of teachings, but around the Enlightenment, what we call in Judaism the Halaska, we had the um, issue that arose where, welcome, we needed basically a modernization of it. And so he helped to do that and helped to create modern orthodoxy. Um, I would say that some of the other more modern rabbis who I respect, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook, he was the first rabbi of essentially Judea, um, uh, Samaria, and a philosopher of religious Zionism. Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik was a key leader in modern Orthodoxy. And then moving into the modern age, there's Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who's the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who died in 1994. So it's much more modern. But essentially, um, what these people would do is each in their generation be able to develop Judaism for the people of their time. So Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson set up a system where essentially emissaries would travel around the world in different cities and then towns of the world to set up um, essentially what are called Chabads and give Jews a way to be able to reconnect with their religion in an Orthodox manner. He also set up the daily campaigns for um, the donning of tefillin for maybe Jews who've never put down tefillin or it's been a long time. They would start to get into a routine practice. Rabbi Soloveitchik really used, I would say, media well and had modern interpretations of how we are to be Jews. And then even today, you can find rabbis on YouTube who I find interesting. Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi is one of them. He does a regular YouTube stream from wherever he's traveling in the world and answers questions. So basically, he answers questions from his community. So, like all of these men during their time had a certain role, whether it was be to codify the law or whether it would be to modernize the law. or whether it would be to communicate via letters with people, or eventually into the modern age where maybe they would use television or radio or even YouTube or social media. So I think each one of them in their own right has a role, and I find them all to be fascinating. 100%. How are you, pimp? Oh, dude, aren't we all? Rick Sanchez, how'd you find out about me? Oh, tight. Okay, very well. Are you a fan of Haven?
Rick was here last time.
Okay. All right, very well. I don't memorize it. Everybody who's in here, I now kind of remember that. Okay, very well. How long have you been? How long have you been watching Haven, Rick Sanchez?
I've watched her for a couple months. Yeah.
Tight. Very cool. So you've been a fan for a couple months.
These almost to know, is it true that what did he say that Rabbi Finkelstein admitted that Jews put that us Jews we put human remains
in McDonald's.
It's just like
in McDonald's. If you wanna believe that,
fast food.
In McDonald's specifically, if you want to believe that, look up his teachings. There's like a famous debate. I'm not very familiar with Rabbi Finkelstein. I've heard this debate. It's with some pastor. So I'll leave that up to other people's interpretation. That's not mainstream Jewish teaching.
Yeah, I thought he was just kidding. I didn't even know it was a real thing.
Well, I'm not saying that it is. I've never known anyone to do that. But if
Jews don't own fast food places. No Jew owns a fast food place.
Well, actually, that's incorrect. I've known some Jews to own fast food franchises, but there are some questions that arise when this happens. We're not supposed to make money off of things that are violations of Jewish law. So, like I knew a Jew who wasn't Orthodox who owned a um, franchise of McDonald's in like Long Beach, but he wasn't Orthodox. So, if you're living in an Orthodox life, you would not do that because the mixing of milk and meat, and that's a prohibition within Jewish law.
Yeah, we're supposed to own like medical practices and lawyer practices or something. I don't know. Versus Greeks own diners. Greek people, they own a lot of diners.
There you go. Everybody needs something. Rick Sanchez, what are your favorite things about our man Havens?
No, please. I can't think.
No.
I don't have any favorite things. I really just like the guy.
Very well. Havens, did you find out about me from Twitch?
No, Kick. I saw one of your messages.
Tight.
Yeah, one of those messages.
Tight. Okay, very well. Havens, how long have you been streaming on Twitch?
Oh yeah, I follow you on Twitch too. So yeah, sorry.
No. For how long have you been streaming on Twitch? On Twitch. Pardon me. How long have you been streaming on Twitch?
Streaming since I didn't do it frequently until. I actually don't know. I kind of lost track of time. I think it's been a year. It's been around a year.
Okay.
I've been doing it frequently.
And how frequently do you do it?
Oh man, like all the time. I'm addicted to it. Like
Very well. What do you like so much about it?
I don't know. It's just entertaining.
Okay, but what about it?
Just like to,
What about it entertains you?
just the people come and they say hi to me and stuff.
Okay.
And, I just like it.
Are you interested in streaming on Kick more often?
I may do kick. I'm thinking I may do like I may try like different types of channels or something. 'Cause I have the I have the propaganda channel on Kick. It's going 24/7. So I don't know. I may do Kick in the future for just like normal streaming.
Are you ever gonna do YouTube?
I don't know. YouTube I'm kind of scared for some reason.
Why is that?
Jews are allowed to drink Coke. I gotta tell you before you do it. They hate Christians. Wait. Diesel says Jews hate Christians and they spit on them.
That does happen.
They gotta tell you,
That does happen.
they gotta tell you before they do it. I think he meant they gotta tell you that. I think he was talking about the people in fast food because he said they gotta tell you before they do it. But I don't think he meant the spitting. I think he meant the people in the food. Jews are allowed to drink Coca-Cola that has the yellow cap.
Yeah, so
Have
that's
you heard that one?
yeah, no, that's common. So that's really around Pesach. So between essentially Purim, which is an early spring holiday, and Pesach, which is a spring holiday, we avoid having any kind of bread that would be leavened, and also included in this is anything that could be interpreted and really from an Ashkenazi perspective, something called kiryot, and um, this would include things like corn, and because of that, with the corn syrup that's in modern Coca-Cola, we avoid drinking any kind of liquids that have or foods that have any kind of corn syrup in them. So around um, the spring, basically usually from like March to April, the Coca-Cola company produces a type of Coca-Cola that is made with sugar cane, and you can find this. It has a yellow top, and so that's the kind of Coca-Cola that we'll have at Passover, Pesach. But for the remainder of the year, um,
Yeah. What's the big deal about kosher Coca-Cola? I don't understand. Diesel think that kosher Coca-Cola is what gives Jews their superpowers or something.
okay, I mean you can buy. I mean, generally, it's all Coca-Cola is considered kosher. It's just the question of kosher for Pesach. You can buy it yourself, though. You don't have to be Jewish to buy the yellow cap Coca-Cola that's kosher for Pesach. So, just any time between basically March and April, go to the store and go buy yellow Coca-Cola, and you'll be able to have the same kind of Coca-Cola that any Orthodox Jew would enjoy.
Lisa said this is of great significance. I don't get it. What's going on with this Coca-Cola stuff? Anyway, he also said, what's with the Jews spitting on Christians?
Well, it's something that's done. It's essentially pretty focused on Israel. Um, we have issues with many of the things that Christians have done to us. There's blood libels, and there's the Inquisition, where Christians forced Jews to convert to Christianity, and essentially we haven't gotten over that. And so um, we've been blamed a lot for things, including poisoning of wells, and during the Black Plague, and sacrificing of children. And so we treat people, many times Christians, sometimes Muslims, um, we get back at them because of that.
He has another question.
Let me just say this. In the same way, I get shit from Christians every single day. While they don't spit on me, uh, every day I get people who say mean things to me. So it's basically just the hatred that goes on in the world. If you're in New York, you'll get spit on as a Jew just for being Jewish. So by Christians or just people of all different makeups. What's your next question?
He said, "What do you think of non-Jews?"
I know non-Jews. I have had good interactions with non-Jews. I wish that non-Jews sometimes would change their ways, but I understand it's the way of the world that I live in a world where there are Jews and non-Jews.
Yeah, but how do you feel about it?
I feel that they should change their ways.
You mean change their religion or change like their actions?
Yeah, in some ways. I mean, um, let's just take Christianity for instance. Like in my opinion, it doesn't make sense that they. It depends on your sect of Christianity, but they believe God died for 3 days. In my view, God doesn't die. I don't understand how you could live in a world where you think God would die. Because if God died, then are they really God? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's something in Christianity known as, or I think in Catholicism known as the transubstantiation, where they believe that Jesus's body is the real body in the Eucharist, the the holy wafer, and that his blood is the wine. And if you don't believe this, then you're not really believing the true tenets of Roman Catholicism. That doesn't make sense to me. The idea that, like, even like 30 years ago, within the Roman Catholic Church, welcome, Audie, you, like, homosexuality was, like, um, wrong. And now, like, they've changed their opinions and that they've embraced it. They're just like, it's like not the same religion. It just keeps changing. And one of the things that I like about most aspects of Judaism is we do our best to maintain traditions and stay consistent. Um, and what else don't I like about it? Um, I mean, I really just wish that they would recognize, like many people in Christianity who recognize the Trinity, would recognize that there's an aspect, maybe not exactly this, but it's close to polytheism, and I don't like that aspect about it. I believe in one God. I don't even know what that is, but at least I'm fairly certain that it's not someone who died 2,000 years ago. Because if you can kill God, then is he really God? Then it's deicide. So those are some aspects that I don't like about it. I mean, there are some aspects that that we share commonly um, that I respect. That at least up until maybe like 50 years ago, having large families was important. Sanctity of life to some extent was important. Um, Aspects like loving your neighbor uh, were important, or treating others the way that you want to be treated. Those are all Jewish interpretations that have been um, either shared or borrowed by Christianity. So there are some things that I like about it, but there are other aspects that I don't. And so I wish that they would, like many Christians, would come back to their roots. If you really study Christianity from 2,000 years ago, it's just a branch, a break off of Judaism. And so ideally, I would like, if I had the opportunity to be able to speak with Christians in Mass, that they, en Mass, not in a Mass, but like EN space MASSE. I would want them to recognize that many of the statues that they create could be interpreted as idol worship. Um, some issues with this with saints can be interpreted as idol worship, and I think if they heard what I had to say, or just in general, they would say they would recognize that a lot of these aspects are perhaps um, moving away from what is a common or a core tenet of their beliefs, which is monotheism.
Okay. This is Diesel's point of view. Jesus had to come into the flesh to die for our sins, the ultimate death, which is the ultimate sacrifice. Is the difference between his and my obligation. They can't understand the sacrifice. Jesus is king of the Jews.
Okay, I mean,
what do you say to that?
cool story, bro. I mean, we all have our different interpretations, and that's neat. I just don't think God could die. If God dies, then they're not God.
So, how about other people who have sacrificed? A lot of people, they die for their causes and stuff.
And we don't consider them God.
And Zai wants to know, what do you think about the black Jews? I don't know if he means the black Israelites, the guys, the yellow people, or the
Yeah.
like the Ethiopians who go to Israel.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we'll take both of them. To the black Israelites, they're welcome to believe whatever they want to believe, just like anybody else. I embrace the idea of B'nai Israel, which are the Ethiopian Jews. I'm fascinated with them, as a lot of Jews are, that they were able to have a basically an unchanged form of the Torah that was discovered in the 20th century, and that they essentially, there's a very good chance that they were either one of the 12 tribes or were in exile following the destruction of the Second Temple around 70 of the Common Era. I also find it very interesting as well that they had preserved a type of Kohanic system like the priesthood, and that their version, their Torah scrolls, were exactly the same as what we have in Sephardic Judaism and Ashkenazi Judaism. Um, and I see them, as other rabbis have interpreted, as our cousins, basically, and welcome them back to Israel. And I know that there's been some issues with the blending of them within society, or the assimilation of them within um, Israeli culture, but I really feel that we should embrace them. And um, I think it's really interesting as well, if you study colonialism of Africa, that the Ethiopians were one of the few countries that was never enslaved. And so basically they were able to preserve the Ethiopian Jews specifically were able to preserve their um, religiosity for 2,000 years. And while it's not exactly what we have in today's Judaism, it is very similar, and thus, like, they're as welcome as any other Jew within society.
Sorry, man. I was muted there for a second.
You're good, Tim.
I was saying thanks. Thanks for answering those questions.
Absolutely no
I'm gonna
problem.
ask Diesel, what other kind of stuff does he know about Jews? Because he seems to have done some research into the topic. So I want to see what other things there are. But yeah, I'm just gonna mute him to
While he's coming up with those, to anybody watching this, either on my stream or in Haven's stream, if you are interested in learning more about Judaism, I highly recommend. I mentioned him previously.
Shit, shut your bitch ass up. Hey yo, why you keep clipping shit in my fucking streams?
Hey Winter, how you living, pimp? What's going on, son?
Shut your bitch ass up.
Oh, dog, you love it. You fucking love it. You're my biggest fucking fan, aren't you, dog?
Why are you clipping?
Yeah.
Yo, you taking clips in the stream?
Yeah, dude. Yo, Winter, you're my biggest fan, dog.
Shut the fuck up.
Dog, you love it. You fucking love it, dog. You love my clips. Yo, dog, you love my clips. I'm going to tell you what, Winter, he's been talking about how big of a fan he is of mine and how much he loves my clips now in reality. So I created these robots. That's how, Havens, you found out about me, that clip people's kick streams. And obviously Winter did not like that. And so we had to bark at each other like two, like.
What's the matter with clipping someone's stream? Like, wow. I mean, I don't. Is it the same thing as YouTube, where you just take a clip and it's like 30 seconds or a minute or something?
100%. Yeah, but
you put something.
I put in the title to follow me on YouTube and to join my Discord. So those are those are reasons I people don't like me. As I was saying, though, anyone who's interested in learning more about Judaism, particularly in Orthodox Judaism, should watch Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi's streams on YouTube. They're fascinating. I love them. I watch them as often as I can. And then also what I love and what I've been doing is watching Professor Abramson's stream. So you can find this just under Professor Abramson's streams on YouTube, and I made a playlist of like 700 of his YouTube lectures that he has. His name is Professor Henry Abramson. He is the head of the history department at Touro College, now Touro University in New York, and also they have a branch in Florida. And he has fascinating lectures on everything from daily kosher living to the history of Jews in Portugal and Italy and in the Levant and in the New World and just our history as a people. So that's what I like to watch in my free time. I've got it on right now. You can actually see it. That's what plays whenever anybody's watching in here. That's what you can see energized Europe. So I highly recommend those to anybody who wants to learn more about Judaism. And so thanks for letting me make that plug.
Diesel wants to know, do rabbis get 0 interest rates?
Well, this is a good question. So it wouldn't just be rabbis; it should be all Jews. So we have a law that essentially we don't charge interest to other Jews. However, Christians have the same law that you don't charge interest to other Christians. So these are common within the religious bodies that they encapsulate. So how do we get around that? we have things like the Free Loan Society, which allows you to get a loan from an organization without interest. Um, there's or it's interest free loan society. Um, the reason why One of the reasons why we've been kicked out of so many countries is because we as Jews were able to make loans when Christians could not, and so we would charge certain tax rates or certain interest rates, I should say, and then eventually the leaders of the country would not like that we were essentially creating debt, and they would kick us out of the country. So that would essentially eviscerate or eliminate all of the interest that was owed. That's one of the reasons why Jews have been hated so much for thousands of years. And I can tell you that uh, I know many Jews who do pay interest to bodies that are not Jewish owned. But if it is Jewish owned, then there's the argument to be made that we do not charge interest to another Jew, just as Christians are not supposed to charge interest to other Christians. The reason why Jews became money lenders in medieval society was because Christians could not loan it interest, so they had to find somebody else outside of their religion who could charge interest. But this is not just something for rabbis, this is for all Jews. To follow up on that, but Christians can charge Jews interest and corporations can charge Jews interest. It's just if we are loaning to another Jew, we are not to charge interest on that. Excellent question, DJ.
Um, Zyla wants to know: is there anything, in the Jewish religion, similar to like in the Christian religion? They say money is the root, or the love of money is the root of all evil, or something like that. Is there anything about rejecting the pursuit of money, the pursuit of greed and materialism, and living humbly or something like that?
So yeah, there certainly is. Um, we see money as a way to separate ourselves as people. Specifically, if you're a young person, there are teachings that there are three ways to essentially succeed in society. One is coming from a good family. Two would be to have a lot of money, and three is to be a Torah scholar. And um, those are basically the three ways that we traditionally have been able to become successful. Now, we see wealth as a blessing. So, especially in Torah, um, wealth is seen as a blessing from God, Hashem. Um, we see God as the being that uh, gives us wealth, which gives us power, and um, we see our patriarchs, specifically like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They were wealthy, but they didn't necessarily start off wealthy. It took time, and their stories are basically the stories of our early accumulation of wealth. Now, there are dangers of making money as the ultimate goal. So, like, there's a saying: the more property that you have, the more worry you have. There's the idea, I think, in hip hop, more money, more problems. It's kind of the same idea. And too much focus on possessions can consume a person. Um, and then we talk about like who's rich. In at the culmination of your life, it's not how much money you necessarily have. It's who who is happy with what they have, and so those are aspects of wealth that um, we tend to have, or beliefs on aspects of wealth. Um, when it comes to business dealings, it's really important that we're honest in business, particularly with our neighbors. So, one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is conduct ourselves, especially in our business affairs, faithfully. And wealth that's pursued through dishonesty or exploitation many times is strongly condemned. Um, it's really a balance, I would say, and at least in the teachings that I've had, um, someone who earns a livelihood, it's it's considered a commandment or a mitzvah, because that allows a person to support their family. I would say as well, this balance is something that we shouldn't let overwhelm us. So we have other commandments, and those are like, for instance, to pray, do acts of kindness, have a family life, study Torah. Now, in terms of like being overly wealthy to the point where you're greedy, um, that's to be avoided. It's in Proverbs that it says something like, "He who is greedy for gain troubles his own house," and um, so we do our best to avoid being greedy. We do our best to balance uh, money making and familial life and prayer life. Uh, and but we don't have a saying like they have in Christianity that it's something like this. And I'm not Christian, so I don't know the exact phrasing, but it's something like, there's a better chance of a camel making it through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get into heaven. We don't have those same types of thinking. We just believe that if you are going to, making money is important, but you should do so in a honest and moral way.
Thanks, man. And sorry, one more question. Many wants to know who's worse, the Christians or the Muslims?
I don't know if it's about,
He's Muslim, so he's Muslim.
yeah, I don't know if it's about worse. It's just I wish that both sides. I honestly see both sides as branches off of Judaism, and it's true. So Mehdi, who's Muslim, knows the importance um, of Ishmael within um, within Muslim teachings. So we as Jews take our ancestry through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Muslims take theirs through uh, a descendant of Abraham, Ishmael. So basically, we're all sons of Abraham, and Christians are a branch off of Judaism that happened about 2,000 years ago. And so we all have the same father, essentially, within Abraham. We all are branches off of this. So, in a question of who do Jews like more, Christians or Muslims, uh, we both see them as not practicing the correct religion. But I could say that amongst Jews as well. Many Jews don't consider conservative Judaism or Reform Judaism or other types of Judaism that we have to be the correct way, so to speak. So ideally, I just would say that they, at their heart, they're there's good in everyone. They just need their teachings changed slightly, and we are all the sons of Abraham, and we have that commonality. And I personally, when I just talk to people, want people to recognize that we have so many things in common that to fret over these small differences in our religions um, isn't always that beneficial to us. That we all have the same types of desires. We all like to generally raise good families and have, good meals, and we all like to at least give some kind of thanks to whatever which we believe, and it doesn't have to be Hashem. It doesn't have to be Allah. That doesn't have to be God. It can be whatever you want it to be. Even secular people have appreciation many times for the animals that gave their life, if they, are uh, perhaps an omnivore or specifically like a carnivore. But even people who are vegetarian or vegan have appreciation for the people who made the meals and being with people they love. Those are all commonalities that we have in as humans. I can get into why one group is better than the other. Really, I see Christians and Muslims as our brothers religiously that may have strayed, and I'd like to see them come back to the mother religion. Whether they want to do that or not, that's up to them. But in reality, as well, I can be challenged on my beliefs as any rabbi can, or any imam in Islam, or any priest or pastor in Christianity, when we're asked, well, how do you know that you're better than everybody else, or what you believe is right? We don't know. And in reality, there's some humility that we all must have. Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows anything. So at the end of the day, while I consider myself a monotheist and an Orthodox Jew, and I know that imams believe that they're monotheists and Muslim, and either Sunni or Shiite Muslim, and you could have Roman Catholic priests or Orthodox priests or Protestant pastors. They don't know. None of us know. And if anything, we're all agnostic. And if we all recognize that, when I say agnostic, that just means that you don't know. Even people who are secular or atheists who say there is no God or God doesn't exist, we don't know. You don't know. And if we recognize that, I think it would give us all a lot more humility. So I can say, to answer the question, I think of Christians and Muslims equally. I recognize, though, at the end of the day, nobody knows. So we're all kind of on the same playing field. I hope that answers a very good question. Absolutely, my friend. Let me add one thing to this, though, actually, to that question. Believe it or not, we are, as Jews, permitted to pray in a mosque, but we are not permitted to enter in a church. So, if anything, I would say probably the scale slides in favor of Islam slightly, uh, at least in terms of where we can pray. And the reason behind that is uh, generally Muslims don't have images of God. They don't have images, certainly, of Muhammad. They don't have statues and types of arguably idols like you'll find in a Christian house of worship. So traditionally, as Jews, if we were, let's say, in a foreign land and we needed somewhere to pray, we're permitted to pray within a mosque, while we are not permitted to pray within a church or even enter a church. So, um, if anything, I think the um, the majority of Orthodox Jews would probably say, at least from a praying standpoint, we would side more with Islam than we would Christianity.
So you can't even go into a Christian church.
We're not supposed to. Oh, dude, it's Winter again. I bet they're here to tell me how much they like the clips I made of them. What up, Winter? How you living, pimp? Winter, did you like the clip that I made of you? You want me to give you a chance to talk? Here we go, Winter. I'm going to give you a chance to talk. I want you to charge up. Give me everything you got. Call me anything you want, big dog. But before I do so, I'm going to just read what your profile says. It says, now me gain up all those glory. The world is mine, the world it me, taking slowly. Happy days me call it now, me bun sad story. Anyway, me the inna the world, me dogs them round me. Here we go, pimp. Everybody, it's the one, the only Winter. What's going on, pimp?
What's good? Subscribe to Snow Bros. Follow Snow Bros on Twitch. What's good?
Absolutely.
Clipping on my channel just to link to your shitty content.
No, you love it. You love it. You love it, dog. Here we go. Excellent, excellent person there. I hope he has a very successful stream. Becomes one of the biggest streamers of all time. All right, friends. Those are really great questions. I'm going to continue watching Jewish history lectures. Havens, I hope you have a wonderful stream. And if you guys have any other questions, what up, pimp?
I don't love it. None of your clips were actually any good. None of your clips make any fucking sense. Stop.
No, of course they don't. It's a bot that literally just clips random shit. Do you think I'm watching your shit? Fuck no, man. I'm here answering questions on Judaism. If anybody ever has any questions and I'm not here, I'm not able to take them, I do have a section of my Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. Feel free to ask me whatever you want. I will answer your question in a timely fashion, usually within 24 to 48 hours or so. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with the audience of Havens and Rick Sanchez. Shout out to Rick Sanchez for being a pimp, being here earlier. And hope everybody's just having a really good night. Hope you guys all have a really great week ahead. And thank you for the opportunity. And again, if you ever want to watch Jewish history lectures, I highly recommend Professor Henry Abramson from Truro University. All you have to do is just look up he's henryabramson.com, but also just you can YouTube him, Henry Abramson, and you can find all of his content. It's fascinating. He does a lot of traveling in the world to many of these locations, so that's fascinating. And then really for some really great content, check out Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi. His content is can just be found under Yosef Mizrahi on YouTube, and he has a great website as well, so check it out. Thank you for the opportunity. And shout out to Winter. Winter, you got some really great content, dog. Everybody loves it. Everybody was just in here saying how much they love your content and how they all found out about me perhaps through those clips I made. So shout out to you, man. It's amazing. You want to talk again? Winter, you want to talk again? You want to talk again, Winter? All right, Winter. Here we go, big dog. Here's your chance.
The bot from my channel.
Yo, Pimp. What up, Pimp? What's going on?
Remove the bot from my channel. I don't want it on my channel.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right. All right. In due time, son. In due time. Winter. Truthfully, Winter, if I could, I would. But it literally doesn't discriminate. It sends it to everybody. So there's nothing I can really do about that. But I hope you have a really wonderful day. I hope you enjoyed the clips that I made. And I just want you to know you're going to be famous someday. So just enjoy. All right, friends. Here we go.
Because all of a sudden people could unite under a single banner, follow the cross to Jerusalem, and rescue Jerusalem from the infidel. It was it had a tremendously sticky message, to use the kind of metaphor that marketers use. It just made sense. It was we use the word crusade today to refer to great epic causes, missions, right? So it comes from this particular period. The word crusade, of course, comes from the word croix, or cross in French. So they make their way down there, and there are two things that are important for us in our context today. One is that some of the one thing is that the attack on Muslims is incredibly brutal and bloody. Horrible massacres of Muslims in Israel and in Jerusalem, in particular, that were felt throughout the Muslim world, and slaughter of Jews as well, especially in areas like the Rhineland, the Ashkenazic territories, where some crusaders said, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem when we have infidels living here in our backyard? So it was a period of tremendous violence directed against non-Christians as a whole. Oops, what am I missing here? Right. Just a second. Sorry, I'm missing the words and the rest of the right. So what happens during this period of tremendous conflict between Muslims and Christians that's only getting worse over the course of the 11th century? And you'll recall, by the way, that this is only the first crusade. There were many, many crusades that extended over the next 200 years. They kept on getting kicked out of Israel, and then they'd come
They can
back
say whatever
again.
they want.
So
They've got a
there's
section.
a lot of back and
Ask
forth.
Rabbi
This is really
anything,
a
create
war
a
that went
support
on for
ticket.
centuries.
I know what they want to say. They want to say, quit bothering me. And I want to say back to them, I don't have any control over it. It bots indiscriminately.
Yehuda Levi, after considerable debate, says, you know what? This is no place for me. I have to go to Israel. Of all the craziest places to go during the Crusades, to go and leave a safe, cosmopolitan, wealthy home in Spain and make your way to Israel was really mind-boggling. And nevertheless, it was the
one of my favorite people.
Result of his thinking. I mean,
everybody follow Winter on Twitch.
And Israel being
the
Winterberry home of the
everybody
Jewish
follow
people
Winterberry. They're amazing.
Inescapable in his thought. Look at
Shout out to
some
Winterberry.
of these things that he's written. He would frequently dream of Israel. Your dwellings, Lord, are places of love, and your nearness is clear as things seen, not guessed of. My dream took me to your temple's mount to sing, and all its lovely worshipping, and bring my offering with their libations. And around me swirled thick smoke and ministrations, sweet to my ears, of Levites at their stations.
Oh, dog.
He's having these recurring
this is
dreams
just the beginning.
of making
People have
Israel.
To do this literally for days.
He realizes are rather absurd. Like, for example, in this famous poem, I won't read the whole thing of it, he says, a man in your 50s, and you would still be young? Soon your life will have flown like a bird from a branch.
Twitch. Everybody check out Winterberry on Twitch.
And crave the service of men. And run after the many, and shun the one, from whom the multitudes of all things come. And laze about, instead of setting out, on your true way. And for a mess of pottage, sell your immortal part. Has your soul not had enough? Why then yield each day to its lusts? Leave its counsel for gods, put the 5 senses aside, and make amends to your Maker before your last days rush away. Don't pretend you have to seek to know his will or wait for auguries. Will, but to do it. Be bold as a panther, swift as a deer. Fear not the open sea. Though mountains of waves crest and crash, and hands shake like rags in a gale, and shipless speech cottages quail, and crews leap to the task, and in dismay stagger back. trapped in an ocean where nowhere to flee, while the sails flap and crack, and the deck creaks and groans, and the wind whips the water into haystack-high bales. One day it towers like ricks, and the next it's flat as a field. Oh, I just could go reading. I got to stop, though. He wrote quite a few poems, by the way, about his fear of the sea. He wrote.
Winter,
he was
come
greatly
on back,
terrified
dog.
of traveling
There
by
he
sea,
is.
which was a dangerous proposition.
There he is.
And it appears frequently in his poetry, almost as frequently as when he writes about
I love you,
when he
Winter.
was giving up in
I love you,
Spain
Winter.
to go to this backward, desolate, dry place full of violence in Israel. What ends up happening
Oh, for
is
sure.
he leaves
I
with
help everybody.
his son-in-law
Those who hurt
Yitzchak.
me, those who help me.
And he
Anybody
leaves
we've
behind
touched over the
possibly
course of
his
this
wife.
street,
We
we're
don't know
gonna make
much
sure
about
to be
her.
a
He leaves
trillionaire.
behind his daughter and his grandson Yehuda, and he makes his way across the Mediterranean basin where he lands in Alexandria in the month of May. And then he gets stuck there. And for 800 years, we didn't know what happened. We know he made it to
Winter, we
Alexandria.
love you.
We didn't know if he made it to Jerusalem.
Winter,
we don't know
you want me to
what happened to
unmute
him.
you?
There was a legend
Winter, you ready?
reported that he made it to Jerusalem.
Winter, are you
He
ready?
got there, and when he saw the
Yo,
holy
Winter,
temple,
what's
the
up,
ruins
pimp?
of the temple, he bowed down and kissed the stones of the ground. And as he was
Winter, we
bowing
love you,
down,
dog.
the
You're
hooves
the man.
of a
You're the
mounted
man.
warrior.
We're gonna
Some
make you a
versions have it as an
trillionaire,
Arab,
dog. Shout
other
out to
versions have it
Winter.
as a
Everybody
Christian
follow
crusader,
Winter on their
trample him
social
to death,
media.
and he dies there in
Everybody
the
loves
dust
Winter.
of his beloved Jerusalem. But it was a legend. We
Winter,
don't know what happened.
you're the man.
Luckily,
Everybody
we have
loves
the Cairo
you.
Geniza.
You're
And
amazing.
amazingly, in the last
You're an all-star,
40
dog.
odd years,
Everybody
we do
loves
know what
you, Winter.
happened more or less with Yehuda Halevi.
Winter.
With Yehuda Halevi.
Everybody's gonna love the clips of you.
The Cairo Geniza
Everybody's gonna
preserved
love your stream.
several key
Everybody's
letters
gonna love your
between
social
Yehuda
media.
Halevi and
You're a
his
pimp.
Spanish colleagues.
Everybody
And
loves
we
you.
know that he actually
You're
made
one
it
of
to
the
Jerusalem.
all-time
We know
best,
that he ended
dog.
up stuck in Alexandria from May
Come on
until
back, Winter.
November. Did I get
Winter,
those
we can
months
play
right? I think
this
it was
game
May till
for
November.
days.
I
After about
wrote
a
it here
week,
somewhere then.
you might annoy
September,
me,
okay, the
but I could
spring,
do this
thank
all
you. He ended
fucking
there
day.
far too long. He stayed there way too long
Yo, dog.
because he had phenomenal hospitality.
You're amazing.
Everybody in Alexandria loved his poetry. They wanted him to stay. And it was like the last bit of temptation because he was surrounded by people who respected him and respected his poetry, wanted to hear more of it. And he really had difficulty tearing himself away from these new patrons who viewed him as like this rare celebrity who come all the way from Spain to him. But eventually he tore himself away, possibly because he received a letter that his grandson Yehuda was coming after him. And he said, oh my gosh, I can't let, there's a lot of, what exactly was he thinking? One idea was, I can't let Yehuda make this dangerous trip, and I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be here in Alexandria. But at any rate, he forced himself. He left, most likely alone, without his traveling companion, his son-in-law Yitzchak, and a close friend and servant. Also, not unclear here why his servant stayed with him, but it appears that Yitzchak had decided to leave Yehuda Halevi's wife. And this bit of unfortunate shalom bayis difficulty also was something that was dragging against Yehuda Halevi, because he's thinking, oh my gosh, my daughter has already given up her father, and she's given up her husband. She doesn't realize that her husband is not coming home, and if she has to give up her son as well, it will be crushing. So he says, I have to follow through. I can't die here in Alexandria. He makes his way to Jerusalem, and then 3 weeks later, a letter is sent from Alexandria, which refers to Yehuda Halevi 3 months later, with 3 key letters after his name. Zayin Tzadi Lamed, Zecher Tzadek Livracha, of blessed memory. So these
Winter.
3 letters indicate that
Winter,
he
we're
died
talking to you.
in Israel after he left. How exactly he died, we don't know. There
I
have been
agree, he got
sightings
banned
of
or
his
something.
grave, but these sightings are not reliable.
Allegedly.
And medieval graves in general
Winter.
are hard to attribute nowadays. It could
Winter.
well have been the legend of being trampled under the hooves
Winter.
of a warrior's horse was in fact the end.
Winter, you
We
can
don't
talk.
fundamentally know.
Winter, you can talk.
At any rate, I'm very grateful for the
Winter.
attention you've given this topic, and I thank you as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for watching this lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. I really got a lot out of it. I really enjoyed doing this research. It's so much fun.
Winter.
I just wanted to make a couple of last comments. First of all,
Winter.
if you are anywhere near Winter in the end of this month, October 2017, please come by for the book launch. Here's the new book. I know you're watching on that video. I weren't able to pass it around.
Winter,
But
you want
I'm
to
really
talk?
proud of it.
Winter, go ahead.
It came out rather nicely. And,
Winter, your Twitch channel is...
it's a really
Yo,
Stop using the bot. You subhuman piece of fucking garbage.
Winter, your Twitch channel isn't linked. What's your Twitch channel?
Please do come by.
What's your
Oh, Snow Bros.
Oh,
Snow Bros.
Shout out to Oh Snow Bros.
Secondly,
Oh Snow Bros.
give money to our students. That's one of the reasons, one of the biggest reasons why we're doing this lecture series. We want to try and, make it possible for our students to continue studying. So,
Yo, dog.
keep those donations coming. But
Yo,
most
can you
importantly,
spell that?
we value
Fucking
education.
bots. I'm not
Thank
paying
you
with
so
y'all.
much for
Snow
watching. Thank you
Bros.
so much
Y'all
for
not
sharing.
stupid. Everyone in here knows how to fucking spell. Stop paying with me.
Spell it.
Stop using this dumbass fucking bot on small streamers, you piece of fucking garbage.
Spell it.
You know how to spell. You know how to spell, bro. You know how to spell. Stop playing with me.
Is it Snow Bros?
I don't give a fuck about anything that you're preaching. I don't give a fuck about your garbage religion. Stop fucking
Tonight's
playing with people.
presentation
Stop playing with small streamers.
is, I have to tell you, I'm so fascinated by Ibn Ezra.
How
He
do you
is
spell
completely
it?
amazing. I have given 3 lectures now on
Is
Ibn
it
Ezra.
Snow
And
Bros?
every time I do the research for a presentation on him, I say, oh my gosh, I'm missing so much. I gotta go back and do more. And in fact, every time I go back and do more, I learn so much about this individual. He really is a phenomenal player in the intellectual history of the Jewish people, and that is quite a complicated scene.
Did you find it?
I'm hoping that you'll enjoy it as much as I. But in response to some of the people on the internet who asked for a joke, I will tell you a joke now. It's possible that I may cut it out of the internet version. You can check later. I'll judge by
Just
how well
chilling,
you
baby.
This is, I
Just
think,
chilling,
one of
baby.
those quintessentially Jewish jokes that captures a certain element of
Doug,
unique Jewish
Doug, wait,
development
give me
challenge
the-
that can't adequately be translated into other cultures.
Have you seen it on anybody
And
else's?
when you get to the punchline, you'll see what I mean. So the joke goes like this. It's a little bit of a, it's got some black humor to it. So there's
I'm trying
the older woman with
Oh,
her
Snow Bros.
grandchild, and
Oh,
they're
Snow
visiting Miami
Bros.
Beach. And they're walking along the seashore, and it's beautiful, and the sun is shining, and the waves are rolling in, and then there's somehow a
Yo,
heaviness in the
did
air
you-
and a
could you
silence,
find
and
it?
the birds fly away.
Havens, did you
And all of
find
a
it?
sudden, the woman looks out and she sees that the water rushing away from the shoreline. So she's never seen that before. And her young child, her young grandchild, goes running far into the where the riptide was, as it were, and standing quite far out. And all of a sudden, of course, I'm sure you figured it out, Dr. Levine, it's a tsunami, and the water comes rushing back and envelops the child, and God forbid, takes him out to sea. And the mother is left, the grandmother is left there completely bereft and broken. And she falls to her knees and she raises her hands to heaven and she says, Ribono shel olam, you know what I've gone through in my life. You know what I have sacrificed. You know how I've always kept your Torah and your values central to my way of life. And now this, where you sweep away my grandchild into the ocean. No, it cannot be. I protest. Bring this child back to me because you know I have been a loyal servant all my life. And there's a rumbling in the clouds, and there's like lightning far off, and all of a sudden the sea comes rushing back, and the child flies out of the waves and is deposited straight at her feet. And she picks him up and she looks him all over, and he's okay and he's fine. And then she looks up to the stars and she says, He had a hat. All right, there's something Jewish about that joke.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know if I should tell this joke. But anyways, okay. Now, a lot of people also complain on the internet,
Yo.
how come it takes you so long?
Winter, calm down. Winter, calm down. Is it O, and then the letter S, NOWBROS? Is it? No one can find it. No one can find your channel. No one can find your channel. We're trying to find it. We're trying to find it, son. We're trying to find it.
We gotta stop. This guy's gonna get canceled.
Oh, dude, this got canceled with shit.
Shut your dumb ass up.
Winter, is it O Snow Bros? Dog, look what happens when I put in O Snow Bros. Look at what happens. Nothing shows. O Snow Bros? Is it O Snow Bros? Dog, is it O Snow Bros? I don't even think it's a... Dog, you're not even a streamer.
I'm so annoyed. Every time I delete a clip, a new one pops up.
That's what... Then it's telling me it's doing its job.
Shut your bitch ass up, Robbie. Shut your bitch ass up.
O Snow Bros. O Snow Bros?
You're a fucking idiot.
O with is it the letter O?
O Snow Bro.
Oh, okay.
O Snow Bro.
Oh.
Snow Bro.
Okay, I found it now. Wait, you were live yesterday? You have 18...
There's no fucking S. O Snow Bro. Are you stupid?
Well, now I found it. Okay, no drama. Do not feed trolls and no toxicity. We're very Mary Jane.
I still don't hear about the bot being removed.
Dog, I love this shit. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. That shit's tight. That's tight. If you know what I mean. Don't be a narc. No bullying, racist, homophobic, or derogatory comments. Be respectful and courteous. Respect the mods. If they tell you to stop, stop. If you don't disagree, it's beyond my power at that point. No trash talking, disrespecting other streamers. Learn to leave it in the game. No spamming. No political discussions. Please keep this a safe space for all. The Ghost enjoys gaming with you guys. They'll allow you to join a game once a week. No more chat spamming if you can join. You will be muted from chat. Have fun. Be your best selves. Just try not to be little gremlins. We stream every day, baby. Usually in the afternoon to midnight. That's in between the time frame of 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. New York and Jamaica Eastern Time. Yo, Snow Bro, why does it say that you were live yesterday? Are you going to stream today?
Yeah, I was live yesterday. And I saw your clip that you clipped 4 days ago, and that shit pissed me the fuck off because I've been trying to message you for how long, and you keep ducking me. So now I'm here in your fucking face.
Dude, stream again and I'll clip your shit.
Please do it again.
All right, well, start streaming. I can't do it if you're not streaming, son. Just,
Please fucking do it again, Robbie.
Doug, just stream. Just stream.
I'm telling you, I'm recording all this shit.
Good. Good. That's what I want, dog. This is content, baby. This is gold.
No, you're a fucking piece of shit is what you are.
Winter, we love you, dog. Winter, you want to be friends?
I don't want to be your friend, buddy.
Let's be best friends. Winter, let's be best friends. I love all the shit that you love. I love Michael Jackson. I love Michael Jordan.
What you care about, brother? We are not the same.
What number did Michael Jordan wear? He wore 4 numbers, dog. He wore 4 numbers. What were the 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore? Dude, it's a Michael Jordan trivia.
Oh, so we use racism now.
No, Michael Jordan wore the number 23. He wore the number 45. People don't know this.
You want to say this shit?
I like Michael Jordan, and I'm teaching you something about your...
Shut your bitch ass up.
Hey, I'm teaching you about Michael Jordan, okay? He wore...
I don't give a fuck about Michael Jordan. The only reason you're breaking that up is because I'm black.
No, it's in your...
Get the fuck out of here.
It's in your profile.
Nigga, what's up? Michael Jordan is not in my fucking profile.
Oh, Snow Bro? You're are
You're
you
fucking retarded.
are you Oh Snow Bro? Hold on. Are you Oh Snow Bro? Is this
Mary Jane. Stupid.
is this you, Oh Snow Bro?
Weed. You fucking retard. I also said don't be a narc.
Oh yeah, so that is you. So it says we're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, and Michael Jordan friendly.
I said can read. So what the fuck are you doing?
What are you talking about? You don't like Michael Jordan.
Why am I giving a fuck about Michael Jordan?
It says in your profile, we're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. What am I missing here?
God, that shit says Michael Jackson friendly. Is this nigga retarded?
It says Michael Jordan friendly.
Oh damn. Oh my god, wow. I care?
Okay, so I'm asking you, what 4 numbers did Michael Jordan
Why
wear?
are you asking me about Michael Jordan when I'm not even specifically talking about Michael Jordan?
What other Michael Jordan are you talking about in your profile?
You pointed on Twitch, you fucking dumbass.
Dog, I'm reading. You want me to read it again? Here we go. Rules. No drama. Do not feed trolls and no toxicity. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. If you know what I mean.
Michael Jordan friendly. What would I possibly be fucking talking about, retard?
That you like Michael Jordan in the 1990s Bulls?
Yeah, thank you for telling people how much of a dumbass you really are.
What 4 numbers did Michael Jordan wear over the course of his career?
Please go on. I don't give a fuck about Michael Jordan, brother. Please go on.
Why does it say Michael Jordan in your profile?
Please go on with your idiocy.
Okay, so Michael Jordan wore number 23.
Walk off of my channel and other people's channels.
Doug, do you want to hear why?
You subhuman piece of trash.
Do you want to know why Michael Jordan wore the numbers he wore?
You subhuman trash.
Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? It says that you stream every day, and you didn't stream today. It says last live yesterday. You have 18 followers. I'm gonna up that, baby. I'll get you 36 followers today, son. Just start streaming. All you need to do is start streaming, baby. Baby. All you need to do is start streaming. Baby. All you need to do is start streaming. Dude, Winter, are we best friends? Are we best friends? Dog, I love Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan. I love Michael Jordan, dog. Do you know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore?
It is crazy. Like I can keep this up forever.
I can too, baby. I can do. I've been doing this for 3.5 years. You can't even stream today, son. You can't even stream today, son. Dog, all day long. I love this. You have no idea. This brings me joy. This brings me inner joy. Let's talk Michael Jordan. I love this. Winter, you're one of my favorite people I've ever met on the internet, dog. I love you. I can't believe we're such good friends. Dog, I can't believe we're such good friends. Dog, I can't believe we're such good friends. Are we best friends now? Are we best friends? Do you like the Supremes? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Dog, are we best friends? Are we best friends? That's my question for you. Winter, that's my question for you. Winter, are we best friends? 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 Are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? Are we best friends?
You sat there and talked about Christianity and Judaism. Like, bro, shut your dumb ass. You don't even know half the shit that you're saying.
Okay.
You said everybody's agnostic. Like, shut up.
That's absolutely true.
We're not best friends.
Okay, we're best friends.
Stop using bots.
We're best friends. Winter, are we best friends?
Stop using bots. You subhuman trash.
Are we best friends?
Stop using. We're not best friends. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't care who you are. Stop using
You
bots.
obviously do. Doug, I'm living rent free in your head.
Stop using bots.
Winter, I'm living rent free in your head, baby. Winter,
It's not rent-free.
rent free, baby. Rent free. Big dog. Rent free, baby. Rent free. Winter, are we best friends? Winter, Winter, are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? Winter, we're the best. Winter, I can't believe how much you love me. Winter, dude, you love me so much. Winter, you love me. Winter, Winter, when are you gonna start streaming, son? When are you gonna start streaming? When are you gonna start streaming? Winter, when are you gonna start streaming? Winter, Winter, we're waiting for you to stream. We're waiting for you to stream.
Is that what your friend just said? He said that he wanted to suck you off just now. That was weird. You're a rabbi. Get the fuck out of here. Why are you here? What is your life? What do you do here?
Winter.
You just sit here and watch this nigga all day.
Winter, are we best friends? When are you gonna start streaming? Winter, can you please start streaming so I can clip you? Winter, please start streaming so I can clip you. Winter, please start streaming so I can clip you.
I'm talking to you. Stop talking to me. What did you say to you? What's his name? Havens? What did you say? Don't say with your chest. Fucking good.
Yeah, I said you have a new clip on your kick channel. I think the box struck again.
They're so fucking funny. It's so easy to remove you bitches though.
That's so funny. Oh, tight. You don't even have to be streaming to clip you. Doug, I'll just clip you all fucking day because I love you, Winter. Everybody loves you. Winter, you're the man. Winter, I can't believe we're such good friends. Like, truthfully, maybe...
How easy it is to report that shit.
Oh, wow.
I'm just telling y'all to stop fucking doing the bullshit that you're doing on the smaller streamer channels. It makes no fucking sense.
We're just trying to get
Why
you...
are you doing it?
We're just trying to get you some influence, dog.
I don't want your fucking influence, dog. I can get it myself. I don't need help from you or any other bitch-ass nigga in here.
Do you like Michael Jordan?
We're gonna be a trillionaire.
Exactly. Winter, we're going to make you a trillionaire. Winter,
This is gonna be a trillionaire or nothing. The fuck?
Winter, are we best friends now? Have you calmed down? Are we good friends now?
Shut up. Stop saying that.
You want to be...
Shit.
Winter, do you want to be pen pals?
No, not really.
Oh, but maybe?
No.
Winter, I love you, man. I love you. I love your tenacity. I love everything about you. Winter, I love everything about you. Everything. I love your tenacity. I love your fortitude. I love your drive. Winter, you got that dog in you. I love it, dog. You're amazing. Winter, you're amazing. Winter, you're amazing. Winter.
You disgust me.
Thank you, dog.
Human garbage.
Hey, dude. I heard you the first time. Thank you. Are we best friends now? Are we best friends? Did we just become best friends?
Shut up.
Winter, did we just become best friends?
No, the fuck we didn't.
Why not?
Because you're a piece of shit and subhuman garbage. You said you heard me the first time. Why do you keep asking me dumb questions?
Do you want to know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore during his career?
No, the fuck I don't.
Why do you say you like Michael Jordan and you're about?
I like weed. I smoke weed. I do drugs.
That's tight.
That's the only thing I'm talking about.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up about Michael Jordan.
It's in your profile.
I don't give a fuck what's in my profile. I already explained myself to you, and you're still being a fucking retard.
Okay, so let's get down to brass tacks. Are we best friends?
Fuck you and your best tax. I am not your friend.
Okay, no, I didn't say friend. I said best friend.
I am not your best friend.
Why
you
not?
Fucking piece of shit. Look
Why
at,
aren't
look
we?
at how I made him crack too. He said, "Fuck it." I'm like, oh, this nigga will curse. He actually heard. Oh damn, I'm feeling good enough.
Why are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up. I am not your best friend.
Winter, did you like the clip?
No, I did not like the clip.
Why not?
And now you're sitting here trying to troll me to piss me off even further, and it's not really working. I can just remove the clip. It's so easy.
Winter.
I can also report you guys for doing this shit. It's so easy.
Okay, do it. You don't think I
So
get
please continue.
dozens of accounts banned a day? Winter, thank you so much for being such good friend. Thank you so much for being such a good friend. Winter, thank you so much for being such a good friend. You're one of
your friend.
you. Right, we're best friends.
We're not best friends.
You're the bestest of friends, dog. It's like I'm Michael Jackson, and you are like Michael Jordan. We are just fucking dominating the 90s.
He called himself, "You will never be MJ, don't ever."
Rabbi, do you
Get treadmill before you call yourself
Winter, thank you so much for being best friends with me.
like the mind control type of massage type of technique?
Yeah, this is actually, they teach you this.
They
They teach you this. The first day of joining massage, they teach you all these comebacks. Here's a good one. Cool story, bro. That's a great one. Here's another one. I know you are, but what am I? That's another good one. Some of my other favorite ones, though, are we're best friends. Winter, we're best friends. We are the bestest of friends. Winter, I'm wearing you down. I'm wearing you down to the point where we're going to start doing dual streams together. We're best friends, man. We're best friends.
Would be me leaving and giving up. And
Dog. Dog. Winter, when's your next stream? Winter, when's your next stream? You're not. I've been doing this for 3.5 years, dog. I'll do it for another 3.5 years and have one more viewer than I had previously. Winter, are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends?
Keep the dick out your mouth, gay.
Winter, when did we become best friends? Like, at what moment did you know we were best friends? I'll wait.
Never.
No, Doc, we're best friends. We're not just friends. We're best friends. What do you like about Michael Jackson? What do you like about Michael Jackson?
Nothing.
Why not?
I don't even like the way he's coming out your fucking mouth, dog. Bro, stop fucking talking to me about, like, people I actually genuinely care about. And I wasn't even talking about them. I was just specifically talking about weed. You're actually an idiot.
I'm going to read your about to everybody once again. It says rules. No drama. Do not feed trolls and no toxicity. That's what you're doing right now. You're feeding me. I'm eating that shit up like pudding. Here we go. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jordan, very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. If you know what I mean. What do you mean by if you know what I mean?
From going off of my streams, he keeps going on other people's channels through a bot, apparently, allegedly, to clip shit and send them to his garbage content.
100%. That's 100.
I'm here just to end all that. Just to end all that's a fallacy. I'm like,
no, you're 100% right. 1,000% right, dog.
Okay, cool.
But we just became best friends, and I want to know at what point during our conversation did you think that we became best friends? Because I'll tell you, it was when we were talking about Michael Jordan, and I was like, do you know...
I'm telling you, and you're like, oh, we're best friends.
Dog, do you know the 4 numbers? Dog, do you know the 4 numbers that Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog.
The installation is like fixed rate.
Dog, are we best friends?
Dog, you're good.
Are we best friends? Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes or no? Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes or no? Are we best friends? 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 Black girls didn't make up clapping. Clapping's been around forever. Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? I love you too, dog. I love you. I love you, Winter. Winter, I can't wait till you stream. I'm going to be... Can you mod me? Can you mod me? Winter, can you mod me? Winter, can you mod me? Winter, you love me. You fucking love me. Dog, nobody else would give you this much time. No one else would give you this much time. You love me. Winter, you love me, and you know it. You know it. Winter, you love me. You love me. Winter, you love me. You love me. You love me so much that you let me live rent-free in your head. You let me live rent-free in your head. And I appreciate that. Winter, thank you. Winter, what's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Winter, what's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Winter, Winter, I just asked you a question. What's your favorite Michael Jackson song?
When this video comes out, I'm not linking your channel, but I will definitely be showing your ugly face.
That's cool, dog. I want everybody out there to know that I'm amazing. You can follow me on YouTube and on Discord and everywhere else. Dog. And also, Winter and I are best friends. I want everybody to know that Winter and I are best friends. Winter, at what point... Will you at least send me the... Winter, will you at least send me the video that you're going to post?
Hell to the fuck no. Why would I do that?
Because I'm a pimp with a big dick?
Oh, damn, you're actually retarded.
Winter, at what point did you decide that we were best friends? I'll wait.
Are you deaf or something?
No, I'm asking you a question, and I'm waiting for an answer. At what point during our conversation, did you decide that we were best friends? At what point, dog? At what point?
Can you hear correctly?
I can hear you loudly and clearly, baby. At what point during our conversation?
Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, time. When I said never, I am not your fucking friend.
I know. We're best friends. That's the key. We're not just friends. We are best friends.
Oh my God.
Winter. Winter.
Sanchez, Audie,
Winter.
Alexander. I feel bad for you, okay?
Winter. They love me. You love me. We're best friends, baby. Winter. Winter. We're best friends. Winter. We're best friends. Winter. We're best friends. At what point did you decide that we were best friends? That's all I want to know. I know, we're best friends. We went from not knowing each other straight to best friends. It's very rare. Dog. I got time too, baby. I'm going to do this for another...
24-hour stream.
Yeah.
I want to see how long you keep this shit 24 hours. Let's get it.
I stop it every 12 hours, but I stay in the Discord 24 hours.
Stop every 12 hours? I'll stay in the Discord 24 hours. Oh, I bet. Your niggas must love hearing me then.
Oh,
I'll be here every fucking day.
That's what we want, man. More people, more the merrier. Especially if they're my best friend. Winter.
That's all I'm doing.
Winter, you do all this because somebody clipped your stream? You wild, son.
No, because you clipped my stream, not somebody. You and your fuck ass bot.
How many times have I ever clipped your stream? How many times have I ever clipped your stream? I'm asking you a question. How many times have I ever clipped your stream?
You fuck ass nigga, and I answered it. I'm not answering all the dumbass questions. Stop fucking clipping my channel.
Are we best friends? I think we are. Now, at what point during our conversation did we become...
Stop clipping my fucking channel. Stop clipping my fucking channel. You subhuman garbage. Stop clipping my channel.
Dog, I'm gonna clip it even harder. I'm gonna clip it even harder. I'm gonna sit there all fucking day and just clip.
You and the rest of your fuck ass friends.
Yo, dog, do you like Michael Jackson?
Stop clipping my channel.
Do you like Michael Jackson? Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Are we best friends?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
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 Go fuck yourself.
Dog, do you like Michael Jackson? Because let me just put it to you this way. You're Michael Jackson, and I'm Bubbles, the chimpanzee. Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? 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 Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is?
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
You're Michael Jackson. I'm Bubbles the chimpanzee, and this is the Concorde. And you bought me an extra seat. This is wonderful. Winter, I love you, man. I love you. I love your tenacity. Dog, you're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. Everybody loves you. Winter, everybody loves you. You love me. You just said I love you. These words just came out of your mouth. I love you. You just said I love you. I just heard 3 words come out of your mouth. I love you. I love you. Dog, this is the best content I've ever had. This is fire content, dog. Winter, do you know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog, do you know what numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog, do you know what numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? This is fire content, dog. I've never had better content. This is the best, dog. This is the best. This is the best. I've never had better content than this. This is the best content. This is the best This is the best content. This is the best content. We're best friends. Winter, Rabbi. We are best fucking friends, dog. Best friends. Best friends. Dog. We're best friends. We're best friends. Best friends. Not just friends. Best friends. We are best friends. Dog. We are best friends. We are best friends. We are best friends. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Winter, do you love me? Do you love me? Winter, this is the best. I've never had a better time with anyone in my entire life. This is the best. This is the best. I love this. This is the best, most fire content anyone's ever had in the history of humankind. This is wonderful. I love it. You love it. Everybody loves it. I can't believe we're best friends. We are best friends. Dog. Thank you so much for being one of my best friends. Thanks, dog. Thanks. Thanks, baby. Thanks. I like it. This is the remix of Go Fuck Yourself. This is the remix. There you go. I like the remix more. But that's cool, dog. That's cool. So are we best friends now? Winter, are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? And if so, during what aspect of our discussion did you have the realization that we were best friends? Dog, are we best friends? Are we best friends? Did you have to clear yourself because you had cum in it? Hey, dog, did you have to clear your throat because you had cum in it? Dog, are we best friends? Are we best friends, dog? Dog. Here's my question. Are we best friends now? Winter, you love me. Winter, do you know what the mere exposure effect is? You're showing it right now, dog. I'm living rent-free in your fucking head. Winter, mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Winter and Rabbi are best friends. 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 Yo, what up, Havens?
Shut your dumb ass up. Anyways, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck. You can order me. I'm not do anything you do because you're fucking old.
Winter, are we best friends now? Winter.
Go fuck yourself. And I hope you'll keep me in here because I'll be in here
every day. Every day I want you in here. Winter, I never want you to leave. Is he?
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Winter, do you love me? Winter, do you love me? Winter,
yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Winter, do you like the Supremes? Winter, do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Wait, go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Do you like fucking yourself?
Do you like the Supremes?
Do you like fucking yourself?
Are we best friends?
Do you like fucking yourself?
Are we best friends?
Do you have intercourse with yourself often?
Are we best friends?
Do you fuck yourself often?
Are we best friends?
Do you fuck children?
Oh, don't talk about that.
Yes, you do.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, so you can't marry me. But I know you do.
Are we best friends?
Do you fuck children?
Are we best friends?
Do you have unsolicited texts with minors?
No. Are we best friends?
You definitely do.
Are we best?
Right here, brother.
Are we best friends? No, you don't.
I got the leaks right here, man.
Okay. Are we best
I
friends?
get fucked up minors.
Are we best friends?
Dude, it's not for hours.
Are we best friends?
Minors, children.
Are we best friends? Are we best friends?
You fuck kids, bro.
Dog, I don't let people say that I do that because I don't do that. It was all cool until you want to bring up untrue things, and that's not cool. We can play all you want, but I'm not going to sit here and let you blast like that. So keep talking all you want. We're going to watch Professor Henry Abramson. Oh, it was good. It was very good. I love it. I love it.
An orgasm twice.
We joined the same way he did by finding a clip, and he's like, "You guys are assholes and idiots because you joined the same way I did."
Right. Exactly. All right. So we're going to let him do that until he wears himself out.
Long to get to the material. So the material tonight is about Avraham ibn Ezra, one of the most famous of the Andalusian poets, and a great commentary on the Bible, and also a phenomenal scientist, as we shall see. Tonight, the new stuff that I haven't done in previous classes is going to be primarily on his astrology, which is absolutely fascinating. I was really spellbound by it. Let's just do a little bit more of the delay stuff, the good and welfare that we have to explain. What's going on? First of all, thank you to our sponsor. This is Chel Boded, Arkansas. You'll recall he's sponsored classes in the past. He's actually I believe he's a major in the U.S. Army, and he prefers to remain anonymous. He's a big fan of these lectures. He uses the term Chel Boded, meaning like a Chayal Boded, a lone soldier, because
nobody's going to clip his stream
in honor,
if it worked
I'm
for
proud to
us.
say, of my son, who is a lone soldier in Israel. And he wishes us the best, Shana Tova, for more online programs. Also important, good and welfare. Next week in this room, we have the book
100%.
launch of my new book, which I'm really very proud of. It is a historical analysis of the Holocaust writings of Rabbi Kalonimus Kalman Shapiro, the Eish Kodesh, also known as the Piaseczna Rebbe. This is an absolutely amazing story of spiritual courage in the Holocaust, and I look forward very much to sharing it with you in this room. We will have some food, and we'll have some music, and we'll have an opportunity to speak about his tremendous heroism. And by the way, this week, around the world, it's amazing the surge of interest in this 20th century master. I went to an event on Saturday night. There's an event tomorrow night in Williamsburg. There's a major event in Heichal Shlomo in Yerushalayim on Wednesday night. And of course, our event here next Monday night. These are all surrounding the Yortzeit, or the death anniversary of the Rebbe, which, based on German records of the massacres in the camp known as Travniki, and a few witnesses who claim to have seen him killed, he was either killed on tomorrow or tonight, really, Daled Cheshvan or Hey Cheshvan, but we don't know for absolutely sure which day he was killed. But it was at this time. It's the 74th year since his murder, and it's a great honor to be able to speak about him Monday night. Also kind of cool, we won't talk about it too much tonight, but the Sephardic lectures have actually been getting a tremendous amount of attention. I'm really pleased, and I've been asked to lead a tour to Spain and Portugal this summer. So we're going to go, see, here's my name. I put a big arrow with the word yay over here. It's on the Douro River. We're going to sail from Lisbon into mainland Spain and take a lot of stops along the way. And it's going to be a really fantastic deluxe trip. I certainly, I'll send you more stuff on the internet about what it is, but I think it'll be a really amazing opportunity to learn about this history in situ as opposed to here in the holy city of Brooklyn. Okay. Let's go. One more detail about tonight's lecture. A thank you to Dr. Shlomo Sella, who is my major source for today, my major news source beyond what I've used in previous lectures. He wrote some amazing monographic studies of Ibn Ezra's science, which is way above my head. Even though it's like 800 years old, it's still science that's hard for me to understand. But it is fascinating, especially the unique nexus of the Hebraic content of his science and the history of Jews in the transmission of Greek and Arabic culture into the Western European world. So most of the new material in this class really comes from his amazing work. I highly recommend his studies. They're absolutely fascinating. Okay, so let's begin with what we know about Avraham ibn Ezra.
It's kind of
he is
wild
a very close contemporary of Yehuda Halevi, who we spoke about last week, and in fact, they were related by marriage. Beautiful Hebrew term. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this term, mechutan or mechuten, which means the one with which I am related through marriage. From chatuna is marriage in Hebrew. Chassan is groom, and we don't have this word in English. You know, like people like the parents of my sons-in-law are my mechutanim. I have a relationship with them, even though there's no blood relationship. So he was mechuten to Yehuda Halevi. Ibn Ezra's son married Yehuda Halevi's daughter. We saw last week how poorly that ended when Yitzchak ben Avraham ibn Ezra decided to leave his wife and stay in Egypt rather than go back to Spain. It ended even worse, as we shall see shortly. He eventually ended up converting to Islam, which was, to use the Arabic word ashanda at the time. But we'll speak about that in due time. But Abraham, the father, was, like Yehuda Halevi, came from the Christian north, most likely from Tudela, the same town as Yehuda Halevi. And then he made his way to southern Spain, to Cordova, and possibly Granada as well. He was then driven out of the region in the 1140s with the Almohad invasion. You'll recall we spoke about these two groups of Berber Muslims who come up from the south, and they impose an altogether more rigid Orthodox interpretation of Islam upon the much more cosmopolitan and tolerant Andalusian Muslim culture. When I say Orthodox in this sense, I mean not in the Jewish Orthodox, which in Brooklyn is of course synonymous with very good, superlative, excellent, things like that. So in this sense of Orthodox, in the sense of orthos, doxos, one way meaning my way or the highway. So they were very, very strict. They did not agree with the Andalusian tolerance of drinking alcohol, which is itself forbidden to Muslims, but also drinking alcohol with Christians and with Jews, with the tolerance of Jews in high positions of authority, like we looked at Shmuel Hanagid and other figures like that. And so there was a period of intense persecution where the Jews who had enjoyed up until this point, until the 1140s, a relatively secure existence, they were driven out of southern Spain. A large number went to the Christian north,
one thing I did not understand
over the Pyrenees into what would be France. Others, like the Maimon family, with their son Moses, made their way across North Africa, then to Egypt. And in the case of Ibn Ezra, he made his way to Italy, and then to France, and then ultimately to England, where he most likely passed away.
I'm going to watch his stream
ironically, although he was a very gifted poet, and I would like to read you some of his poetry momentarily, and that's kind of like the way in which so many of these Andalusian Jews made their fame. He really came into his own in his 50s when he was in exile, when he was forced to stop communicating in an Arabic cultural environment and had to translate much of his knowledge into a Jewish environment in Europe where they did not have access to Arabic learning. And he had to begin to express himself much more extensively in Hebrew, which turned out to be, ironically, the very linguistic fact that saved much of his knowledge. So let's get a sense of his poetic sense, of his poetic sensibility, because that's where he started from intellectually. And you'll also get a feel for his unique personality, quite acerbic.
Dog,
Actually, it's ironic I should tell you that joke about the tsunami, because it really is an Ibn Ezra-esque kind of joke. That's a great word, Ibn Ezra-esque. I just have to say it faster so it sounds like I didn't plan and make it up. Ibn Ezra-esque. Ibn Ezra-esque. All right, okay, here we go. Here's a poem that is really exemplary of his poetry of exile, describing his feelings after having been exiled from Spain. Lament for Andalusian Jewry. This is, by the way, the brilliant translations of Peter Cole. Calamity came upon Spain from the skies.
I know.
And my eyes pour
see
forth their streams
I bet
of
it's
tears.
amazing.
I moan like an owl for the town of Lucena, where exile dwelled, guiltless and strong, for 1,070 years unchanged. Of course, the Andalusian Jews believed that they had originally come with the exiles from Jerusalem. So 1,070 years means, since the exile from the destruction of the temple in the first century. Until the day that she was expelled, leaving her like a widow, forlorn, deprived of the scriptures and the books of the law, and as the house of prayer took folly in. Some men murdered, and others sought shelter. For this I weep and mourning wail, if only my head were a fountain of water. I shave my head and bitterly keen for Seville's martyrs and sons who were taken, as daughters were forced into strangeness of faith. Cordoba's ruined like the desolate sea, its nobles and sages have perished in hunger. There are no Jews left in Jaén, Mallorca, Malaga, and Almeria. All traces of life are gone, and those who survived were beaten down. For this I wail in my grief and mourn, for they have melted away like water. This is a hard one.
Let's see what he's got to say.
I groan in distress.
Yo, dog.
City of sages, whose light barred darkness.
Again.
Its pillar of Talmud was
toppled
and broken. Its Mishnah was trampled, cursed, and crushed. The upright were slaughtered, and no one was spared. Fez was raised, and its brethren butchered. Talmes and splendor shines no more. Fermeknes and Queta, my cry is bitter.
I
put on sackcloth and mourn. Their blood on the Sabbath.
Yo, Pimp, what's up, baby?
What
How you living, Winter?
Or possibly...
You fuck children for a living. That's all you.
Okay, so he's gonna say that. I'm not gonna let him talk because that's absolutely fake.
He's looking for a way out. He's looking for a way out.
Word, dog. Debate me. Don't make false accusations. 100%. That was fun though. I wonder how long he's gonna take to give up. Did he just give up?
Yeah, I think he's gonna give up. I mean, he already gave up mentally. He already gave up physically.
Oh, there he is. There he is. What up, Pimp? All this because I clipped his stream. This is a little extreme. I didn't even do it, dog. It was a bot. It was a bot.
He's a bot. Uncontrollable.
Word, dog. I like that he, knew that I clipped his stream, though. It shows that my clip bot works. Yo, dog, what up? Free publicity. I like it. I like it. Winter, I like it. I like it. Winter, I like it. Winter, do you want to talk? I might have to let him talk. Winter, you want to talk, big dog? Just don't say mean things, and I'll let you talk. What up, pimp? You can talk, dog.
Oh, fucker. Yeah, I don't give a fuck if it's a bot.
Okay. How's your day going? How's your day going? How's your day going, Winter? Winter, when are you going to stream? When are you gonna stream?
When I have to fucking do this bullshit.
Okay, well, when are you gonna stream?
I know what I have to do this bullshit. It's that easy.
Okay, there's no bot on you, Doug. There's no bot on you. There's no.
You base. You child molester. You child molester. I'm seeing all the time.
Calm down. Calm down with those accusations. They're false. And there's not really a way to defend yourself against it. Fun.
Please say, when this is the work
Absolutely.
of my own hand. From God this calamity has come upon me, and now within me my heart's aflame from my soul which is strayed
I like
from
MILFs.
longed-for lands, and silently grieves in her
I like
trouble and
MILFs,
shame.
dog.
She hopes for
That's my
mercy from
jam.
her rock and strength, for refuge beneath his wings' shadow. Whenever she thinks of his name, she revives,
My
though she'll
man
face the hail of her
is
handmaiden's arrows, till the
off
Lord
the
with compassion
chain.
looks down from the skies.
This motherfucker is
So you
off
see, in
the
the very end, there's a
chain.
little bit of a bitter note. It is my own
Two
fault this
chains.
happened, referring to the concept in Jewish theology of mipnei chata'enu, because of our many sins. This has happened to us. We've been in exile. We've been forced to suffer these things. So that's on the darker side of his poetry. Quite often, though, his poems are tempered with a bit of black humor. So here, let's hear some shorter poems that give you a sense of his worldview. Now, let us recall, by the way, I should tell you that when he was exiled, he became tremendously impecunious because
We're
he
gonna walk
made
through
his
the
living,
desert
like
for
so
40
many
years
of
if we
these
have to.
Andalusian poets.
Yo,
He
Winter,
made his
how you
living
living, Pip?
with his Arabic
Winter.
pen by writing poems.
The spirit of the Pharaoh.
Winter.
Channeling the spirit of the Pharaoh.
Yo, Winter, you want to speak? I'll let you speak. Winter. Winter. Winter, you can talk, baby. Winter, you can talk. You can talk. When are you going to stream, Winter? Winter, when are you going to stream? When are you going to stream? Is he coming back?
Moses was born and the Pharaoh was defeated.
Winter. Come on, baby. Talk.
Poems for
We
hire,
can play this
tribute
all
poems,
fucking night,
marriage
dog.
poems, epitaphs,
I really
all
thought we were
kinds of
starting
things
to
like
bond
this.
there.
And when he
We were
was
definitely
exiled
becoming best
from
friends.
the Arabian,
becoming
the
best friends.
Iberian Peninsula, he didn't have any more customer base. So what could he do? He was
I
extremely.
cannot believe he's
he was
so
broke.
pissed off over
And so
one
he has
clip.
a few poems that
It's
really speak to his
ridiculous.
penury. This is one of my favorites. The heavenly spheres and fortune stars veered off course the day I was born. If I were a seller of candles, the sun would never go down. I struggled to manage and even succeed, but I'm
I love your
thwarted by the
tenacity.
stars in the sky.
I love everything
If
about
I were a
you.
dealer in
Winter, I love
shrouds,
everything about you.
no one, as long as I lived,
Winter.
would die.
Winter. I love
If I had a
everything
scheme
about
to
you.
profit from arms
I
and
think you're a
going to
wonderful
war,
person.
all the
think
foes
you're
in the
kind.
world would be friends
I think
and
you're
fight
generous.
no more.
I think you're an
Meaning
absolute
that
sweetheart.
everything goes wrong in his
Thank you
life.
so much,
If he
Winter,
made
for
candles, the
everything
sun
that
would
you
stop
do.
setting. If
Thank you for
he
being
made
so
funeral
kind,
shrouds, people would
and
stop
thank you for
dying.
being
If he
such
made,
a
if
nice
he sold
person.
guns, people would stop
You
fighting.
want to
Like, he
talk,
just
Winter?
can't win.
Winter, do you want to talk? Don't make false accusations. I'll let you talk. What up, pimp? How you living? Winter, how you living? Are we best friends? Are we best friends?
Can you at least be real with me?
Yeah, 100%. What's up?
It wasn't just one clip, bro.
How many clips was
I
it?
wouldn't be acting this way. It was about 10, bro, that I had to remove in the span of 3 months.
Well, that's pretty good.
It wasn't just one clip, bro. No, it's not. None of the clips were doing anything for my channel. You look at the clips, it's just me doing nothing. It's just me playing my game and running around. If you want to make actual clips, how about go to my channel and make those clips? These bots don't do shit for me.
Okay.
Except, but they do something for you. And that's the fucked up part.
Do you want to see my
You're
bot?
doing this to smaller channels and you don't give a fuck.
Do you want to see my bot?
I don't care about your bot. I want it removed.
I know, but let me show it to you. Just one moment, pimp. I'll show you. All right, so I've got. Let me flip it. 5 of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then.
I just want to say, I do respect the grind. I respect the hustle, but if you're just shitting on smaller channels, what's the point?
No, in fact, I shit on much bigger channels most of the time. You just happen to get in the crossfire.
But do you think that's okay?
Yeah, it's free promotion.
That's not okay, brother. And you're actually a piece of shit.
You love me.
I see why you fuck kids.
Dude, calm down with that. Okay, so
I see exactly how you fuck children.
dog, quit with those
I
accusations.
see exactly how you're a molester.
Dude, calm down, dog.
I've been going through your whole shit. I'm seeing.
Dog, I don't do anything like that. If you knew anything about my streams, you would know that I like MILFs. Straight up, big bimbo MILFs. Well, I liked how we were almost friends there for a second. That was really sweet. We were being real with each other. And over the course of the past 3 months, he had to delete like 8 clips. That's incredible.
That's kind of an Ibn Ezra-esque sort of sentiment. It's also especially noteworthy. Let's recall this when we talk about his astrology. So much of this has to do, the stars veered off course, things were set in stone by the celestial heavens and so on. Here's another one that describes his experience trying to put together a few rubles from his poetry. I get up and head to the patron's house, right? Because wealthy people would pay for these poems. I get up and head to the patron's house. I arrive and they tell me he's gone. And then they tell me he's sleeping in the evening when I return. Either he's out on his horse, or else he already turned in. Pity the poor creature born under the sign of
He said he respects the grind.
Once again, referring to himself.
Thanks, baby.
My fortune, my stars have put me in this case. Here's one last one. I'm sorry, I really enjoy these poems. Well, there's 2 more here. I won't read both. There's too many. One of them here, he talks about how his cloak is so full of holes that if a fly were to land on it with its full weight, it would collapse and all kinds of things like that. But here's one talking about his flies as well. Who can I turn to in my distress? The flies have plundered my home. They will not leave me a minute of peace, attacking me fiercely like foes. Across my eyelids and eyes they race. In my ears they recite their poems. Like a pack of hungry wolves they devour my bread when I'm eating alone. And as though I'd ask them over like friends, they take what they want on their own. It seems they're only seeking their share when I offer them lamb and wine. But that, it turns out, isn't enough. They also covet what's mine. If I summon guests to come and dine, at the head of the table they swarm, and so I long for winter, lest I starve because of them. It's cold and rain will wipe them out. Thank God who dwells with the Kruvim. Meaning he's so pleased that in the winter eventually be done with these lice and other flies that torment him. Anyways, you get a sense from these selection of poems, he's like extremely harried. He has no money. He's going from place to place, hoping for wealthy patrons who will pay him for his Arabic-style poetry, and he's just having trouble putting it together. And in fact, he was a person of tremendous brilliance, but he simply could not communicate the old way of life, meaning before he turned 50, into this new cultural environment, and he was forced to turn his attention to something else. And this attention to something else is, as I mentioned earlier, really what was his, the kernel of his success. I do not want to avoid the very obvious fact that he's a deeply religious individual. I mean, you have this sense of humor, you have this dark side. He wrote a few romantic poems, just like Yehuda Levi and Shmuel HaNagid, perhaps maybe not as R-rated as Shmuel HaNagid's, but nevertheless, romantic poems.
1000%.
But he also wrote quite a few beautiful religious poems. I will just read you one of them. Oh my gosh, I read way too much poetry for this class. I mean, I wish Americans would read more poetry in general. But here we go. This one's called To the Soul. Sent down from a luminous fountain of life, drawn from a sacred place and pure, created as one, though not with form, and greater by far than honor or wisdom. Why were you ushered into the world, and then in the dark of the body imprisoned? At first, its sleep seems sweet to you, but in the end, it's hard and bitter. Put the pleasures of time behind you, unless as exile you'd always wander. Consider your glory, for this is your good, to serve the living God in awe. Listen while living within this world, and be bound to the one to come with the Lord. Very deep philosophical, religious musings about the plight of the soul coming into this body and so on. Now, we are going to leave his poetry altogether for the remainder of this class, but I have to take you to just two very difficult poems, one by him and one by his son. As I mentioned earlier, his son went, as they say, off the derech very significantly and eventually became a Muslim. The last story that we have of Yitzchak is that he refused to accompany Yehuda Halevi, his father-in-law, to Israel. They had made it all the way across to Egypt, and they had a falling out there. He says, I'm not going back to my wife in Spain, not going back to my son. I myself am a poet just like you, Schwer. He probably didn't say Schwer because that's a Yiddish word. He probably said father-in-law, whatever that is in Spanish. Abuelo, I don't know. He probably said, suelo? Suegro. Sounds like Schwer. Very good. So suegro, I'm going to make it here big time in Alexandria with my Arabic poetry. It turned out he didn't do so well. He had to wander around as well. He was in Baghdad for a while, Syria, and ultimately he became a Muslim. There are some questions about exactly how that happened, when that happened, and one of these poems here is attributed by some specialists to Ibn Ezra, writing about the conversion of his son to Islam.
It's just he's got to tell me at what point he knew we were best
Other scholars say no, he's not writing about it in this metaphorical sense. He's actually writing about his son after his son died.
Exactly.
Apparently his son predeceased Ibn Ezra. And still other scholars say no, this is a poem for hire.
Like it.
As we've seen before, it's just a poem that he wrote for someone who lost his son. But unlike some of the poetry we've seen before with Yehuda Halevi, it does not have the same immediacy, but it definitely has more, to my mind, than someone who wrote about someone else's son. Anyways, come, Father, approach and mourn, for the Lord your God is distanced from you, your son, your one and only child, Isaac, whom you always loved. You hear the shibutz there, right? The reference to the phrase, the son you love.
It tells me what
Isaac.
I do works.
Quote, I am the man who has witnessed affliction and watched as joy was driven away. The fruit of my loins has been taken from me, words I'd never imagined I'd say. I'd always envisioned him offering comfort and being near me as I aged, but all my labor has been in vain, for I've given birth to my own dismay. And how can I rejoice again when Isaac has breathed his last and died? Moment by bitter moment I weep and send up a mournful cry and lament, thinking of how 3 years ago he died alone in a foreign land, after he'd wandered from place to place. And so my soul for his spirit moaned until I'd be able to bring him home. All night and day alone I grieved. What pain and suffering I knew then. And this is the story of Isaac, my son. Be kind to me now. Bear with me, friends. The comfort you offer adds to my grief. So do not speak of my heart's desire, or even utter his name to me. Time has quenched my final ember. How could it do any worse to me, having decreed my ruin forever, and taken from me the light of my life? Now my flesh and heart are failing, and Isaac's heart gave way when he died. Lord, in whose hands all is held, whose will extends through all creatures, speak to the heart of this grieving father who held your name in awe as a child. Waken the spirit of consolation and let it pass through a heart now broken. He taught with his wife his son to fear you. So would he follow on the path they do. While he was a boy, you set it before him for the sake of your servant, Isaac, their son. Very powerful poem. We also have in the corpus of poetry from Andalusia several of Isaac's poems, The Sun, including this one. And this is the final poem for the evening. I apologize for so many. I just get overwhelmed with how great they are. This is the last one. This is a poem by Yitzchak ibn Ezra, his son, entitled Conversion, which many scholars say represent his late in life regret over his conversion. So in other words, he became a Muslim and then became unmuslimed. Whatever. Here we go. They contend against me for having abandoned the Lord's covenant for godless injustice. But Amram's son in anger destroyed the law's tablets in his disgust, meaning Moses broke the tablets. And the lion, Yehuda, went to Tamar, and Amnon to his sister, a virgin. And David was tried by the Lord and erred beside Bathsheba, like Delilah's Samson. He's referring to all these characters in the Bible who committed very grave, I don't know what the right word is. They definitely transgressed in a very big way, and trying to figure out what that means. And some of the transgressions are hard to understand, and there's a lot of rabbinic commentary, but on the surface level, he's saying, why me? Everyone else has done these things. I never tasted impure food. I always thought it a rotting carcass. And if I tell you the prophet's mad, meaning Muhammad, but acknowledge him with every blessing, my mouth speaks, but my heart replies, you're lying again and bearing false witness. I've sought the shadow of the presence's wing and ask of you now, my Lord, forgiveness. Okay. Also really fantastic, fascinating stuff. I wish we had more time to explore. But let us go back to where we are with Ibn Ezra. He referred to himself, as always, Abraham Hasfaradi, like Moses Maimonides referred to himself as Hasfaradi. And this is perhaps, in many ways, the beginnings of the very well established, cemented Sephardi ideology. We should bear in mind that unlike almost every other Jewish sub-ethnic group, it's only the Sephardim who really retained their specific identity as an ethnic group for so long in Jewish history. I mean, I'm a Litvak and Lithuanian Jew, but I don't know if my grandchildren or great-grandchildren will really think of themselves as Litvaks. They may think of themselves as, I don't know, Canucks, because, we had a few generations in Canada. But will they really think of themselves as Litvaks? I don't know. But Sephardim really stick close to this idea, and you can see it early on that he refers to him always as Hasfaradi, the Sephardic one, the Spaniard, because he spent, of course, most of his life in Europe. Okay, let's look at his biblical commentary, which is absolutely fascinating, astounding, and completely surprising. As you shall see here, he is one of the most important of the classical biblical commentaries. This is a copy or a page from a book called the Mikraot Gedolot, the Great Scriptures, which is kind of like the standard, traditional, I won't say exactly critical edition, but the primary reference edition of the Bible that you'll find in scholarly Jewish homes. And there's a number of commentators that are always represented in Mikraot Gedolot, regardless of whoever publishes it. You will always have Rashi there. You always have Ramban, Nachmanides. There are a few that will definitely be there. And then depending on the printing, you may have a few others that are included or not included. Ibn Ezra is one of the commentaries that is always included. You can see here he is. Ibn Ezra is central to the traditional interpretation of the Bible, and he's included with the greatest of the greats in terms of their commentaries. This is extremely surprising in many ways because he differs so dramatically with his peers. Sometimes with tremendous disrespect, apparently, referring to his contemporaries as fools, as blockheads, as ignoramuses, speaking of them in very contemptuous terms and dismissing their arguments in a manner that really wouldn't be tolerated in the yeshivas today, in my humble opinion. And moreover, more significantly, he says a lot of really controversial things. So much so that in many yeshivas, even though he has pride of place in Mikraot Gedolot, the systematic study of Ibn Ezra is discouraged. Because when you study Ibn Ezra, you will come up against some very difficult hashkafic, philosophical problems. Nevertheless, because of those philosophical problems, he actually inspired the composition of more than 3 dozen super commentaries, meaning he's writing a commentary on the Bible, and more than 36 other rabbis have written commentaries on his. And how do we solve this problem that he brought up, and so on? Very, very, perhaps more than any other of the traditional commentaries, including Rashi, including Ramban, Ibn Ezra is the one that inspired the most super commentary activity. That's just an indicative of his provocative nature. Here is perhaps why he got such a big start in the modern era. This is Baruch Spinoza, one of the most challenging figures of the early modern age. He was a Jew who advanced a series of theological notions. He's actually a Sephardi as well, living in the Netherlands at the time, who challenged a lot of core theological notions. In his theological-political Tractatus, he praised Ibn Ezra and said of him, Ibn Ezra, a man of enlightened intelligence and no small learning, was the first, so far as I know, to treat of this opinion. Now, what is this opinion that Spinoza is talking about and attributing it to Ibn Ezra? It's essentially the idea that there was human involvement in the composition of the Torah, that the Torah was influenced by historical factors. People other than Moses wrote the Torah, and this is like an earth-shattering idea that eventually would mature into the Wellhausian school of biblical criticism and so on. I will look at one example of where he gets this. Many hold that Spinoza was way off base in terms of how he assessed Ibn Ezra, but I will leave it to you to judge that. Here is another figure who's perhaps not so much on the kosher v'yosher list of Orthodox Jews, Abraham Geiger, widely considered the founder of the Reform movement. This is the beginning of the 19th century. It was more of a grassroots movement than a movement with a single leader who kind of directed which way it went. But nevertheless, Geiger wrote of Ibn Ezra, "Is it then any wonder that everywhere one readily takes him as a member of his own sect?" Which is true. If you go into an Orthodox synagogue and you say Ibn Ezra, people say, "Oh, Ibn Ezra, fascinating." You know, you can cite an Ibn Ezra in the greatest yeshivas of Yerushalayim, of Lakewood, even here in Brooklyn. You can cite Ibn Ezra, and you can also go to Reform temples, and you can talk about Ibn Ezra as if he was some kind of proto-Geiger figure several hundred years before the Reform movement was born. How is it possible that one person can be the genesis of such a diverse world of opinion? We have to agree with Geiger that he's surprised, like I am, that so many people claim Ibn Ezra as their intellectual ancestor. So let's look at one passage, this mysterious passage on Deuteronomy 34:1. This Deuteronomy 34:1, if you're familiar with the numbers there, you realize we're at the very end of the Torah. And this describes Moses, gives a last admonition to the Jewish people. He has a flight of poetry. And then there's a description of how he goes up to the Mount Nebo and he looks out over the Holy Land, and then he dies and he is buried there. So Ibn Ezra just says flat out, what happened to the last 12 verses of the Torah, which describe after Moses' death? And Ibn Ezra says simply straight out, Joshua wrote them, not Moses. Someone else wrote them. Of course, all the other commentators and the super commentators go to town on Ibn Ezra, saying, no, it can't be like that. Didn't you read Rashi? Rashi was before Ibn Ezra. Rashi writes, and he's quoting the Gemara, it's not a secret. Is it possible that Moshe died and he wrote and Moshe died? If he's dead, how could he write that Moshe died? Rather, up to this point, Moshe wrote, and afterward Joshua wrote. Rabbi Meir said another opinion, like in other words, this is essentially Ibn Ezra's opinion. Then Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir is a Talmudic rabbi, is it possible that the Torah should be missing anything? Meaning we call it Torah's Moshe, right? The Torah of Moshe, and we believe that it is whole and complete and authoritative. So really what it means is, according to Rabbi Meir, rather the Blessed One spoke, telling Moshe what to write down, and Moshe wrote with tears, meaning Moshe did in fact, he did write what was dictated to him, and Moses died there and was buried and so on. No one knows where his grave is and so on. So we do have a traditional approach, but if you look at his passage on Deuteronomy 34:1, that's not the only passage he refers to. He says in that passage, if you know the secret of the 12, and he's referring to the last 12 verses of the Torah, and then he lists about 5 or 6 other places in the Torah where the text itself seems to imply a chronological gap, meaning there's a reference in the text that it doesn't seem it could have been written logically at the time that it said it would be written. In other words, and you can look at it yourself and you can puzzle over it with you. I don't want to take too much time with it. But he's pointing, according to Spinoza, he's pointing to the idea that the Torah was possibly written by other people at other times and put together. That seems like a big stretch for reading Ibn Ezra. But the very idea that the Torah may have had some kind of, multiple stages in history, which is an anathema kind of concept to traditional Judaism, is nevertheless where a lot of the non-Orthodox movements look to Ibn Ezra as their intellectual parent. There's, of course, 36 plus commentaries that will tell you it's not so in Ibn Ezra, but the fact that you need 36 plus commentaries says something about the degree of controversy that he inspired. And this is where Ibn Ezra really comes into his own. By the way, his biblical commentaries, he would not even have written them had he not been forced into exile. Because what happened is, when he was living in the Iberian Peninsula, he was making his living with Arabic poetry. When he got into Christian lands and he hung out in the Jewish communities there, nobody was interested in those things. But he was an educated guy. He had literary skills. They wanted something, so he started writing Hebrew manuscripts, including his biblical commentary. Because he was so poor, he often sold those copies that he wrote, including the original copies that he kept for himself. And so we actually have multiple versions of many of these books, which he was forced to rewrite from memory over time. But included in this period of his life, when he's writing biblical commentary, he's also taking his scientific knowledge that he acquired in Andalus and is now transmitting it into a Jewish environment in Hebrew, making it possible for Jews to study the far more advanced civilization that the Arabs had. Their science could not be compared at all to the Christian science of the day. And so Ibn Ezra was this kind of cultural transmitter. One of the most popular things he wrote, and it was like kind of the hot topic for much of the literature of a couple of hundred years before and after, was a manual on how to use an astrolabe. Here's a medieval Muslim astrolabe shown here. It's essentially a device that measures the inclination of the various stars and planets and the sun. It can be used in navigation. It can be used in measurement of vast distances. It's like essentially a pocket calculator, when nothing like this had existed before. But as you can see, it's not a very simple looking instrument to use. So there were many manuals written on how to use astrolabes. Also, they had to be, because they deal with constellations, they had to be personalized for particular areas. If you had an astrolabe that was made for Baghdad, it would not be very useful in London, because all of the various celestial positions changed when you moved that far west or east in latitude. So these manuals for astrolabes were written in many languages at the time. Even Chaucer wrote a manual on how to use an astrolabe. He didn't actually finish it, but there's one passage that's quoted in the source that I referred to earlier that says, "These true conclusions in English," meaning he's writing a manual in English for the astrolabe, "as well as sufficeth to these noble Greeks, these same conclusions in Greek, and to Arabians in Arabic, and to Jews in Hebrew, and to the Latin folk in Latin." Obviously, this was written before spell check. Or maybe we say after spell check, like when you're typing on your iPhone. That would be a funny line. Chaucer wrote this whole passage on his iPhone. At any rate, what's very interesting about this particular passage, which is why it's so widely cited, is because you can see in this, in microcosm, the transmission of scientific knowledge. First starts out with the Greeks, because the ancient Greeks, the Periclean period was absolutely over the top in terms of their mathematical and scientific advancement, and much of that information was then absorbed into the Roman world and the Arabic world. The Christian world lost it altogether. That's the Dark Ages. And from the Arabic world, it was the Jews in Hebrew, like Ibn Ezra, who then brought that knowledge out of Al-Andalus into European countries in Latin. And so Ibn Ezra also wrote in Latin, perhaps working with a team translating his ideas, but he wrote in Latin and he became extremely famous. Not quite as famous, perhaps, as this Jew. It's not a very good kind of pixelated. Petrus Alphonsus, who was also a Jew from Spanish derivation, who went to France and converted to Christianity and essentially sold his knowledge. He was a great Jewish scholar who was letting the Christians know what kind of scientific advances they had in Arabic culture. By comparison to Ibn Ezra, however, Petrus Alphonsus, also known as Petrus Judaeus, was a complete ignoramus. And he had basically a high school education, whereas Ibn Ezra was a tenured professor. And so Petrus Alphonsus was kind of making things up as he went along, lots of errors, very superficial and so on. But because the Arabic science was so advanced, he was the principal conduit for many to the beginnings of Arabic wisdom. But Ibn Ezra's wisdom was far more sophisticated, far more accurate, and so his scholarship really prevailed over people like Petrus Alphonsus. It is interesting, however, that the trope of the Jew who abandons Judaism in order to become an agent of cultural change or cultural transmission in a foreign culture is one that goes way back to the ancient period and continues even to the present day. If you go to the local bookstores, and by the way, for those of you who were born after 1990, a bookstore is kind of like a store where you can actually walk in and buy paper books. You can find lots of these popular books about Orthodox Jews who leave the fold and then explain Orthodoxy to the secular world, usually with a kind of a negative bent associated with it. It's a long, long story in Jewish history, and we can maybe one day we should kind of catalog these individuals and see what's psychologically similar about them. At any rate, let's focus in on one of his most famous scientific books, and you have to place this within the context of 12th century science. This is a period, of course, when people believe very deeply in astrology, the power of the stars to determine a person's fate. And we saw it in his Andalusian period in many of his poems, talking about how the stars determined his fate, that he should be poor, and so on. So he wrote many books, actually most of them within the space of one extremely productive year. He wrote many books on astronomy and astrology, one after another, and he made a huge amount of money with them. He actually sold them several times over, principally in France. Then one of those books we'll look at right now, because it's most fascinating, I think, is called the Sefer HaMoladot, which literally means the book of things that will be born, or nativities. And because the astrolabe can be used with astronomical tables to determine things that will happen in the future, we have here the genesis of a scientific calculation of what could happen to a person's life, and in fact the entire world, over a period of time. Because you can figure out, well, Venus will be in this place and the moon will be over here, and you'll predict an eclipse and all kinds of things. So he wrote a book on how to figure out what is going to happen in the future astronomically, and then what that means astrologically. And this is the foundation, essentially, of horoscopes. right? But it's tremendously more sophisticated than what you read in the newspaper. So in this section here, he writes about, yeah, this is true. This is the way it works, that everyone's life is determined by the stars. There is actually a huge discussion in the Talmud about it, question of whether or not Ein Mazal Yisrael, is there, we say in Hebrew, we say Mazel Tov, right? Which means literally good constellation, meaning the stars are aligned. If someone gets married, you say Mazel Tov, meaning, may this be an auspicious moment of the constellations for your marriage. Mazel Tov doesn't mean congratulations or good luck. It means auspicious astrological moment. As we would say in Canada, we would end that with A. Auspicious astrological moment, A. So the Talmud has this whole debate. Ein Mazal Yisrael or Yesh Mazal Yisrael? Does this apply to the Jewish people, that they're bound by the stars like this? The Gemara concludes yes, but there are some exceptions. So in Ibn Ezra's Sefer HaMoladot, he goes through 8 exceptions to the rule. How it is that you can overcome your destiny. Okay, so I thought we should look at some of those. Okay, let's look at some of those. So the first one is, he says, you got to understand that the stars give a destiny both to entire nations and to individuals. So it's possible that you may be born under an unfortunate constellation, but you will be swept along by the general positivity of your national horoscope. Meaning, and he uses the sense of nation, by the way, really more synonymous with religion or ethnicity than with what we would call nation. But he says, like, the Jewish people are destined to survive. Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker, right? The eternity of Israel is not a lie. But individual Jews, chas v'shalom, may have a different horoscope because the stars predict an entire people as well as individuals. So even though these, in many ways, these are kind of like reasons why you shouldn't feel bad if you don't get the horoscope it says in the newspaper, because there are all these exceptional rules. But if you were really an expert, you would be able to figure them out. So the astrology refers to entire peoples as well as individuals, and sometimes they come into conflict, and you don't know which one is going to win. Borders and climates. This is another aspect which I didn't want us to take too much time on, but he was also very, very particular about vocabulary, and he was unusual in that he refused to adopt Arabic words to express Hebrew philosophical concepts, which made him sometimes very difficult to understand. People like Petrus Alphonsus would just borrow terms from Arabic and then would use them in Latin, and then people would say, okay, that's the word for it. Like the word for one of the most important Arabic mathematicians is algebra, and so that becomes algebra, right? So many of these words just sort of transfer. Another one is the Arabic word klim, which refers to kind of like a region or a zone, which becomes aklim in Hebrew. In I think klim was, I forget whether it was Hindu, it was perhaps, and that becomes aklim in Arabic, and then it becomes climate in English. But he refused to use that term. He used the term gvul. What's the right word for it? Not ethnocentric, a stickler, but I'm trying to say something like, he was like national pride about this. Says the Hebrew language says everything. We don't need to borrow nothing from nobody. We take only Hebrew words. Like the famous word in Hebrew, you know what they call the rear axle of a car in Hebrew? It's rear axle. Right? You know how you say the front axle? Rear axle hakadmoni, right? The rear axle that's in the front. Right? So, yeah, the French are like that. They have an academy where they're very particular. They don't accept words into French. They try not to borrow words from other languages, and they invent their own that are French origin. And in Hebrew too, especially in the 1950s, they had an institute that tried to keep Hebrew pure. instead of using a word like economia, right, economy, they'll use the word kalkala, which is, totally different origin. Anyways, off track. Borders and climates, how can this affect it? Well, as I mentioned, the astrolabe is like specifically associated with particular areas. So if you're living in one area and the stars are aligned for your horoscope in that particular area, what happens if you move to a significantly new place? Well, the stars are aligned differently for you over there. And in fact, anyone get the reference to this week's Parsha? I think you did, right? Mishana Mako, Mishana Mazal. Literally, you change your place, you change your Mazal. And in this week's Parsha, Avram is forced to go to a different land because the Gemara says, hey, where you live right now, you'll never have kids. You must go to Eretz Yisrael because over there, you'll have a different Mazal, a different constellation that will apply to you. It's really cool stuff. Another thing that can change the world year. There's a whole cycle of years. It's not 364 and a quarter odd days. There's a whole cycle of years where the general position of the Earth with regards to other planets can change on like a 500-year horizon of change. And so even though you may have positive horoscopes individually, nationally, in terms of climates, it could be that the entire globe is in that particular period of world year that could change everything as well. And your socioeconomic background. This is fascinating stuff. You may have a mazal that says you're going to be a king, that you are going to be melech, that you have all of the qualities of a king. But let's say you're born into a slave household. Well, you'll become a big businessman instead. You'll end up, owning your own company. I was just thinking of things I shouldn't say because it's going to offend somebody politically. But you'll end up, you'll go from, it's true, like if you were a slave and you had the mazal to be a king, you're not going to be a king. It's too far a leap. But you could go from being a slave to being a huge business owner. In other words, the general trajectory of your mazal will point in a certain direction, and the realities of where you live socioeconomically will dictate the starting point of that change. Also, forces of nature that, you may have the mazal, a person may have a mazal to live a long and healthy life. But if you decide that you want to be a skydiver and you want to, try hang gliding and all kinds of risky sports, and you want to challenge the law of gravity, all bets are off. He used the example of you want to go out to sea. You may have this great mazal, but if you put yourself into a position of danger, it could be that the forces of nature have a stronger mazal than you do. And so they can be overpowered. Sorry, don't push your luck, right? Exactly, which is a translation of Ein mashkichin al hanisim, right? We don't wait for miracles, which is a beautiful thing. In Muncie, New York, I lived there many years ago, and they have very few street lights in a lot of suburban streets. And it's a good thing the Hasidim there, they dress in very bright, vibrant colors, so at night it can be quite dangerous, right? Because people are driving and the Hasidim are all in black, right? So the local Judaica store, he's still there, I think. Tuvia's. He sold these fluorescent bands that it said on the Ein Mashkichin Al Hanes, we do not rely on miracles. Right? It's a very beautiful thing. Anyways, so the forces of nature could overwhelm a person's mazal as well. And here's the last one. This is perhaps the most important one for us. The wise soul. Because he says that we do have this concept that I referred to earlier of Ein Mazal Yisrael, that there is no sign for the Jewish people, meaning the mazalot, the stars, do not have power over the Jewish people. He says when a Jew is occupied with Torah or mitzvos, with chesed, with kindness, then they remove themselves from the gravitational pull of the stars. When they are engaged in the study of Torah, that's possible to remove them altogether from the entire gravitational pull, and the mazalot during that time do not affect them. which gives rise perhaps to the concept that we have in the Talmud of shluchei mitzvot ein nizakin, right? A person who's involved in doing a mitzvah is not harmed at that time, nor on the way back, and so on. There's a lot more to say than we can in this brief period. But at any rate, here is a quick selection of Ibn Ezra's thought. You see both the influence of astrology and also the influence of Jewish philosophy and Jewish texts, very much involved in determining how astrology works. It's a book that's definitely really worth studying. I want to spend some more time with it. Anyways, let us go now to his legacy. And one of the more amazing things about Ibn Ezra is that he is the only medieval rabbi after whom a crater on the moon is named. There is actually a crater on the moon named Ibn Ezra. And the reason for it is because it looks a little bit like a matzah ball, as you can see. I thought that was funnier than it actually was. But his contribution to science, even though, we Jews tend to think of Ibn Ezra, we think of his commentary on the Chumash, the short commentary, the long commentary. We think of these things. But in the larger world, his introduction of Andalusian Arabic science to the Christian world was incredibly important. His description of how to use the astrolabe, his description of the way that you chart the stars was so significant that modern science is deeply indebted to his contributions. And so much so that when, they mapped out the craters on the moon, he was a leading candidate for whom should be expressed gratitude. It is ironic that we know of him only in one smaller, maybe, aspect of his activity. It's closest to home, but nevertheless, he was a figure that strode tall on the world scene. I have
you want to talk, dog? You want to talk it out? You want to talk it out, dog? Dog. You want to talk it out? Yo, Winter. Winter. This motherfucker. Hilarious. Winter, you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Winter. Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter. Here, I'll let you talk. It's been a while. I wonder how you're doing. All right, here we go, my friend. I'm going to let you talk, son. Don't mess it up. Wow, your camera's on. You look beautiful. How you living, pimp? Winter. You can talk, dog. You look beautiful. Hi. How are you? Are we best friends again? All right, well, you can continue listening to Jewish history lectures with me if you'd like.
I didn't listen to shit.
Are we friends again?
We were never friends.
Dog, I watched some of your stream. It was pretty good. So,
I don't care.
You like playing Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, enjoy the fuck out that game.
Good for you, man. We're going to be friends. Just you watch.
Are you gonna stop?
Dog, I haven't clipped you in at least in at least 4 days.
Is this going to continue was my question.
You mean my clip bots and my spam bots?
Yes.
Oh,
is it going to continue?
Oh, for sure. Definitely.
And this will continue.
Okay, fun. Are we best friends, though? Hilarious.
Many other aspects of his work. He influenced poetry. Even there's a John Lennon song that is taken from some of his early poetry, because he influenced a tremendous amount of Christian thought far beyond the much more narrow audience of Jews in Christian Europe that he appealed to. So with that, I'd like to conclude. I hope you found the life of Ibn Ezra as fascinating as I do. We will return, as I mentioned, next week with a very special program. I hope you're all going to come because it's going to be really great. A chance to celebrate. My family will be here, God willing, to celebrate with us. And I hope you have an excellent week. It occurred to me I haven't really told you what is this book about. So here is the book. This is the very last plug for the book that I will put into these lecture series. Basically, the Piaseczna Rabbi, a very holy individual. Here's this iconic photograph of him that you see all over the place, a very holy-looking individual. Was a major Hasidic thinker of the 20th century, had already published a very important book called Chovas HaTalmidim, The Obligation of Students, that was extremely popular in the 1930s. And he had this grand plan for reinvigorating world Jewry with more enthusiasm for their Jewish background. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the Holocaust, and he found himself in the Warsaw Ghetto and ministering to his followers for the duration of the war. Even though he received many offers, even from the American Jewish Congress, the Joint Distribution Committee, and the Underground Resistance, he was offered many times to be taken out of the ghetto. He insisted on remaining with his followers throughout and ministering them in a pastoral sense throughout the war. Luckily for our purposes, he recorded his weekly sermons, and when he realized that the ghetto was going to be destroyed, and he along with it, he gave them to the secret Oneg Shabbat Society, which was documenting the Jewish life in the ghetto, and they were buried in this tin milk container that I put on the cover of the book. They were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker, and they were published under the title Eish Kodesh, or Holy Fire. A fascinating story overall. Now, the small contribution that I've made to the research on Eish Kodesh is, the way he describes his sermons. There's no reference whatsoever to Nazis or Germans. I mean, there's a lot of discussion of death and destruction and persecution and suffering, but if you didn't know the specific context, you might think this is just a really depressing 19th century Hasidic work. It's only from the context that we know he's talking about the Holocaust. However, since we know the dates when he delivered each of those sermons, what I did is I went back to the various journals and memoirs and newspapers and German documentation, and I found out what was happening in the ghetto that very week, street by street, on a micro-historical level. And then I compared it to what the Rebbe said on Shabbat, and I saw that in many, many cases, he was speaking directly to the concerns of his congregation. In other words, he was using his pulpit as a way to offer consolation and guidance and theological direction to assist specifically with the processing of the horrible events of the past week. And it's absolutely fascinating. It's a sustained work of spiritual heroism. And I believe that reading his drashot, his sermons, within the context of their historical setting is really the best way to appreciate the book and to appreciate his words. Because then you really see, to use a Hebrew term, gadlus, his greatness. I am very pleased that one of the premier students of Piaseczna Chassidus is Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, who has a synagogue by the same name, Congregation Eish Kodesh. And in his letter called the Haskama, or sort of an approbation letter, he writes that basically he has
turn that camera on,
this
big
book,
dog.
the Eish.
Let me see that beautiful face of yours. Do you want to talk about Michael? Do you want to talk about Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan? You want to talk, baby? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out, big dog? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to hug it out, bitch? 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 Winter, are you in love with me? I love me some Winter. Winter, do they call you Winter because you cold as ice, motherfucker? Winter, you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk, son? Winter's one of my favorites. He's just hilarious. Just a nice
Kodesh, the
nice
original
person.
Hebrew, on his desk for 40 years, and so much of it was opaque to him until he read my book, which made me feel really great, and I'm telling as many people as I can. Anyways, we have the book launch on Monday night, the 30th. I really hope if you're in Brooklyn, you're able to join us and to celebrate the life and the work and the contribution to world culture through Hasidic thought that is representative of the Piaseczna Rebbe. If you can't make it to Brooklyn, I would be very honored if you wanted to get a copy of the book. They're available, of course, on all the internet outlets, and you can certainly ask at your local Jewish bookstore, which is even better because then you support a local business. And I guess that's about it for the plugs. I'm very proud of the work. I think it represents something useful for people, and I hope you'll like it too.
Sometimes chocolate rain is less too. Sometimes, like, chocolate rain is just gonna play itself sometimes. Acoustics sound great in there, Chad. Well, they're not. Chocolate rain. Oh, nice. You did the head that pull away. I do that too when I sing and record. I'm not even kidding. I do this.
Welcome everyone to the last class of the secular calendar. We will be continuing as normal, God willing, next Wednesday, January 7th. We will take one day off this month for the yeshiva break, which is, I believe, the week of the 26th. But otherwise, we're
you want to talk?
walking on through
Big dog. You want to talk, big dog? Dog.
He sent me right next to me. He said, okay. This is the area I keep getting as well. So I'm thinking we're getting 3 points that are close. We can't get.
Yo, Pim, if you want to talk, we can. If you want to talk, we can. Big dog. You want to talk? All right, big dog. You want to talk? Big dog, you want to talk? You want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Now me gain up all those glory. The world is mine, the whole IT me. Taken slowly, happy days me call it now. Me born sad story. Anyway, me the Emma in the world. Me those that run me.
Example, Exhibit A. The entire case. Do it. No, I just did it. I mean, just do a line. No,
You want to talk? You want to talk? I'll let you talk. What's up, baby? You want to talk? Big dog, you want to talk? Big dog, you want to talk? Do you want to talk? You want to talk? What's up, pimp? You can talk. You got that dog in you, son. I love it. Yo, dog, you want to talk? Da-ding. Da-ding. He's got that dog in him.
The cusp of the secular new year. And I hope you enjoy the extra and special foods that we have prepared. I'm not allowed to tell you that we have a special donor who wishes the donation to remain completely anonymous. Even the fact that there's an anonymous donor is supposed to be anonymous. So you have to wipe that entirely from your mind. But obviously, in honor of the auspicious occasion that this is the eve of the fast of the 10th of Teves, we had to have a special meal with champagne, things like that. So,
if I knew, I would have eaten it earlier.
but it's also, life is tough, as my father, Arnie Klaus Mishkov, always used to say. And whenever we have a chance to get together and wish each other any happy occasion, we should definitely cup a Rhine. And we should wish each other a happy new year, secular calendar-wise, and let's hope that we should share many simchas together over coming years. Okay, so that's the good welfare. The joke, today we're talking about a Talmudic topic, a very important Talmudic figure. So I'd like to tell a Talmudic joke. It's been a while since I told this one. It happens to be one of the funniest jokes I know. Therefore, I repeat it quite often. So I hope that you'll forgive me if you remember this joke. The joke centers around this halachic device that many communities use, including our own here in Surfside, the Eruv. Right? Do you remember the joke? The Eruv is, hope you don't remember the joke. Okay. The Eruv is essentially it's a construction. Usually it's a wire, or it can use natural phenomena of rivers, things like that, to create a single courtyard, so to speak, so that all the Jews who live there are, as it were, living in a single entity. And this has tremendous utility for the Sabbath. Oops, lost the image. I have to make sure I do this occasionally. This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath because the Sabbath rules otherwise prohibit Jews from carrying on the Sabbath, like keys in their pockets, things like that, or pushing strollers, things like that. So it's often filled with controversy. Quite often people, because these are difficult things to construct, people do not rely on them, especially people of a very high level of piety. They say, you know what, I'm not going to rely on the Eruv, I don't hold with the Eruv. It's also a lot of controversy because quite often when you build an Eruv, that makes a neighborhood more attractive to Orthodox Jews. And if you don't happen to like Orthodox Jews and what they do for the property values, then you may oppose the Eruv, as happens quite often here in the United States. So the joke goes like this. There are two chavrusas, two study partners. They're sitting in yeshiva learning together. And they're learning and studying the Talmud back and forth. And one day, Ruvain says to his friend Shimon, I have to confess something. we've been learning together for many years, and we've grown so much in our appreciation of Torah and so on. And I have to tell you, I've been hiding something from you, and I think it's time I actually fessed up and told you the truth. And Shimon says, what are you talking about, Ruben? He says, well, the truth is I'm not Jewish. And Shimon says, what are you talking about? You are so careful with your kashrut. You're sitting here learning Talmud and yeshiva. Your Hebrew skills are amazing. Your Aramaic is great. You can pass daven from the Almud. You do all these religious things. He says, no. The truth is, I'm not Jewish. It just happened like that. I was walking down the street in Jerusalem one day. I was traveling on my way to Saudi Arabia, and someone said, "Do you want to have a Shabbos meal?" So I said, "Okay, why not?" And one thing led to another, and I really enjoyed it. And here I am. Nobody ever really asked me if I was Jewish. They just swept me around. So, and I'm not Jewish. And he says, well, you live a completely Jewish lifestyle. I says, well, actually, the truth is, I violate the Sabbath every week. I don't tell people, but I violate the Sabbath every week because actually, in Talmudic law, a non-Jew is actually not allowed to observe the Sabbath in all its details. I violate the Sabbath every week in order to keep, in conformity with Talmudic law. So he says, I don't believe it. He says, yeah, it's true. Like, for example, I carry my keys on the Sabbath. And he says, yeah, but Ruben, we have an eruv. And he says, I don't hold my keys. I need to book that one up a little bit. But okay, here we are. Let's go to the material. That's what you came for, not for the jokes. But I did get an email, a comment from someone in... I forgot where it was from, saying we need more jokes. So, okay. So tonight's topic is the Rashba. Very Talmudic topic. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to speak about him because he, as a thinker, really had a big influence on my own Talmudic education. There's no question. He's an overwhelmingly important figure in the yeshivas. You may not have heard of him. I meant to ask Denise Malka, my daughter, who is now doing the filming. Mr. Rodriguez has gone on to take graduate courses on Wednesday night. So my daughter, Denise Malka, is going to be filming. Denise Malka, in your extensive education, have you ever heard of the Rashba? She has. How about Rafaela? You're in the back there. Have you heard of the Rashba? Okay, so my daughters happen to be exceptionally well educated. But I think outside of yeshiva, chances are you'd never hear the name Rashba because he's so deeply associated with the Talmud, which is not necessarily taught in women's seminaries. He was a tremendous leader of Spanish Jewry in the heroic 13th century, right towards the end of the Spanish Golden Age. And as we'll see, he was not only renowned for his incisive wit and his encyclopedic knowledge of traditional Jewish law, but also for his tremendous leadership qualities. In many ways, he is eclipsed only by figures like Nachmanides, his teacher, or like Maimonides, who comes from the same era. If we lived at this time in the late 12th century, we would have regarded Rashba as one of the shining stars of the Jewish constellation. And in fact, his light extends even to the present day, where we still live very much by his teachings. The name Rashba itself is an acronym, like so many of these rabbis had names that were made of parts of a longer name. Rabbi Shlomo ben Abraham Adret, sometimes vowelized Aderet, but he's known as the Rashba. Rabbi Abraham, or Shlomo ben Abraham, the Rashba. And his years are 1235 to 1310. He's associated with Barcelona in particular. That's where his life was most active. So let's place him in the context of Jewish history. He is one of the most famous of the generations known as the Rishonim. So according to Jewish philosophy of time, there are sort of large chunks of generations that can be grouped together, primarily for theological reasons, but it also has implications for how Jews work through Talmudic law. And the concept behind the grouping of these generations is the notion that the closer that Jews were to the revelation at Sinai, the greater the level of spiritual sensitivity, the greater the level of openness to Torah, to divine information, and so on. Not necessarily greater intelligence, not necessarily greater sophistication. Those things actually come later because you have the ability to access much more information than earlier generations. But the idea is that they were on a higher plane than later generations. And in Jewish philosophy of time, we break them up into several groups, which is outlined in Pirkei Avot. The period that we're especially looking at right now is known as the Rishonim, or the first ones. It's a little bit of a misleading term because there were periods before the Rishonim, the Geonim, the Amoraim, the Tanaim, and so on. But the Rishonim is really the first major generation after the Talmud has been completely written. The previous period, the Geonim, there were certain tractates of the Talmud which were still under production. The Rishonim is the first generation when the Talmud is already canonized, and so they are the first major commentaries on the Talmud in particular. Famous Rishonim that I'm sure you're familiar with, Rashi, who is exemplary of the Rishonim because one of the main tasks of these few hundred years of scholars was explaining the basic text. Rashi is famous for his very pithy, concise, and revealing commentary on the Talmud and the Torah in particular. You also have the Rishonim who engage in codifying law, meaning taking all of the complexities of Jewish law, which is scattered throughout a vast corpus of literature, and then bringing it down to an organized fashion where it's all set out more or less in Greek terms, with chapters and sections and subsections, things like that. The Rambam, Maimonides, shown here in a statue from Cordova, is perhaps the most famous of the Rishonim who were engaging in codes. You also have the so-called Monei HaMitzvot, those who counted the mitzvot. As I think I mentioned just a couple of weeks ago, but I'll repeat it, why not? The Talmud says there are 613 commandments. The Talmud does not list them. So by the time you get the Rishonim, around the turn of the 10th century, several rabbis say, well, okay, let's put these down on paper. What are the 613 commandments? And of course, then they have a difference of opinion, which ones should be in, which ones should not be in, which ones are just customary or rabbinic and so on. But that's something that the Rishonim do, is they try to analyze and synthesize so that we have the Torah presented in a very different format than the earlier passages. So these are the kinds of things that the Rishonim engaged in very heavily, and the Rashba is firmly in that tradition. The most significant area of his work in terms of literature is his activity as a writer of responsa. So the term responsa is Latin, and it is the plural of responsum, which is the same word as we have in English, response, answer. Basically, it would go like this. And by the way, this is the way it works even in the 21st century. A typical Jew would have a question in the observance of Jewish law. He would ask his wife what to do. She would tell him, he would disagree, and so therefore he would be forced to go to the rabbi to find out that his wife was actually correct all along. Here's how it goes. A typical Jew has a problem. He goes to his rabbi, Rabbi, what do I do about this situation? I got involved in this business deal and it didn't go well, and he says I owe him money. I tell him I don't owe him any money. What do I do? The rabbi tries to answer to the best of his knowledge, but if it turns out that if it's beyond his capability to answer, he'll pass it on to a higher rabbi. And this is all, by the way, decided by consensus, not by any sort of formal mechanism. Who's like a more well-learned rabbi, and that rabbi may pass it on to another rabbi until you have someone who is known informally as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation. Once again, it's not a formal designation that you can somehow be elected to become the Gadol Hador. It's just based on consensus where enough people agree that, this person represents the apex of learning in our generation, and he, typically he, becomes the person that the people turn to. The Rosh, and by the way, because we're talking about Jews, it's rare in any generation that you will have an absolute agreement on one person. There will always be several, maybe half a dozen, that various groups regard as the Gadol Hador, living at the same time. We did have a generation like that about 40 years ago. There was a widespread consensus that Rabbi Moshe Feinstein was considered the Gadol Hador across all movements, but that's very rare and very brief and only episodic in Jewish history. It was the case in the era of the Rashba. He was clearly the Gadol Hador. To him were addressed all of these very vexing and difficult questions, and he composed written responses to them all around the Mediterranean basin, in particular in Spain and also in Provençal and various parts of Central Europe. And communities would cherish these letters from the Rashba, and they would become, copied over and over again into their communal records and recirculated and so on. And later on, it may have taken several hundred years, they were eventually published. Over 3,500 of these letters, these responses in Jewish law, have been preserved and have been published and continue to be studied to this day. So it's extremely active. Maybe to put it in kind of a flip way, he was sort of like a Dear Abby. Is that the name of the column? Dear Abby? He's kind of like Dear Rabbi, except for Jewish law. People really paid attention to what he has to say. And by the way, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, responsa literature is still being created today. It's really quite fascinating to see all kinds of questions, which are usually initiated by technological innovations or social innovations. What is a microwave? Is a microwave an oven? In which case you have to treat it with all the laws that pertain to an oven. So if you cook meat in it and then you want to cook milk in it, you have to kosher it. Kosher the inside of a microwave oven. Not the way I did it one Passover, putting a cup of water in there for an hour, thinking that was the right way to do it. And in fact, I actually broke the glass plate and the metal buckled on the inside, and it was history. Okay, so let's go on. His background. He came from a very well-to-do family of moneylenders. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in the lecture of Aaron of Lincoln, talked about the institution of money lending as a practice. And he was actually quite gifted in his business acumen. Already at a very early age, he achieved tremendous success, building on his family's wealth. And among the people who owed him money were, in fact, the King of Aragon. Like, even as a young man, he was already parlaying his wealth into tremendous resources. But he ended up leaving his wealth to become a communal rabbi. He retired. By the age of 40, he took the position of the Rabbi of Barcelona, which was one of the most important communities of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And this is really when the Rashba becomes the man that he would be renowned for many centuries. He was especially known for his impeccable integrity and his absolute unswavering dedication to the law as he saw it appropriately interpreted through Talmudic vision. Early on in and he was especially impervious to bribery. There was nothing that could shake him from his position, regardless of the forces arrayed against him. To give you just a couple of examples, in one case, early on in his career, he was called to adjudicate a case where an orphan who had a substantial estate was disputing with some wealthy Jewish aristocrats and their wealthy Christian nobles who were supporting the Jewish aristocrats, arguing that they were unfairly encroaching upon his estate. And here's a young child without parents, and the Rashba staunchly defended, early on in his career, this young child against much greater powers that were arrayed against him. But on the other hand, another case that indicates how his integrity was sacrosanct to his activity, there was a case brought against a Jew who was accused of informing against the state. And the Rashba did not want to hear the case. The secular state, Aragon, drew him in and said, "We want you to review this case and tell us what you think about what we should do with this Jew." After an exhaustive review, and again, he tried to recuse himself, but the king demanded, so he participated. After an exhaustive review of the evidence, he ruled that the person was in fact a traitor and deserved death. This is a very, very grave ruling, particularly in Jewish law. The idea of putting someone to death, especially without a Sanhedrin of 71 judges, is considered a very, very difficult, almost impossible thing to do. But there are some rare exceptions where it would be permitted if it presented, for example, a threat to the community as a whole. The ticking time bomb kind of example. So he ruled against the Jew in this case and ordered him to be put to death. The family appealed, and the king agreed to forward the Rashba's decision to the great Maharam of Rothenburg in central Germany. Very important figure we spoke about a few years ago. And the Maharam upheld the ruling of the Rashba, and in fact the Jew was put to death. But we see on the one hand, here he is defending the innocent orphan against tremendous money, wealth arrayed against him, and at the same time we see him standing up for the rights of the state against an individual Jew who was accused of informing on them. He was so well regarded that King Pedro III actually called upon him quite often to adjudicate between Jewish communities, that the state regarded him as the Gadol Hador, kind of like Lord Sachs in England, that sort of thing, where his moral authority was so great that it penetrated the Jewish boundaries and went well into the non-Jewish world as well. He was regarded as, the Dalai Lama of the time, that everyone regarded him so well as a paragon of virtue and intelligence, and someone who could not be swayed to render unfair judgments. He established a yeshiva and attracted some brilliant minds to him. I should mention, by the way, his background in terms of his education is quite fascinating. He was educated at the feet of two of the greatest scholars of the era. One was Rabbi Yonah of Gerona. I think Gerona is pronounced Gerona. Is that correct? Gerona? Chevron. Okay, that's good. Actually, it's funny. There's a gas station called Chevron, Chevron, and my youngest son always pronounces it Hebron. It's like Abraham's birthplace, Hebron. There it is. So, what a name for a gas station. So, anyways, Rabbeinu Yonah is especially known for his glorious book Sharei Tshuva, The Gates of Repentance, which is one of the classics of Jewish literature, which is called The Gates of Repentance because it describes in tremendous detail how to repent for the wrongs of your past. Like, for example, in the section on regret, he lists 20 different forms of regret, 20 different ways to express your regret, and 20 different sort of nuances of regret. And the book is a tremendously heavy tome of that nature. You want to talk it out, Big Dog? Very good for introspective.
Big Dog.
And at the same...
Big Dog, you want to talk it out? All right, I'll talk it out with you. Just one moment. Big Dog, you want to talk? Do you want to talk? You got that dog in you, son. I love it. You got that dog in you, son. This is great.
At the same time, he was also educated by Nachmanides, Ramban, who was, the older scholar, the last Gadol Hador before the Rashba, who was extremely involved in all aspects of Torah study, including the Talmud and including the Kabbalah, which we're going to get to shortly, one of the acts most famously associated with the Rashba's activity. So he had really tremendous teachers behind him, the Rabbeinu Yonah and the Ramban in particular. And then when he established his yeshiva, he was able to commit these values to a later generation. And a few of his students included the famous Ritva. Again, if you spend any time in yeshiva, you will study the works of the Rashba and the Ritva. They seem to go hand in hand altogether, and they really did, because the Ritva was the Rashba student. And also Rabbeinu Bachaya, who wrote a very famous interpretation of the Torah, a commentary on the Torah, that he studied to this day. So again, we have to get the whole picture of this man, very wealthy, and yet his wealth gave him his independence to be able to focus solely on Torah. Regarded as a peerless leader of sterling moral character that was respected by Jew and non-Jew alike, and very much involved in ruling on issues that spread throughout the Jewish world. Again, 3,500 individual pieces of correspondence. If you work that out, if his career lasted about 40 years, so let's see, how many is that? 3,500? About 80 or 90 letters a year. Right? That's a huge amount. That's like 2 big letters a week. And these are very learned letters that have tremendous amounts of Talmudic knowledge packed into each one of them. Okay. Now, of course, since we are talking about Jews, there's going to be some dispute involved. And I'd like to concentrate on three main areas in which the Rashba was involved in some very significant disputes, which persist in some way to the present day. As we have a teaching in Pirkei Avot, one of the great classics of ancient Jewish literature, any controversy for that is for the sake of heaven, the controversy will endure. If people are arguing really for the truth and for the betterment of the human race, then that controversy is not going to just solve. If the controversy is solved, it means maybe it wasn't so much for the side of truth. And so we see that very much so with the Rashba, particularly in his dispute over secular knowledge. So what's going on here? Now, one of the interesting things that's developed in the 13th century, two interesting things really, but let's focus on the first one first. Judaism as a body of thought was bifurcating. It was getting more complicated, and there were people who were specializing in certain avenues of research more than others. One of the last great synthesis, well, I'm not going to say it like that. Let me back up and change the way I say that a little bit. There were three main bodies of thought among the Jews of the 13th century about how to approach Torah. You had the allegorists, many highly rationalistic Jews, many of whom came from Arabic lands and also from Spain, who felt that the Torah as a whole must be understood as a massive allegory, kind of like in a Philonic sense, that it's not everything that's said in the Torah should be taken exactly as the truth. It's all meant to mean something else. And of course, the danger inherent in that way of thinking is that all of the commandments then become debatable. Well, mind you, we debate them anyways. But there's no hard and fast rules. There's no horizon. There's no common denominator. If you want to say that, like for example, if you want to say that it's forbidden to let's say, I have to find an easy one. Thou shalt not steal, let's say. So you say, well, I'm not actually stealing if I photocopy this book and then sell it. That's not actually stealing, right? Because I didn't actually take anything away. It was a library book. I put it back in the library. Now I'm making money from the photocopy I made of this book. Right? And you can make all kinds of allegories. You can say when it says this kind of word, it really means something else, and so on. And so there was a trend in the Jewish world that was excessively rationalistic and taking the Torah away from its basic meaning. Then there was a group on the other side who were highly Kabbalistic, who were reading everything not as a rationalist allegory, but as a mystical allegory. And reading everything meaning something totally divorced from the simple text it says. And then finally you had sort of a moderate camp that was trying to distance themselves from both extremes, and the Rashba found himself in the middle of a dispute over this. And especially where it became most pointed is in the place of secular knowledge. What do you do with mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, all of the sciences that were growing in this 13th century? What exactly what is their place in the Jewish curriculum? So as you might assume, the rationalists said, wow, it should be, deeply entrenched in the Jewish curriculum. It should be, lots of study of physics and of astronomy and so on. Jews should know tons of that stuff. The Kabbalists said, not at all, because all of this stuff, this is Chochmas HaGoyim, non-Jewish wisdom. It is metame, it defiles the Jewish soul. Jews should just stick to the 4 cubits of the Talmud alone and not study any of the secular wisdom. And the moderate camp in the middle was really, there are arguments to be said for both in some ways, because the rationalists, when you study some of these things, there's worry that you'll be drawn away from basic faith. and you'll be drawn into heresy, especially if you're studying, let's say, Greek philosophers with multiple gods and things like that. So they were concerned, how are they going to negotiate the two extremes here? Now, if I can jump ahead to the 21st century, the debate rages in Jewish schools even today. How much Torah belongs in a Jewish school system? Do you have Torah, for example, only taught in the mornings when the kids are a little more fresh, and that way they get their best energies devoted to the Torah, and then you squeeze in the secular subjects later in the day? That's a very expensive endeavor, especially if you hire full-time teachers and you can only employ them for a few hours a day. Or do you say, no, we'll mix up Torah here and secular studies there, and you might end up coming to school and do math first thing in the morning, and then when the teacher is free at the end of the day, then you'll learn a little bit of Chumash. Do we say that the balance should be 50-50? That if you have an 8-hour school day, 4 hours is secular and 4 hours is Torah? Or do we say, no, you know what? It's just enough that they come here and they learn a little bit, so let's have 70% is secular and 30% is Torah. And so the debate is still very much alive today. What exactly do we hold? What ended up happening is the Rashba was the only figure who had the stature to be able to set down a ruling in the so-called Compromise of 1305.
What up?
He made a ruling which was based.
I can't go to sleep now. And I came in here to go to sleep.
Okay, well, don't.
You coming in here and out with him.
Yeah, so that's my friend Winter. We just met tonight. He hates me. I made a clip of him on Kick, and now he's determined to annoy the shit out of me. And that's cool because I appreciate the attention. So he's doing his thing. There he is. Do you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? You want to meet my friend?
Hi, Winter. Hi. Are you all right?
We'll let him talk. We'll let him talk. So long as he's respectful. If he gets disrespectful, then he's going to be muted again. What up, Winter? How you living, pimp? He's got that dog in him, Miss Aquarius. He loves to... He loves to... He's been doing this for like 2 or 3 hours. What up, Winter? How you living, pimp?
How you feeling, Miss Aquarius? It's crazy how he's talking about disrespectful, but he started right off the gate disrespecting me.
I love you, Winter.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. So, Winter, what's new?
I'm talking to Miss Aquarius. How you feeling, Miss Aquarius? I am not okay. He knows exactly why I'm not okay. He can go fuck himself.
Okay, well, calm down. You're talking to me. Calm down. It's okay. How's your day?
Shitty shit. Dealing with this fuckhead. How's your day?
It's good.
That's good to hear.
Okay.
Miss Aquarius, I made a clip of him
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
5 days ago.
You fucking bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Shit, calm down. That's my friend.
I don't give a fuck if that's your friend. Your friend is a piece of shit.
Calm down, dog.
He's a child molesting piece of shit.
Oh, don't go making accusations like that. I don't do that. I don't hurt children. In fact, I do my best to protect children.
No, get him out of here. That's his. It's disturbing the peace.
Exactly. Well, I enjoy his efforts.
Oh, okay, you're gonna do it. Okay.
I want to see for how long he goes. How much energy does he have? He's really fine. I mean, he and I go back and forth and whatever. But when he starts making accusations like that are completely incorrect, then I have to mute him. If anything, I want to protect.
Can you do this later on when I'm not in here?
Yeah, sure. Well, he's gonna keep doing it. I can kick him.
Can you please calm down just for like a little bit, like 10 minutes, because I don't want to hear. Just calm down. It's okay. He said, forget this. Okay, well, fine. Go ahead and act a fool then. Anyway, Rabbi, what did you do to him?
I made a clip of him 5 days ago with a robot, and he got really upset that I did it.
Oh, wow.
Technically, I guess I made 8 clips of him in the last 3 months, but I didn't know I did it. And 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 then he found me, and he was like really upset, like over the top upset. I had some other people who found me, and they've become my friends. But and I think Winter and I will become friends. It's just a matter of time. I like talking with him. It's just when he makes accusations like that, I can't have him talk. But yeah, that's what I've got going. So they wouldn't let you sleep and socialize?
No, I couldn't sleep out together.
You want to play a game?
I have to cut that down sometimes. Oh, God. I want to go back to socialize, so this man cut down.
That's okay. I'll time him.
But to socialize.
I'll time him out.
No, you okay? You all right, Rabbi? No.
I
like it. It's okay. That bothering me. I'm going to sleep. You'll be all right.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I timed him out.
Oh, you want to do it? I'm not going to start nothing.
I know you're
I
not.
was talking about socialize. You got nothing to do with me.
Okay, maybe I'll untime him then.
Bring him back.
I'll bring him back.
Yeah, untime him out. Yeah, bring him back. He all right. Let him do his thing.
There he is. There he is. I brought him back. Okay. Well, just turn the sound down and you get your sleep.
All right, I will.
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, Mr. Aquarius.
Good night, Winter.
Basically held to the present day in many communities. Basically, he said,
Winter, I love you.
Nobody is allowed to study
Thank you for being
philosophy until they're 25 years old. You want to study philosophy earlier? No way. It's too dangerous. There's too many crazy ideas. There's too much, Narishkeit in there. So young people who want to study philosophy, you've got to wait till you're 25. Presumably, by the time you're 25, you'll be married, you'll have kids, you'll have had Chinese food many times, you're very secure and stable, and then, you can handle the questions of philosophy. But before that, definitely not. This would later feed into a ban on the study of Kabbalah until you're 40 years old. However, he exempted many non-Jewish sciences from the ban. Mathematics, okay from the very beginning. Physics, okay from the very beginning. So certain hard sciences, as we would call them today, that did not have any potentially ideologically risky components were permitted from the youngest ages. But any kind of sciences, and again, at that time, the distinctions between philosophy and mathematics were not that clear, but he was saying that anything that has an ideological tinge to it, it's all right, but only when you're older. Younger kids are not allowed to study that. And that compromise has basically directed Jewish education for the last 800 years. Okay, questions or arguments at this point? Right. Astronomy is fascinating because it involves a lot of the hard sciences of mathematics and things like that, but it also, slides over into astrology and the zodiac and all kinds of things like that. So, astronomy was one of those sciences that he banned until 25. You have to be 25 to get to that. But a very important statement, and it essentially set to rest all of the disputes because it was a ban that was clear, was easy to follow, it was not too strict that people couldn't abide by it and so on. There's also an interesting sort of political dimension to this as well because at this time, France in particular was beginning to centralize its government. And one of the issues that was of concern to the French community, I'm kind of rounding out France as a whole here, was that is it possible that we have Jews living in our country who are ruled by our hated Spanish rivals? Here's a Jew in Barcelona who's telling our French Jews what to do. That's not okay. And so, the Rashba was living in a time where these kinds of political disputes spilled over into religious ones. That the Rashba's ruling was an illustration of the Talmudic proverb, the Rishonic proverb, Ein simcha keheter haspekot. There's no happiness like the resolution of doubt. Like when you don't know what's going to be, yes, no, is it going to work, not going to work? Once you know, that's a special kind of simcha. And so the Rashba, he resolved the doubt, and he had the kind of shoulders that could say, this is what we're going to do, and everyone agrees to it. Okay, so he also was very involved in defending Judaism, particularly from attacks from without. This is a period when it was very popular to host so-called disputations, in which the church, usually with state support, would arrange for these debates in which Jews were forced to participate in a debate against a Christian interlocutor, usually a Jewish convert to Catholicism. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Barcelona dispute of 1263, in which Nachmanides, the Rashba's teacher, faced off against Pablo de Cristiani, a convert to Christianity. And Nachmanides, we have both the Hebrew and the Latin account of what happened. Both sides say they won. What we know is that the court ruled, or the judges, who were all the Christian judges, ruled in favor of the Christian debater, but the king gave Nachmanides a huge amount of money and said, you better get out of the country because you're in trouble now for, the very strong performance that you showed. And Nachmanides was banished. He ended up in Israel.
Go for it.
These disputations proved to be very, very popular, and the Rashba was very active in participating in them whenever he was called to, and in particular in writing. He wrote tracts that criticized books like the Pugio Fide, the Fighter of the Faith, by Raymond Martini, a very important church thinker who criticized Judaism heavily. And he also wrote tracts against Ahmad ibn Hazm, who was a Muslim thinker who had written criticism of Judaism. So he was very much active in the literary scene in defending Judaism against its detractors from without. And then finally, he was involved in defending himself, not surprisingly. Besides his responsa literature, and besides his commentary on the Talmud, which we haven't had much time to discuss, he also wrote a few sort of halachic volumes that deal with particular topics. One of these topics dealt with the laws of keeping kosher, and it was called Torah Habayit, the teachings of the home, or the Torah of the home. And it was criticized within the realm of appropriate debate by another great thinker of the period, Aharon of Barcelona, who you may recognize. He is widely believed to be the anonymous author of the Sefer HaChinuch, shown here in a 5-volume Hebrew-English translation. We happen to have several copies in my house because it's a very popular bar mitzvah gift. It is actually the first, it itself was a bar mitzvah gift. It's a rather amazing book. Let me take a second to tell you what the book is about. The book is written anonymously, so it's attributed to Aaron of Barcelona, but we're not positive. And basically what he does is he wrote this book for his son on the occasion of his bar mitzvah. It is organized according to each of the sections of the Torah, the parshiot of the Torah, and it goes through each of the 613 mitzvot in turn. And it says, a couple paragraphs about what the mitzvah is, how it is observed, and then most fascinatingly and very uncommonly, he says why the mitzvah exists, the reasons behind the mitzvah, which most of the commentaries do not treat. I mean, God says this is the mitzvah, the commandment, and most commentaries just say that's what we're supposed to do. But the Chinuch actually provides reasons, which makes it an unusually fascinating book. At any rate, Aaron criticized the Torah Habayit. He wrote a book called Bedek Habayit, which means examination of the house. Like if the house is so good, it can stand up to a little bit of criticism here, in which he took the Rashba to task politely on some of his ideas. So the Rashba apparently was not pleased with the criticism, and he anonymously wrote a defense of his work, written in the third person, meaning as if it was some other person wishing to defend Rashba. We find out from a later responsa that the Rashba was actually defending himself, and his book was called Mishmeret Habayit, guarding the house. So you have the laws of the house, the examination of the house, and then guarding of the house, all one kind of like triad of works that deal with it. So he was involved in, defending his own ideas against criticism as well. So when we take all of his works as a whole, you can see that the Rashba has a phenomenal legacy. This, by the way, is the 5-volume set of his commentary on the Talmud alone, separate from the responsa literature and so on. The Rashba was a communal figure of tremendous proportion. He was an astute leader and a profound Talmudic thinker, very, very active in protecting the Jewish communities all around, both intellectually and in many ways on a leadership level. And perhaps the most lasting contribution to Jewish thought, besides his literary oeuvre, is his Compromise of 1305, which laid out the boundaries for the acceptable incorporation of non-Jewish wisdom into the Jewish educational curriculum. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, as always. Next week, we're going to speak about Kalonymus, another scholar who was especially involved in translating Arabic wisdom into European languages, and one of the principal reasons why Jews made such a phenomenal contribution to world culture. Thank you for your participation.
He won't bother you. Night. Makes a clearance.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Tonight we're going to speak about Uriel da Costa, also known as Uriel Acosta. We are continuing our discussion of the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese forced conversion that followed for the next 100 years or so. And Acosta is one of those extremely tragic and moving figures in Jewish history. The story is a sad one. You will not leave here tonight feeling great about someone who heroically, stood up against tremendous persecution. We're going to speak tonight about someone who, if anything, succumbed to persecution, albeit under incredibly difficult and unimaginable pressures. To give away the story at the end, at the beginning of the lecture, Acosta was one of the victims of the Inquisition. He was several generations along Marrano, so-called Marrano, or a converso, a crypto-Jew who had submerged his Jewish identity in the Catholic environment. He ultimately returned to Judaism, but his return was fraught with difficulties, primarily because the Judaism that he had anticipated returning to was no longer there. It was, in fact, a figment of his imagination. And the disconnect between his imagined Judaism, which he had largely constructed while he was living in Portugal, and the actual Judaism lived by Jews in Amsterdam was totally different. He was unable to find a place for himself and his Jewish identity, and ultimately he ended his life after composing a very brief autobiographical statement that will be our discussion tonight. So he is a tragic figure that illustrates the problematic nature of Marrano identity and the perils of living in that kind of bifurcated existence. In my humble opinion, perhaps the reason why I'm so fascinated with the story of Uriel da Costa is because in many ways, it reflects the phenomenon that we note at the turn of the 21st century, the so-called OTD phenomenon, which is an acronym for off the derech, sort of like an internal observant sort of catchphrase for meaning Jews who were observant and then chose to not become or no longer remain observant. In Israel, they refer to OTD phenomenon as people who are choser l'she'elah, just like there are those who are choser la'tshuva, those who return in repentance. They look at the pun on the word repentance, which means literally answer. They return to the answer. They say there are those who return to the question, those who go back to the ambiguity of a non-rooted existence. And this is exactly what happens to Acosta, because he is so desperately attempting to find his place in a religious, social, cultural milieu, and he is unable to do so. Now, the story that we're going to talk about also involves issues of most likely mental illness. From internal literary evidence from his own writings, we can see that he had significant conflict with his family that was completely unrelated to his religious persuasions and his religious yearnings. But nevertheless, just reading it at face value, we see that, as he would say later in his memoirs, he has suffered much as a result of religion. Religion was something that he was at the same time obsessed with and persecuted by simultaneously. It's also illustrative of phenomena that would occupy Jewish identity for the next 400 years, phenomena that we are still very much dealing with. That is the transition to modernity. And I'll speak about this in greater detail in a few slides, but basically, one of the things that happens between the 16th and the 18th century and into the 19th century is the coercive control of central rabbinic authorities wanes. It erodes under the political and social pressures that are associated with greater democratization of society, scientific discoveries, and a general skepticism toward religion in general. The society that Jews would have been born in the 15th century, primarily because the rabbis simply do not exert the same control. They do not have the same coercive powers. That has a positive and a negative aspect. The positive aspect, we might like to think, is that, after all, Jews have the sort of American voluntarism and freedom, and they can choose whatever they want to do. They can express themselves however they want. At the same time, this plethora of choice lends to a dissipation of the power of gravity of the Jewish center. And Jews, of course, are assimilating at alarming rates as a direct result of the greater freedoms that modernity has afforded. We begin to see the roots of this really emerging as a result of the Spanish Inquisition. It will become full-flowered in the French Revolution, and that, of course, will be things that we'll discuss in February and March, God willing. Okay, so anyways, the parallels of Acosta's life are very much present in today's society. A lot of the artwork that I'll show you here is ironically emerging from Eastern Europe for reasons that I think will become clear. The whole idea of the submerged identity that Acosta himself maintained under an oppressive, even totalitarian regime, very much like that of what he lived in Portugal, and then with the new freedoms of the collapse of communism, all of a sudden his ability to assert himself, as it were, as an Orthodox Jew, and finding out that Orthodox Jews were not all they're cracked up to be, was quite difficult. The parallels are eerie. The last thing I want to say here is there is this concept in halakha, in Jewish law, of the tinok shenishbo, the captured child. There is this concept that, there is mandatory observance, right? Charlton Heston, Moses is on the mount and he gets the 10 Commandments and he tells the Jews these are the things you have to do. And if you are not compliant, then of course you are a heretic and you are outside of the pale or off the derech, off the path, so to speak. And then there are people who return, who say we're going back to the derech. Now, what about people who were kidnapped as children? For example, in an act of war, and it's very common in the ancient and medieval period that Jewish children and Christian children, Muslim children would be stolen and put on the slave market. And then they would be raised as slaves, living in a totally different culture. And then at some point in adulthood, they're able to gain manumission, and they know they're Jewish. They return to the Jewish community, and they find that, wait a minute, you mean I'm not allowed to eat that? You mean I can't make a fire on Shabbos, on Saturday? What's the big deal? So according to Jewish law, these so-called kidnapped children, even though they may return to Judaism as adults, and even though they're perfectly intellectually capable of understanding all the ramifications of traditional Jewish law, they are held non-culpable for their actions. They are considered, beyond the pale of culpability, of being blamed, primarily because they did not receive the tradition while they were children. It was not, so to speak, mushrash. It was not rooted in their personalities because they did not receive it as children. The great Israeli scholar, the Chazon Ish, once ruled that all of American Jewry, regardless of their parentage, are in the category of tinokos shenishbu, kidnapped children, which is an amazing statement, which says that our entire culture is one of Marano nature. We'll have to explore what that means. Let's talk about, first of all, his family background, the basic biographical data. He was born in 1583 in a small town in Portugal to a new Christian family. And for those of you who were not here last week when we spoke a little bit more about the Spanish Inquisition, you'll recall that particularly in Portugal in 1497, when there was this massive coerced conversion of all Portuguese Jews to Catholicism. Only a tiny number of them actually fled Portugal. The others were tortured into submission and forced to become Catholics. Even though they were technically baptized and should have been accepted theologically completely into the fold and subsumed within the general category of conversion, there was, justifiably, a lingering suspicion that they were secretly, yearning to return to their Jewish roots and really wanted to be Jews and only had succumbed to the pressures to convert because of the torturous policies of King Manuel I. So this created a category known as the New Christian, as opposed to the Old Christians, who were never Jewish and converted to Catholicism. These were Jews who had become Christians, and therefore they were kind of like a second-class New Christian. And this designation of New Christian could persist for centuries, generation after generations of people who were New Christians. There was a tremendous amount of persecution directed against New Christians. They were suspected, again correctly, of having Judaizing tendencies, and tremendous restrictions were placed on their travel, on their, in some cases, on their promotion in various fields, although they managed to get around that in many areas. And they themselves, and now we're talking about Jews who have converted to Catholicism, maintained a strong degree of endogamy, constantly marrying within each other's New Christian families, and a whole series of practices which were openly Judaizing in nature. And this persisted for the time frame. You'll recall that the forced conversion is 1497. The Inquisition formally comes to Portugal in 1531. That means the Jews had about 3 decades where basically they could pretend they were Christian only in a very, very thin level, and then later became much more serious. And so he's born 50 years after the Inquisition has been active in Portugal. By his own testimony, he refers to his father as a very devout Catholic, and it's clear from internal literary evidence in his autobiography that he idolized his father somewhat, although other sources indicate that his father may not have as much a crypto-Jew as his mother was. Because his father died fairly young, our protagonist did not know much about this, but other evidence suggests that perhaps he was just keeping his own Jewish nature a secret from his son. One of the very common things in the so-called Marrano religion, I use that term with some difficulty because it is a term of opprobrium. It means pigs, although it is the most common term for these new Christians or these conversos or crypto Jews. By the way, in Hebrew, they're often called anusim, which means the forced ones, the ones who were forced to pretend that they were in fact Christian. It's most Anusim did not find out they were Jewish until their adolescence. When they're too young, the parents were afraid that childhood banter in the playground could reveal their Jewish identity, and so therefore they led their children to believe that they were in fact just as Catholic as the next door neighbor. And then when they became adolescents, they let them in on the secret that in fact they were Jewish. And adolescence is a tough enough time as it is. Can you imagine finding out that you're actually Jewish, when all this time you thought you were Irish or something? Must be very difficult. So it's quite possible that his father was in fact a devout crypto Jew, as his mother was, but he did not reveal that to his son. The mother we know much more about. She, of course, survived her husband, and she fled with Uriel and the rest of their family to Northern Europe. And we know that as soon as they landed in Amsterdam, they immediately began practicing Judaism again. He circumcised himself and his brothers and were quite involved. We also know that the Inquisition was remarkably detailed in its record keeping. We actually know of generations upon generations of extended family members of the Acosta family who were persecuted by the Inquisition and were burned at the multiple auto da fe, or the acts of faith that were held for Judaizers. The Inquisition was known, for example, to pursue cases over decades, including the one woman who was sentenced for the third time when she was 80 years old. She was acquitted after two earlier arrests, and she was arrested at the age of 80, and she finally died under torture in prison at the age of 85. The Inquisition simply did not let go. One of the great historians of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, compared the Nazi bureaucracy to the Spanish Inquisition, and in many ways I don't think he was very far off. So we have tremendous data on his extended family, and it was definitely a family of very active crypto Jews. So-called underground rabbis were noted, meaning these are people who practice as religious leaders for the crypto Jewish community and so on. But there is evidence, as I mentioned earlier, that Acosta did not get along well with his brothers and with his cousins, and in fact they were among those who denounced him to the Inquisition later on in life. Now, one of the terms that I have not introduced you to yet is the so-called Barak phenomenon. The conversos were also known as Barakos, a very strange kind of reference, which is borrowed from the miraculous steed that Muhammad rode to heaven on his night journey, according to Islamic theology. Barak is a horse that was neither male nor female, donkey nor horse. We talk about a horse, but it's not necessarily a horse. It was some kind of like miraculous animal that is often depicted as in this Persian representation here, with the face of a woman, although it had no gender. And the crypto Jews were called Barakos, Los Barakos, because they were neither Jewish nor Christian. They had no clear place either way. In the Christian church, they were always suspect for their secret practices. And in fact, one of the interesting phenomena that occurred in many Portuguese churches is that when a person was accused of Judaizing and they were forced to wear this humiliating tunic. I showed you a picture of it last week. The San Benito, they would then take this after the person was victimized and burned, and they would take it and they would mount it in the church. It would be like a reminder in a public place for all generations of that family and all extended members of that family that in fact there was a member of the family who was so shamed. So they could never really completely buy into the church. They were not completely absorbed by any means whatsoever. And at the same time, they had nothing to go on Jewishly. And this I find absolutely fascinating. What do you do with Judaism when you don't have any of the key propagators of the elements of the faith? When owning a Jewish book is a death sentence, you'll recall that early on in the Inquisition, doctors were allowed to keep Hebrew books because they were known to have, doctors could consult the Hebrew language medical textbooks. But after a decade or so, even that was revoked, and anyone who possessed a Hebrew book would immediately be accused of Judaizing. Let us not forget that the kinds of things that typically would get you into the clutches of the Inquisition was nothing so grand as like holding a prayer gathering or circumcising your child. That was obvious. But it would be even something like doing your laundry on a Friday, changing the sheets on a Friday. That would be sufficient. Or simply not eating pork with everyone else. And pork was a major part of the Portuguese diet. And to always be substituting this for other kinds of foods, that was absolutely, inexcusable. Fasting on non-Christian fast days, feasting on non-Christian feast days, any of these little behaviors would immediately put you within the clutches of the Inquisition. So what do you do when you have no longer any books? You no longer have any rabbis. You don't have any, anything except tortured historical memory that you only began to pick up after your adolescence when your parents explained to you that you're actually Jewish. How do you persist in your Judaism for 100 years after that? So the Marranos developed, a way of observing Judaism that was deeply spiritual and meaningful for them, but bore less and less resemblance to actual Jewish practice. For example, prayers. The main text of prayers that they had accessible to them was the book of Psalms, because that's part of the Bible. It's hard to make that forbidden, right? So they would literally memorize the entire book of Psalms, and most of their prayer gatherings would consist of reciting Psalms, because they knew that was authentically Jewish. On the other hand, many other things would slip in, like, for example, praying on their knees. Kneeling is completely forbidden to Jews, and except under very rare circumstances and very rare days, like prostrating on the Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and so on. But otherwise, completely forbidden. And they would pick it up from Catholic practice, and that was considered perfectly appropriate. It reminds me, if I can tell you a short, funny story. This is such a depressing topic, so I'll tell you a very short, funny story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto. It's a very old-fashioned school based on the Oxford model, and we have this huge tararam, as my grandmother would say, and you have to go present yourself robed to the chancellor, and the chancellor will then take the hood off your left arm and put it over your head, and that's the official, conferring of the degree. So when they stood us up in the rehearsal, they showed how I'm supposed to walk up to the chancellor, seated on a big throne-like thing, and I had to kneel before the chancellor. And I'd say, wait a second, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to kneel. He says, oh yeah, I forgot. We get guys like you every year. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is don't climb up all the steps, because the chancellor was quite high up on the steps. So just climb up a few steps. You'll automatically be lower, and they'll do it. So they call my name up. I walk up there. I stand a little lower. I have my hood, and the chancellor takes the hood and puts it over my head, and she says to me, "Mazel tov." So we have to imagine young Uriel, who is growing up, and he is, up until this point in his late adolescence, he's totally into Catholicism. He actually achieves an order in the church. He actually takes an ecclesiastical position. He admits that he's a sensitive young man. He often breaks out into tears. I mentioned that mental health may be part of the whole story here, but he's quite a spiritual, emotional Catholic, and he learns that he is, in fact, he has some Jewish roots, and he begins to explore these roots while he is actually an officer of the church, and he starts reading more and more of the scriptures, and he decides, what? It can't be that Christianity is right. Like, for example, both Christians and Jews agree that the Old Testament is the Word of God, but only Christians agree that the Christian New Testament is the Word of God. Therefore, it must be the Old Testament. And then he talks about some arguments which may have been derived from Maimonides and otherwise. But anyways, he says, okay, that's it, I'm going to be Jewish. The thing is, he doesn't know exactly how he's going to be Jewish or what he's going to do about his Judaism. So he ultimately ends up fleeing with his family to Amsterdam. But before we do that, I just want to give you one sense of the mechanics of Inquisition, to give you a sense of the kind of threat that people lived under at that time. I'm going to read to you from the brilliant work of Cecil Roth, The History of the Marranos, so first published in the 1930s. And the main thing is I have to find the actual page I was going to read it to you. I'll put it here. Yes, here we go. So this is... I'm not going to torment you with the entire transcript. And these are examples of inquisitorial records, of which we have excellent examples. But just to give you a sense of what the incredibly twisted logic of the Inquisition was. This is from the Inquisition of Toledo in 1567, where there was a woman named Elvira del Campo. Her husband was a scribe, and the Inquisition was already convinced of the guilt of its victims before they even began to interrogate them. The interrogation was solely for the purpose of revealing other people that could be drawn into the net. And therefore the inquisitors were absolutely merciless and would not cease no matter what. It was very Kafkaesque. If you ever read The Trial, it's very much like Franz Kafka's descriptions of what it was like to be a prisoner under these circumstances. So this particular woman received a fairly minor assessment of torture. She was to get one jug, which was a reference to how much waterboarding she would endure, because the waterboarding was used literally in the Spanish Inquisition. So this is a translation. She was carried to the torture chamber and told to tell the truth. When she said that she had nothing to say, oh, by the way, she was accused of not eating pork. That was her crime, not eating pork. She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished, but was silent. When stripped, she said, Signores, I have done all that is said of me, and I bear false witness against myself, for I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing. She was told not to bring false testimonies against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms commenced. You'll recall that on the outside chance that perhaps a person was telling the truth and was actually a good Christian, it was considered inappropriate to shed their blood. And so therefore, tortures that did not involve bloodshed, like waterboarding or stretching of the limbs or burning of the soles of the feet, were considered much more religiously humane. One cord was applied to the arms and twisted, and she was admonished to tell the truth, but she said she had nothing to tell. Then she screamed and said, I've done all they say. Told to tell in detail what she had done, she replied, I've already told the truth. Then she screamed and said, tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say. She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she had not done so, and another turn of the cord was ordered. She cried, loosen me, signores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. Another turn was given. She said, loosen me a little that I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not eat pork, for it made me sick. I have done everything. Loosen me and I will tell the truth. Another turn of the cord was ordered, and when she said, loosen me and I will tell the truth, I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I did it. They heard me, Senor. Loosen me and I will tell it. She was told to tell it and said, I don't know what I have to tell. Senor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Oh, my arms, release me and I will tell it. She was asked to tell what she did and said, I don't know. I did not eat because I did not wish to. She was asked why she did not wish to and replied, loosen me, loose me. Take me from here and I will tell it when I am taken away. I say that I did not eat it. She was told to speak and said, I did not eat it. I don't know why. Another turn was ordered. She said, Senor, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Release me and I will tell it. She was told to tell what she had done contrary to our holy Catholic faith. She said, take me from here and tell me what I have to say. They heard me, oh my arms, which repeated many times and went on. I don't remember. Tell me what I have to say. Oh, wretched me, I will tell all that is wanted, Signore. They are breaking my arms, loosen me. I did everything that was said of me. This goes on for 3 more pages of simply not knowing whether she should make something up, tell something, not tell something, and just searching desperately for the right answers. What exactly do they want from her to release her? Ultimately, she would betray several dozen other people that she could think of, and they would be brought into this net. The Inquisition would look for any tiny little aspect of what they might have done, and the process would continue. Absolutely torturous and something that is unprecedented on human scale. Okay, so they get to Amsterdam, and they're so happy to finally be in a free state where Jews are allowed to exist qua Jews and are allowed to observe their faith openly. As I mentioned, he circumcises himself, and his entire family, his brothers and his mother, all convert to Judaism, and they're living there without too much difficulty. They later move on to Hamburg in Germany, which also has a very significant family or population of Portuguese Jews. By the way, Portuguese Jews for most of the 17th and 18th century is sort of shorthand for these refugees from the Inquisition who make their way through Europe. And there he begins to get into trouble because he begins to say, wait a second, why are you rabbis doing these things? I never heard of any of these things. In all of my detailed study of Scripture, I have never seen, for example, the way you observe the Sabbath. And in fact, if you look in the Bible, you will see nothing of the extensive preparations and observance of the Sabbath that is common to Orthodox Jews. And this is one of the ironic sort of epiphenomena of the inquisitorial process, that the divorce from traditional Jewish teachings and Jewish texts meant that these are intensely religious people who nevertheless have no access to the realities of how Judaism is practiced. And the disconnect is something that Acosta simply could not leave alone. I just have to find one more document. It's hard to do this with one hand. Here we go. This is the document I'm looking for here. And so he was censured. He began to write a little bit. He was a highly intelligent individual. He began to write and publish a little bit, and he got himself into some trouble. The leadership of Hamburg placed him under his first excommunication. He would ultimately be excommunicated 3 times in his lifetime. And this is the first and mildest of them. Now, let me take a moment just to discuss what exactly is excommunication in Judaism. The term itself is actually Catholic. We borrow it from the Catholic faith. Hebrew actually has a fairly rich vocabulary for various types of excommunications. Most common one is known as cherem. You also have shamta, arur, and a few others that are referenced in Talmudic literature. But it's basically a form of social ostracism that is typically imposed on someone who refuses to submit to the decree of the court. It's kind of like contempt of court, I think, in modern legal terms. It is still very much practiced today, typically in cases where, let's say, there's a business dispute, and the 2 parties agree to go to a Beit Din, a rabbinic court.
Mr. Aquarius, I'll tell you if I'm ever mad at you, and I've never been mad at you in my entire life.
What the court tells him he's supposed to pay, and therefore the court places him in a form of cherem. If you read the Jewish press or any of these Jewish newspapers, and you look in the back, you'll often find these legal notices that says, so-and-so is placed under a ban. There's a sirup, the various terminologies used for them. And let us understand this within the context on the kind of punishments. They can vary from fairly mild things like he's not allowed to be honored in a synagogue, to no one's allowed to do business with him or speak with him or stand within 6 feet of him, 4 amot of him. So it depends entirely on the nature of the crime and the discretion of the court.
I have an appeal server. If he really wants to come back, he can write an appeal.
Is that a word? Cheremi, victim of a cherem, is Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who has a very significant connection to Acosta that I'll explore a little later. This is the text of the ban placed on Baruch Spinoza some century later, which is probably similar to the kind of text that was used in the same town against Acosta. So let me read this paragraph to you, and you'll get a sense of what this must have felt like. The lords of the Ma'amad, this is referring to the village elders here, the town elders, having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Espinosa, have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witnesses to this effect in the presence of the said Espinosa, they became convinced of the truth of the matter, and after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable Chachamim, the sages, they have decided with their consent that the said Espinosa should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. By the decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Espinosa with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of all the holy congregation in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the curses that are written in the book of the law. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against this man, and bring upon him all the curses which are written in this book. And the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord will separate him to his injury from all the tribes of Israel with all the curses of the covenant, which are written in the book of the law. But you who cleave unto the Lord God are all alive this day. We order that no one should communicate with him orally or in writing, or show him any favor,
What's up,
or stay with him under the same roof.
What's good, dog? Omni Duck. Omni Duck. How are you, pimp? What's good? Anything? Oh, very cool. Stream it in here if you want.
It doesn't stream for some reason. It's buggy.
Okay.
Roof, or within 4 cubits of him, or read anything composed or written by him. Very strong, almost hyperbolic language, and all over the Kulturkampf of ideas that the Acosta, and of course much more famously Spinoza, would later challenge the dominant thinking of the Jewish faith, and would, the Chachamim, the sages, the community would bring the full weight of rabbinic authority down upon his head. Now, for us living 5 centuries later, it seems, perhaps it's just me, but it seems like overkill. It seems like here's some possibly mentally ill individual who is criticizing how we observe Sabbath, and yet you bring a whole ton of bricks on him like that. I think we have to try and place ourselves within this 17th century context where the boundaries of religious authority are rapidly eroding under the assault of these less educated Jews coming from Portugal, who are skeptical and questioning the authority of the rabbis and dominant Jewish practice. Furthermore, they certainly have tremendous street creds for the persecution that they had endured under the Inquisition. And for them to come and say, you really don't have to do all this Shabbos stuff. And, like what my mother, who was a really good Jewess, she only washed the meat. She never, soaked it with salt. She just washed it, and that was good enough. And so the traditional boundaries are under attack from this strange kind of internal threat, and the decision of the sages of Amsterdam was to just be super harsh with them. We can think about whether or not that was an acceptable strategy and whether or not that is an appropriate strategy today, perhaps towards the end of this lecture. But it gets worse. That's my father, Olav Shalom, always said, Henry, it always gets worse. So the second excommunication happened in Amsterdam. He fled from Hamburg. He went back to Amsterdam. Large Jewish population there. He wasn't happy in Hamburg. He didn't speak German. He was having a very difficult time there. And he began to be much more aggressive in his critique of Rabbinic Judaism. And remember, this is not a Catholic critique against Rabbinic Judaism. This is a Jewish critique, an internal critique, where he says, I read the Bible very well, and it doesn't say any of this stuff. He specifically used a lot of Christian vocabulary in his critique, as in this book, for example, the examination of Pharisaic traditions. The Pharisees, that's actually a reference to rabbinic Jews. The Hebrew term is perushim, those who separate. If you recall, we talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Apion. These are the progenitors of the rabbinic tradition, but in the Christian tradition, they are, the word Pharisee is essentially identical with hypocrite. So to use Pharisee in a literary context for anyone who's familiar with Christian thought, that's considered an insulting term. And so he's saying the rabbis are just like the Pharisees. He says this openly in his autobiography. They're full of lies, just like their ancestors were, very stubborn and stiff-necked. And he's saying that they're just making things up that aren't in the Bible. Some scholars of Acosta have opined that perhaps he was heavily influenced by Karaism, which is a movement that began in the 9th century that argued that the only authentically divine portion of rabbinic literature is in fact the Torah, and everything else is all completely fabricated. It's very hard to draw a straight line from Karaism to Acosta, in my humble opinion. He published this book. The rabbis knew that it was coming out, and they actually anticipated it. Before it even hit the press, it's not even much of a book, it's really a pamphlet, they published a counter pamphlet that accused him of all kinds of nasty things. The book, as soon as it appeared, was burned by the rabbis, and he was excommunicated a second time, and he fled to Utrecht. He originally wrote in Latin. Portuguese was his mother tongue, but he wrote quite excellently, actually, in Latin. Yes. I don't think there's a Karaite community in Utrecht or Amsterdam at this time. And also, he thinks he is a regular Jew. He thinks he's like mainstream. It happens that these crazy rabbis are off the derech. So the Karaites, I've read just about everything he's written. He never even refers to Karaites. I don't think he was even aware of their existence. You would have more Karaite communities in the East, but not in Western Europe. Okay, so he flees to Utrecht, and he lives there for several years. Then his mother passes away. He is married for some time. We don't know much about his first wife, but he apparently was very close with his mother, who sheltered him through much of the worst of this. And he decides that, it's just too lonely to try and live in this excommunicated state, which he had endured for 7 years. It was, no Jew was allowed to stand within 4 cubits of him. He felt absolutely terrible. So he decides, quote unquote, that he will become an ape among apes, meaning I don't believe any of this stuff, but who wants to live alone? So I'm going to go back to Amsterdam, and I'm going to pretend to do tshuva. I'm going to repent, and that way at least I can live with human beings. I can live among other Jews. At least I can have some kind of society with me. So he goes back to Amsterdam, and he he agrees to a rather humiliating ritual in the synagogue, which perhaps I will read to you right now, because this is, I won't read to you in great detail, but I'll read you just one paragraph of what he endured with his second. Now, don't forget, he's already been excommunicated twice. It's not like he doesn't know what's coming here. This is not a first-time excommunication. He says, so he goes back and he says, okay, I want to do tshuva, I want to be reaccepted, and they agree, but they force him to go through this ritual humiliation. Then my sentence was read out of a little book. It declared that I must enter the synagogue dressed in the clothes of mourning, holding a black wax taper in my hand, and there to read distinctly before the whole congregation a form of recantation in which they described in blackest colors the magnitude of my crimes. It was a mechanical device that the rabbis used right up until the French Revolution, that the rabbis had the authority, and in many communities, in order to ensure, call at the beginning of tonight's lecture, I told a little bit about kind of like the positives and negatives of modernity. One of the aspects of pre-modernity for Jews is that the rabbis had the authority of corporal punishment. Rarely used, obviously. It was typically in things like where a husband would refuse to give his wife a get and things like that, but definitely utilized. Anyways, after that, I was to prostrate myself at the entrance to the synagogue that they might all pass over me. Moreover, I was to fast a certain number of days, right? So his punishment was he had to read this public confession. He had to be whipped 39 times, and then he has to lay down at the entrance of the synagogue, and everyone walks over me. He describes this with, he describes his how he endured this and how furious it made him, not surprisingly. But nevertheless, he goes through it. So then he is now, so to speak, he's done tshuva. He does mention, by the way, at the end, he says, now let nobody say that they did not do me honor, for if they scourged me, yet they lamented over me and stroked my head, meaning that they at least gave him some chesed, they did give him some kindness after he went through this very humiliating ritual. But again, trying to imagine what it must have been like in the heads of the rabbis in 17th century Amsterdam, they're trying to make sure this doesn't happen ever again, and they're sending a really strong message. It would, in my humble opinion, backfire, but ultimately that's really what they're trying to achieve. So, but he's not done yet, because Acosta now, after being ritually humiliated in this manner, begins to wonder about more than the specific practices of what he calls Pharisaic Judaism. He begins to say, well, what about the doctrines? What about the very basic elements of Judaism? I'm not talking now about how to make a cow kosher, and I'm not talking about how to observe Shabbos. What about life after death? And here he begins to contemplate that perhaps the entire superstructure of Judaism is false. And at this point, not only is he attacking Judaism, he's also attacking Christianity by saying, and he ultimately comes out explicitly and says this, that he doesn't believe in any organized religion. This is a remarkably modern way of thinking. For the 16th century, to hear someone express in these terms, that's why he's considered in many ways an intellectual forebear of Spinoza, who also argued very similarly. At this point, he is much more of a troublemaker. The flashpoint is when two Christians, like not new Christians, but like never before Jewish Christians, happen to come upon him, and they say they're kind of interested in becoming Jewish, and he convinces them not to become Jewish. And when this gets back to the community, this again is Acosta, explaining his own behavior.
Zeus,
it's hard to believe it actually happened.
You sandbagging son of a bitch! How you living, pimp? How have you been? All right. Are you ready to lose?
As well.
Everything? How was your day,
That's
Zoo?
not a good way to introduce. You think that's an appropriate way to say hello to someone? You ready to lose?
Well, it's the truth. Did you know that you had an invitation?
So now I can find out how your day was, but just what you
Word, dog.
Have you ever had a bad day on Frank?
I've had some better than others.
I feel like every day is the same.
Okay. That's all right. I like the consistency.
Do you want to get outside the house?
I was outside today.
Yeah, but how far do you go?
I got groceries.
Where?
Walmart.
You went to Walmart today?
No, they had them delivered.
Why did you go there?
Because it's free to have them delivered. I've been to Walmart on stream, though. I've both driven there and I've walked there.
Hey, can you give me a second?
Sure.
I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
Show me love. Keep you safe. Visit NHT
Yo. What up, pimp? Can you hear me? Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Dude, are you gonna go?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
What's Walmart corner in Australia?
Isn't it Woolworths?
Nope. We don't have one in Australia.
Right. Don't you have Woolworths? Don't you have Woolworths?
That's not Walmart. That's a supermarket.
I know, but don't you have? I know. Don't you have Woolworths though?
Yeah, it's a grocery store. But we have something called Big W, which is its own model.
Did you know that you lost Big
Kind of
W?
like Walmart.
Dude, did you know that you lost Big W?
It's kind of like Walmart. It's kind of like Walmart, but you can't. It's kind of like Walmart, but you can't buy guns. Do they sell guns at your local Walmart?
No.
Do they sell guns at any Walmart you've been to?
I think they stopped.
They stopped doing that?
Yeah, they stopped like 10 years ago selling guns. Period.
Why?
They didn't like the backlash they were getting, where it was really easy to buy a gun, and I think it had to do actually with the. I think a lot of states they have to do a background check. Maybe all states, I don't know. So you couldn't just go in there and buy it anymore. You had to wait, and Walmart's about selling, not having to wait for stuff, so they stopped doing it. But also, I had heard they didn't like the negative press they were getting, because somebody would be like, they go in there and they buy a gun and go kill their family or whatever, and that's not something for what Walmart wants to be known. But years ago, I guess like when Walmart first started, it was big to buy guns there. Dog, do you know that you're getting your ass whooped? Just straight up whooped. Get it, Zoot. And he checked out. Good move. Good move.
We're gonna complete the marathon Olympics after this.
Okay. Wait, we're gonna complete it?
Yeah, we're gonna complete the Olympics.
Are we gonna do a new one?
Yeah.
Are you not gonna be a little bitch and leave?
I only left because someone interrupted the last game.
Okay, Zoot. Then you have to stay here for 2 minutes while I go to the bathroom so that I can play, okay?
Yeah, this is gonna be 2 hours.
Yeah, it is, baby. Yeah, it is, baby. That's what I'm talking about, Zoot. All right, big dog. Let's do it.
Ready?
Yep.
In your room there. Oh, fuck. Oh. There we go. Rabbi, I'm in trouble here. Okay. Oh, it's up to you.
Okay, you're up 1-0.
What? 1-0, and then we do pull next.
You know I suck at it.
You're not terrible.
Oh, yes, I am. This is my worst game.
That's good. I mean, who's gonna get the break? Rabbi gets the break.
Do you know what?
Oh,
Do you know what pocket pool is? It's a euphemism for masturbating. Zoot, one of the worst shots I've ever seen. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Do you want to see something? I mean, it's just funny. Look how sick this shot is. Did you see that, son?
Can you still hear me?
Word.
That was a 5 out of 10.
Dog, that was sick as fuck. What a shot! That was the best shot I've ever had in this game. Did you see that?
Yeah. I watched an episode of The Bible.
And how was it, son?
Survivor Australia versus the world. So they have Australia versus there's 7 Australians and there's 7 people from different countries. There's 3 people from the US and New Zealand, Sweden, Finland, and South Africa.
Does everybody speak English?
They have to speak English.
Good shot, dude. That was a great shot. No way. No way. You just fucked up. Majorly.
They have David on it, and
Who the fuck is David?
from the episode people.
Gotcha. Did they have that one guy who was the speed skater?
No.
That would have been one of the best shots ever.
No.
Okay. I hope you win this game. So go ahead and do it. I want to be down 0-2. Dude, Zoo, you missed the UFC.
What?
Because I like comebacks. Zoo, you missed the UFC.
I did.
Yeah, dog. Did you watch any of it? No.
No.
Why not?
I didn't even know it was on.
It was UFC. It was UFC 319, and it was amazing.
Yeah, but there were UFC 320 right?
Like next month, September.
What was so special about this one?
They had in the final match, the guy who won landed more punches than in any other UFC match ever. But it actually was a really boring fight. And if you're like, how is it that he landed all these punches, but it was a boring fight? All he did was wrestle the guy to the ground and then just punch him like barely. And all those punches count as like real punches.
Why was this fight so hard up? Like, why was it so hard up? Like, what was the hype?
Like 2 guys who hadn't lost, or hadn't lost in a long time. Dude, you are playing so unbelievably well. Hit this shot, Zoo. Win it. If you make this shot, you win. Dude, Zoo, you just spanked me. I love it. That's what I'm talking about, son. I want to see the best shot.
2-0, now we're going into one of, I don't think I've ever beaten you on this.
Dude, look at the best shot. It was so good. All right.
I just looked.
Why did you leave?
Oh, I didn't see the best shot. I think I was going into the next game.
Okay, that's fine. It was my shot, and it was amazing.
So this ends with... Fuck. It ends with cards, but before that's the Roddy. You know I can't wait to get you on the Roddy.
You never know, son.
Rabbi, I want to get smarter.
Okay. Have you tried iodine?
What's that?
It's an element. increases intelligence.
Has it been proven?
I think it has.
How do you take it?
It's in food like iodized salt, but you can also take iodine supplements. It's like I take it with like a dropper, and it tastes really bad. So a lot of times I'll put it in like grape juice or something. And if I recall, it needs to be in a liquid form or in like salt. And it increases intelligence.
Does it make you concentrate better?
I believe so.
I have deficits in attention that make me appear stupider than I actually am.
I think your Tourette's makes you appear stupider than you are.
Not just Tourette.
Do you have that thing on your arm?
No, but it's nearby.
Okay, we'll go get it.
Did I tell you that I kicked him over the other day?
Yeah, you told a group of people that you didn't know until you were 15 years old that you were circumcised because you'd never seen a man's penis.
I never really looked at a young man's penis like that.
Dog, are you seeing this master class?
Look, I knew what circumcision was before that, right? But I didn't know I was circumcised.
Okay. I showed Riser this thing. It's fucking amazing, and it's going to be a game changer for my stream. So I was watching this Joe Rogan, and I saw that there was this thing that summarized the whole show, and I was like, oh, that's really interesting. Like, it gave timestamps and like a really nice summary, and it was like this website. And so all you do is go to the website, and it'll summarize any YouTube video for you. And so I put this 8-hour video of mine in there, and it summarized it so well. It talked about the Amazon rainforest and AI, and then this music concert that I did. It was like, and it was super accurate. And every single song that I sang, it had it in there, like a playlist.
You think it's going to be difficult for you to get in the shop?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because it was up against the wall, and it's got a bunch of your balls in the way, and I just helped you. Zoot, if you win this game, you will be up 0 games to 3. 3 games to 0. Are you gonna go though?
Yeah.
Oh, what a beautiful shot!
Rate that shot out of 10.
7, not 10.
That was a 0 out of 10.
Are you ready for this, Zoot?
Yeah, you pretty much got. Pretty much won. You can't. I don't think that is a hard job. That's pretty simple.
I think it was tough.
Could have won. Could have won. Now we're going into Match Masters. Okay. Grass fire type. He goes grass fire type as well, and we get the worst fucking background for grass fire. Oh fuck! Whoever gets to go first has a massive advantage here. That is a very good start.
I agree. Zoot, slap yourself. Zoot, slap yourself.
I just hold my hair.
Don't do that. You run out of hair. Just flick your hand.
Fuck. That was dumb.
Now that was dumb. Zoot, you just made a noise. Flick yourself. Are you proud of that shot?
Sure. Genius.
Flick yourself, Zoot.
No, I am a genius.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
I got fucked. Fucking brain. You've never able to get killed for Tourette's?
Yes.
Really?
Really?
There's a woman in Australia, she was in high school, when she had it 16, 17, but it was a gal when I was in high school. She had a very severe form of Tourette's, and she was on 60 minutes, and she had surgery.
And did it work?
Yeah. I don't need surgery.
Dude, I've seen these people on TikTok. They need that surgery.
Do you think? You think the surgery is it's, I don't know, it's a risky surgery. It could make you brain damage.
Okay. Oh, baby. Are you ready for this boob suit?
What's the severest Tourette's you've seen?
This girl on TikTok, she can't even talk without saying the F word.
That would be much fun.
No, she says the N word. She says all kinds of bad words.
Oh shit. Is she black?
No.
I mean, I've been correct people get N word boss.
It does not. Oh, okay.
In the right neighborhood. In their own neighborhood.
Yeah, people will still fuck you up. Zoot, if you beat me here, oh no, I won the last game. So it's 1-2. You could beat me here though. You have the lead. And you've evolved.
Yep.
Are you proud of your evolution?
I mean, there's no bonus, so that pisses me off. Can't go back to me here with this.
You think that was a good move?
Yep.
I do too.
Oh, that was not that's good for you. That's very good for you.
I don't know why you think it was good for me.
Look where the fire is.
Oh, baby. But that's good for you.
There's literally no move I can make that helps my lost really. Oh, fuck, I just helped you.
Yes, you did, son.
You might have helped me.
Nope, not at all. I did not help you at all. None of those are good moves. You're done. Oh, you helped me even more.
I fucked myself in. The only thing that I can say is you haven't evolved.
That's true. What do I do, Zoot?
What? Yeah, that was good. They're nothing.
I think so. You're up, pimp. Dude, Zoot, my bots created a clip of a guy earlier today, or actually like 5 days ago, but he came into my Discord today and was just yelling and yelling and yelling. For 3 hours he was in here and just kept leaving and coming back, leaving and coming back. And I was fine with it, but eventually it was annoying people, so I banned him, but he was so pissed off. By far the most pissed off person I've ever had in here. Ever. Like, he was so pissed off. It was unbelievable. Oh, is that a good one?
No.
Oh, that was a good move, Zoot. Very smart. Zoot, that...
You can go big hit here. Doesn't matter. Oh, fuck. How'd you take that whole word?
The red ones do that. They take out a whole row.
That would be a dumb move. That would just help you. My best move there would be that.
Are you
But
sure?
get an extra move.
Are you sure?
I mean, it's not really going to help you that much.
This is going to be big for you. This is going to be big for you. A heal
I heal,
and
and we're back to even.
no. Oh, baby. What do I do? I go like this. What's going to happen? It just gave me 3, but it doesn't do anything? Oh, that was a total waste. A giant waste. Zoot, that was a giant waste. And you get an extra turn. Extra move. Dog, Zoot, you might win. Are you proud of this?
That was a good game. You know what? Why'd you choose that?
Because I'm sick.
Bye-bye.
Yo, pimp.
I'm going to stand up next week.
I know you are. I'm excited for you. Are you going to record it?
You're not sleeping.
No, you just record it. You don't have to live stream it. Just record it. What don't you understand about just recording it?
Rabbi, I fucked up.
Yeah, you did. You fucked up majorly. Oh, but you got it.
Did I?
No, you didn't at all. That was baller. How'd you like this move, though?
Yeah, it was okay.
You're up, Zoot. Are you going to go? Zoot, are you going to record your stand-up?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
So I'm trying to concentrate.
Okay.
I'm trying to concentrate.
All right, we'll concentrate then, dog.
If I move that up, then that helps you. Yes. Yes.
Are you sure that was the best move? Because then I'm allowed to make this move, and then I can do this move.
I can do that.
Do you think that was a good move? Oh, that was really good. That was really good.
We're kind of tired. Okay. Extra move. The advantage I have is I have more berries than you. Okay. Just that's all.
He berries. You're up, Zoot. Whoa, 4 in a row. That was baller, Zoot.
How much do I need? How much do you need to win?
Are you proud of that move? Oh no, it made the green one disappear.
I didn't see that.
Zoot,
I'm not proud of that move.
you're basically on the. Oh, what a move, Zoot. Zoot with the.
Yeah, but you can still kill me in one hit.
No, I can't.
You can.
No, I can't. I haven't evolved. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Zoot? Look at this move, Zoot.
No matter what I did, I was fucked.
Zoot, what are you gonna do?
Oh, fuck.
Are you proud of that move, Zoot? Zoot, you are one move away from losing. Look at those berries. Look at this move, Zoot. Zoot, kick yourself. Flick yourself, Zoot. Zoot, did you flick yourself?
Yep.
Oh no. Zoot. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son?
Best move ever.
What are you gonna do? Zoot, what are you gonna do, son?
Oh, you are in trouble. Rabbi, the only thing about you, the only thing about that is, oh, yes.
You're done.
Oh, no.
You're done, son. It's over for you.
2-2?
2-2, son. 2-2, son. We've got a ballet going, pimp. We've got a ballet going, pimp.
I can bet you up over
Are you sure?
Do you remember what happened last time I played Overwatch?
It was amazing. You killed yourself your first shot.
You think we're going to do the same thing here?
No. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna choose a guy, or are you just gonna keep jerking yourself off raw? Did you know we're playing Neo City, Pimp? Dog. Did you know we're playing Neo City? Dog. Oh. What happened?
My hip. What the fuck? Oh, you just hit yourself. Oh, Rabbi. What?
Oh no. Stay up.
You're in trouble there. Oh my God. What? Oh, Rabbi.
Yo, Pimp. You're done, son. I wonder if this in the background actually says anything in Japanese. Oh, what a great shot. Zoot, are you going to beat me?
Yeah, that's my plan.
Thanks, baby.
But I don't know if
I need that health. Let me get that health. Oh, you got the health?
but I want.
Yes, you did. 2 to 3.
Really quick.
Are you proud of that?
Yeah, traitor.
Yeah, but you know you're taking
There
it.
you go.
You know that this is my game, and I'm better than everybody we've ever played at. You know I'm better than everybody we've ever played at this game. I want you to win, but you're not going to do it with a shit shot like that. That's a garbage shot. Garbage. Garbage shot, Zoot.
What was I fucking thinking? I played this game how many times and I didn't even fit?
Doug, I don't know. All I know is that we've got a hole in one right here. Did you see that? Zoot, you're done.
Have we ever, has either of us, has anyone gotten a hole in one on that? Huh?
I have. It's hard. What did you think of that shot, Zoot?
Can you get a hole in one on this with like great players?
Maybe. It depends where the hole is. Thank you. You helped me. I have a chance to make it in the hole. Oh, dog. You need one of the best shots of your entire career here. Get it. Oh. So you're down 2 holes to none. I've got you right where I want you. Zoot, I've got you right where I want you. What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you going to do? Are you proud of this shot? Are you proud of this shot? Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. That's really sweet of you. Zoot, make it. Make it. Dog. That was amazing.
Can I come back?
Yes. But not on this hole. As you know, I haven't lost on this hole to you or anybody in like 100 straight games.
I think nope. Right. Ready to hit the greatest that you ever seen?
Yep. Zoot, I'm so good at this hole.
That was the shot I was meant to make.
It's over, Zoot. It's 3-3, son.
What's next? Table soccer?
I think so.
Well, you know you suck at table soccer.
I'm better than you are at it.
Sometimes you're asked. Table soccer is like most of the game. Because sometimes you get really well at it, sometimes I do that.
Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is. Look at this shot, Zoot. I just made it look like a professional. You're done. It's 3-3, son. It's 3-3, son. Table soccer's next. Zoot, are you ready? Zoot, are you ready, pimp? Do you know what the dragon attack is? I'm going to try to score right here. You're up, pimp. No way you make this.
Yeah, you're gonna. You might be asking, why would I make that move?
It doesn't really fucking matter to me because I'm about to score. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you might be thinking, why did I make that move?
Dude, just do it. Just go. Just do it. Go. Go. Terrible shot. You got so fortunate. Last pass, son. Last pass, son. No way you score. That was a big time goal, dog. All right, you ready for this?
Whichever my defense is.
You're up, pimp. Look at this pass. Did you see that pass? Now you ready for this goal? What are you going to do, Zoot? I'm going to get this ball exactly where it needs to go. Whoa. You're up, Zoot. What a pass. Zoot, look at this pass. Zoot, did you see this? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? You're up, pimp. Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, are you proud of that shot? No way. Zoot, fuck you. That was garbage. You're up, pimp.
I'm gonna win. Rate this shit out of 10.
10.
Ready? That was a 0 IQ move.
Dude, it was a very high IQ move. Now go. I'm going to show you why it was a high IQ move. Right here. Zoot, that sucked.
I told you it was a 0 IQ move. But you got lucky.
What do you mean? I'm good, baby.
You got lucky.
Zoot, watch this pass. Zoot, are you ready for this? Do you know what the dragon attack is, son? Do you know what the dragon attack is, son?
Ready for the greatest move today?
Yeah. That was dog shit. I've never seen a worse shot in my life.
But the defense is still good.
That's a bad shot. Really bad. Awful shot. Awful. Can you make it from there? Oh. Zoot, you ready for this move? Zoot, are you ready for this move? Look at this pass, Zoot. I'm going to bounce it off of the wall, off of your guy, and into the goal. Almost. But I've got a huge advantage on you. Maybe one of the greatest advantages in the history of humankind. Oh, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. Are you sure you wanted to do that, son? Look at the scoreboard, Zoot. Look at the scoreboard. Do you want to take a picture of it? No way you hit this. Zoot, look at this move. Did you see this pass? Zoot, are you ready for this goal? Are you going to go? Zoot, you're done. You're done. You're not going to score. You're going to mess up. Big time. Big time. What a giant mess up. Now watch this move, Zoot. This is a pass for the ages. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, yeah. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you just got it. Look at the score. Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. 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 Oh no. No way, Zoot. Don't miss. You missed. I can't believe you missed. Alright, what is it?
And 1, 2, 1.
1, 2, 3. It's 3-4.
Who's winning?
Me. So I got table soccer, robots, Paul, and Ocho, which is Uno. Then you got Kramen, mini golf, and match monsters.
You mean...
3-4.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Everybody...
Going into bounds.
I'm going to make it 4-4. You've never beaten me in bounds.
I have.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, when we first started playing, you didn't know how to play.
Okay, maybe when we first started.
Oh, that was terrible by you.
Thanks, dog. Do you see I have the lead?
For now. Fuck, you got really lucky there.
Dog, what do you want me to do about it?
You got a lucky break.
Dog, what do you want me to do?
Nothing. So come back.
You just got destroyed, son.
I'm coming back. But I fucked up.
It's over for you.
I fucked up. Rabbi, do you know how I fucked up?
How'd you fuck up?
On the stuff. Okay, I am so close to you.
Dude, you're not gonna win.
I'm literally on the same.
Cool story, dog. I like it when you were telling me that story. I really liked it. Yeah, you got smoked, son. 4-4. And it's bowling, and you suck at bowling.
It's Rabbi. You go first.
You go first, son.
I have a feeling
You're up. Go.
I have a feeling I'm going to do really well here.
Well, I think you're wrong.
I have a feeling this is going to be a spin. Fuck! As long as he doesn't get a strike or spin, good.
You know I'm gonna get this, son. You know I'm a pimp.
Right. I need to get a strike on the bat. I need to get a spare or it's very, very bad. It's very, very, very bad. How much is a spare give you?
It's complicated. Usually 10 plus 10 for the first part of the next frame. Whoa, I almost got it. Zoot, you're done, son. No. Zoot, you're done.
How much is a strike?
10 plus 10 for the next two shots.
I'm gonna get a spare. So I need a strike for you to come back. You ready?
Yes, sir. You need this. And you got it. That was one of the biggest shots of your career. Too bad Oh, Zoot.
I made 3 strikes.
No, you're doing really well. You get an automatic 10 points here. Zoot,
If I get a spare, we're in the game.
Zoot, you could win.
I get a strike.
You just blew a huge opportunity.
You would have won. Regardless.
Not necessarily.
Rabbi, I'm gonna go. We'll come back.
No, dude, you said you were gonna be here. You don't have to do shit.
Yeah, but
How long of a break do you need?
that's 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you a 15-minute break, but you better be back in 15 minutes. Do you understand? Zoot. 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 Zoot, do you hear me? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, do you hear me?
Just gypped it. Just superior DNA, obviously. I don't know if anybody else plays RuneScape, but I did start off with RuneScape. Kind of fishing here with my mate. We just okay, back to fishing. Okay, I don't know how many people from that stream viewers are still here.
Zoot. You need 10 more minutes? Are you ready to lose?
Ready to win.
So you're going to get your ass taken.
It was my phone. I've had my phone on charge for 20 minutes and it's only charged 6%. Why is that?
Because you have a lot of apps open. Zoot, are you ready to lose, son? I don't really give a flying fuck about your battery so long as it continues to work. All I care about which I care, is that you accept the invitation that I just sent you. Have you accepted it, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
I had 20 apps open. I had 20 screens open.
Okay.
Sex. I shouldn't have said that. You probably stole it. Fuck you.
Yeah, I just looked you in the face and smacked you.
I'm gonna come back and return that.
It's over for you, son.
Rabbi, you can win.
I know I'm gonna win.
What do you think of the Malcolm middle reboot?
Whatevs. People like that show.
Don't watch it?
Probably not. But I will watch the paper, the new Office.
This new office?
Word, dog.
When?
The first 4 episodes drop, I think, next month. It's on Peacock, and it's called The Paper. It's about a paper, and the guy Oscar is going to be on it, the accountant. Dude, remember that time? What'd you say, Pimp? Okay, well, remember that time I sent you an invitation and everybody was waiting on you to accept it? Do you remember that time? Do you remember that time? Doug, do you remember that time?
It was a pro gang called Blocks that a member of us won.
That's true. Welcome, how you living, pimp? Hello? How are you? Hope you're having a good
You're
day.
annoying. That person is annoying.
They're
How
trying.
do you make a block go faster?
You pull it down.
Got it. You help. Rabbi, I think you helped me.
Okay, that's great, man. I'm here to help people, baby.
Hank.
Hank, what?
Hank.
Pink.
Yeah. It's Freedom Road. Yes. Yeah, Freedom Road.
So you just fucked me.
How did I fuck you?
You just did, dude.
How could I fuck you from your opposite sides?
Because anything that you make goes to my side.
Oh. Cool. I didn't know that.
Okay, well now you do.
Oh, fuck. What rank playing blue?
I don't know. She was 10, wasn't she?
Yeah. How did you go down so far? I
Because
wish she was 100.
why do you want her to be 100?
That's where I found her.
You found her at 100?
Yeah, she's at 100.
Wow, you propelled her all the way up to 4?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you a member of her OnlyFans?
Her free one, yeah. She's not on his brother. Mental one. She's bad from her OnlyFans.
Why?
She posted videos of the gangbang about people's consent.
Alright, Zoot.
Well,
You're up 1, you're up 2. Hold on. 2-1, 2-2, 3-2 your lead, 3-3, 4-3, 4-4, 5-4, 6-4, 7-4. Zoot, it's 7-4.
okay, what happens on OnlyFans is when you contact with someone, they need to also have an OnlyFans account so you can put them there as well.
And not all 1,000 of those guys had OnlyFans accounts?
There was some people that she posted up didn't have an OnlyFans account, so they banned her. You should get consent from everyone who put on the video.
Is she permanently banned?
Yep.
So how does she have a free OnlyFans?
I said was. That was.
Oh, so she's totally done?
I have no idea. But she's making money from other avenues, which sucks. He was making $4 million a month on OnlyFans, though.
Are you proud of her? Are you proud of her?
Yeah, that's talent.
Good for you, bud. Oh, what are
I
you?
was not expecting that. Give him a fuck gun.
Zoot, are you done? Is it over for you? What are you gonna do, son? Son, what are you gonna do?
There's one river.
Son, what are you gonna do? That's a terrible move. It's over.
Hi.
It's over.
Fucking hooked up.
8-4, son. 8-4.
Wasn't paying attention.
8-4, but this is my worst game.
We gonna play?
Fuck yeah, we're playing. Are you ready, Zoot?
Are we gonna play? Are we gonna play bingo as well?
We play everything, dog.
Roll a one. Roll a one.
Don't roll a 1 or a 6. There you go. There we go. Oh, Zoot, you're in trouble. Zoot, you're in giant trouble. Zoot, you're in giant amounts of trouble. Zoot, you know you're in trouble, right? And you got fortunate there. This game is the worst. You better watch out, Zoot. Oh, big time, Zoot. Big time, Zoot. Oh, big time, Zoot. What are you gonna do, Zoot?
That wasn't the best move I could make.
Oh, baby. Bye-bye.
I knew that was not the best move I could make. 6 on the board again. And then if I roll a 1, I'll be happy. Actually, oh, right, that sounds good. No! Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
But now you get it. I made a mistake. Rabbi. You're at a not with you. You think you're good, Rabbi?
I'm amazing, baby. That was a terrible move.
Why didn't you let me choose?
I don't know. What are you gonna do, son? Oh, fuck you, dude.
And I said again?
What are you gonna do? No way. What are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do, son?
Pick the best movie this time. I made a little bit of a mistake.
Baby, you're done.
Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
Ready?
Yep.
I'm in big trouble here.
Big dog.
Oh, fuck.
Big dog. Big dog. It's over for you.
Fuck.
9-4, son.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Normal.
I might come back from bingo.
Dude, I mean, this is just a game of chance.
Yeah.
Look at my board.
What about you, boy?
Can't you see it at, like, the bottom? The ones that I have?
Yep.
I have yet to get
I
anything.
can't say you're not missing.
I know.
I can't say you're not missing. Oh, I just got a huge fucking win. How about 070? Give me 070.
I haven't gotten a single thing yet. I still don't have anything, Zoot. You have a giant lead on me. Still nothing, Zoot.
Well, I haven't had anything, kid.
Zoot, I still don't have anything. Look at the lead you have on me. Still nothing, Zoot. Dude, Zoot, this has to be a record for me to not have gotten anything. Come on. Finally. Zoot, do you think you're going to win? Zoot, do you think you are going to win? You don't think you're going to win? You have a giant lead. Son, you have a giant lead. Dog, I want to fucking resign. I have nothing. Nothing, Zoot. Come on, Zoot. Give me something. Zoot, give me something. Zoot. Zoot. Is it over? Are you gonna win? Zoot, are you gonna win?
I just hit it. There, drive 23. Rabbi, I'm very close to winning.
I know you are.
Oh, you have a 4?
Yeah, baby, I have a 4 because I'm a pimp with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
I have everything but a 4.
Okay. And that's a great story.
I have like,
And that's a really great story.
can we have the same numbers?
I don't know. I think the cards should be different so that we don't, but you never know.
I think we can.
Do you think we can?
Yeah.
But the cards could be different.
The cards are different.
Okay. Do you think you're going to win?
Well, I don't know, 63.
Dude, do you think you're going to win? Zoot, I'm one away, baby. I'm one away. If I get I-21, it's over. And we might have the greatest comeback in the history of humankind in this bingo game, son. Perhaps the biggest comeback in the history of humankind. Do you understand what I'm saying? Dog, do you understand that you may be witnessing the greatest comeback in the history of bingo? bingo, bingo, bingo. You might witness the greatest comeback of all time. Oh, dog. There was a farmer, had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, bingo, 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 and Bingo was his name. Oh, there was a farmer, had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, bingo. Have you ever heard that song, Zoot? Zoot, have you ever heard the song Bingo? Zoot, I just need a G60. There was a farmer, had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, bingo, 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 and Bingo was his name. Oh, Zoo, you came so close to losing. Zoo, are you gonna win? There are 20 balls left, Zoo. This game is coming closer and closer for you to lose.
I'm trying to check if I'm investing.
It's over, baby. It's over. It's over, son. 10 to 4.
Hang on, I think I missed. Alright, we're at 31.
It's 10 to 4, son. It's 10 to 4, son. 10 to 4, son.
Is there a 42?
I don't fucking know. I'm already done. 10 to 4, son. You just lost. You're up, dog. Everybody's waiting on you, son. Dog, are you gonna go? Dog, are you gonna go? Zoot, you know that you have an invitation? Zoot, are you gonna accept the invitation? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
So Bingo just game of chance.
That's what I said.
Right, you know I fucked up hard, right?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, son?
I mean, you just did 7 damage. Okay. Rabbi.
Oh, no.
Well, you take a big fucking hit here. Okay. It's gonna be a big hit. Big hit here. Big hit here. I think that was a smart move, you going there. But the thing is, Rabbi, I'm going to take a little bit of damage here. I'm going to take a lot of damage here because you can't beat me here. You cannot beat me on this one.
Is it over?
You just took a big L, but it's not over. You took a big L, but it's not over. You are in big trouble though. But you have more bonuses. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you just won.
Because I'm sexy with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
Guess on lick.
Not gonna happen, baby. It's over, baby. 11 wins to 4. And now it's archery? We're gonna play 5 rounds to give you the greatest opportunity to win. Zoot, you have a chance to take the lead. What are you going to do? His first shot, folks, is a huge miss. Giant miss. Got a 6 on the first round. Very unimpressive, Zoot. Get it. Get it. Oh, Zoot. Yeah, it did. And he got a 1 that time. And now he got a 6. It's 22 to 13.
A 1 feel better than a 0. But it's not good.
All of those are true statements.
I literally thought you got me a bullseye. The way you set up that shot, it looked like a bullseye.
I'm in agreement with you, son. Look at this move, though. That was terrible. That was terrible. But Zoot, look at the score. Look at the score. Get a bullseye.
Already?
Yeah, dog. I don't know if that was a good shot.
Do you remember your shot here?
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Hit cancel. Hit cancel, and they'll let you do it again. It's in the upper left corner. You didn't even. It's my turn?
Yeah.
Then the thing must have glitched.
Your turn?
Word, dog. I don't know. There was some glitch. All I know, though, is I'm still beating you. And I'm not just beating you. Oh, dude, it glitched again.
Yeah, I saw that.
All right, Zoot. Get 3 bullseyes. That sucks.
That's higher than what you scored.
Zoot, just get a bullseye. 7, that sucks.
It's still higher than what you scored.
I mean, I'm unimpressed. All of that was bad.
Yeah, but that was your worst round.
Dude, the thing glitched. What do you want me to do?
Do that. Rabbi, you might have just played the perfect game.
I did not.
I don't think perfect round.
I did not. But I got 29, which is really good.
That's the perfect round.
No, 30 is a perfect round, son.
Yeah, but you know I'm not going to get a ball out.
Oh, dude, you're not even coming close. You're not even coming remotely close. Not even close.
I won.
I don't think so. I think you actually lost. That was 1 miss. 2 misses.
That wasn't bad compared to what I usually get. Rabbi, short shot.
I know, baby. That should have been a bullseye. Zoot, it's impossible for you to win, essentially. Are you going to make this? If you get 3 bullseyes in a row, you still don't win. If you get a triple bullseye here, you would win. Get it. Get a bullseye. All right. That makes 12-4, something like that. Hold on. You won Ocho. You won Pool. I won Carom. I won Match Monsters. You won Brawl Bots. I won Mini Golf. You won Table Soccer. I won Bounce, Bowling, Word Box, Blocks, Disco, Ludo, Bingo. That's 10-4. Blitz League, 11-4. Archery's 12-4. Now Skee Ball, son.
Yeah, I've lost 9 games in a row.
And we're going to do it with multipliers. Just for you.
Rabbi, I've lost 9 games in a row.
Word, son.
Tony, you won 9 games in a row?
That would make sense. I did not do well though. So you have a chance to stop my streak.
Didn't hit the multiplier.
Alright, well get it, dog. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. Nope. Nope.
I played better than you still.
I'm unimpressed.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Why you go for multiplier?
Oh, baby. Zoot. Zoot. Oh.
I'm in front.
Yes, you are.
I'm in front, but I have a feeling that you're going to do something crazy here. Oh, fuck. Rabbi, this is bad. This is bad.
All right, big dog. Here we go, Zoot. Here we go, Zoot.
What? Did you say that?
I'm watching. Oh, that was close. Oh, you got 2 going at once? That was cray-cray. Zoot, it's over for you, son.
Yeah, you can walk.
It's over for you, son. Okay, but that's all right. It's over for you. You just lost your 10th straight game. It's 13-4, something like that. And now we've got 4 in a row.
Yeah, but you suck. You suck at Connect Four.
I beat you the last game we played. Are you gonna accept the invitation? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? You're up, pimp. Everybody's waiting on you.
Rabbi, I can remember 9 numbers forwards and 7 numbers backwards now.
Amazing, dog.
Yeah, the average person can remember, the average person can remember 6 numbers forwards and 4 or 5 backwards. I think it's 4 backwards.
That's really cool.
I know you can remember a ridiculous amount backwards, but you just studied for it.
Okay, cool story, dog.
How many numbers can you memorize?
I don't know. I'm focused on Connect 4 right now, dog.
This isn't a game that you need to focus that on.
Yeah, obviously you do. Dog, that's another win, son. That's another fucking win. That's 14-4. Now, dominoes, I don't even know how to play this. So, we're going to say 20 points to win. All right, Zoot. Boneyard, 14, son. You're up. Everybody's waiting on you, dog. Everybody's waiting on you. Oh, what a terrible play. Slap yourself, Zoot. You just said drugs for no reason. Slap yourself, Zoot.
Then say drugs.
Well, you said.
Then say drugs.
Okay. Zoot, you did really well that round.
Rabbi, do you know I was just clicking buttons?
Yeah, don't you know that's what we always do?
Yeah, but I scored like nearly like
A perfect game.
nearly. I see how the video episode as well.
All right, go. It's over for you, son. Oh, fuck.
Really?
No.
I don't think I can lose.
Are you sure about that, big dog?
With what I got, no.
I'm about to play one of the greatest moves of all time. You're done. Plus 12, baby.
Oh, I don't know how to play now.
You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
You're in trouble.
Dog, you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Probably gonna lose the next game.
It's over for you, Zoot. Oh, whoa. 53? All right, it's like 13-5. Backgammon. This game sucks.
You lost. Fuck. And you're so bad at this next one. I think I could come back.
No way. Not even
Yeah,
close.
I can win cribbage. I Like all these ones, like all of these you don't know how to play.
Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation? Or are you going to jerk yourself off
You have
raw?
no idea. You have no idea how to play this game.
No one does.
It's simple.
No one knows what to do. How'd you like that move, son?
It sucked. What are you doing?
How'd you get multiple things? How do you keep getting double rolls? Give me a 1. Why do you take so long?
I'm going the wrong way.
No one knows. Dude, F you, dude. Dude, what the fuck? You keep fucking me up. You're up, pimp. Dude, fuck you, man. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp.
I couldn't make it.
Yep. That's what happens when we suck dick.
A minute ago.
Yeah, there you go, big dog. You know what's up.
Still think I'm in front of you.
No way are you in front of me. Oh, you just fucked me, though.
What is your guy doing all the way back there?
Because you just kicked me back. Just like that.
Man,
Just like that.
okay. Okay. Now I'm on the safe side. Now I'm winning.
Oh, that's a big one, dude.
Yep. Oh, I thought I was in trouble. 100. Alright, now you can't get me. Okay, you can't get me.
Are you sure? Dude, F you, man. Zoop, flick yourself, son. I don't know why I can't get that guy. You're up, though. Oh, you fucked me. Fuck you, man.
It's impossible for you to win now.
Are you sure?
Yep.
You don't even know how to win.
Bye-bye.
Yo, pimp.
Tell me.
Okay, I mean, that's a really cool story that you're telling, but no one gives a flying fuck, Suit.
Let's go again.
No, this game sucks.
All right. You just don't know how to play it.
Neither do you.
Then why am I winning?
What do you call the little triangle things?
Triangles?
No, shut the fuck up. Alright,
Bro, you didn't score a single point.
dog. No one gives a shit. Okay, so you won, that's 2. I won, 2-2. Then Brawl Bocce won 3-2. Mini Golf I won 3-3. Table Soccer, you won, that's 4-3. Bounce I won 4-4. Bowling 5-4. Word Box 6-4. Clock 7-4. Disco 8-4. Ludo 9-4. Bingo 10-4. Blitz League 11-4. Archery 12-4. Skee Ball 13-4. 4 in a row 14-4. Dominoes 14-5. Backgammon 14-6. Cribbage time, son. Zoot, are you ready for cribbage, son? Yo, pimp. Oh, I hate this game. Discard 2 cards into the crib.
None of us know how to play this game.
Not even close.
But do you know how to play?
No. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Alright, well then go. It's my turn.
Sure thing.
Are you gonna go though?
Okay. I played a bad card. Oh, wait. Rabbi? What does it mean to be fit, get 21 points?
No one knows.
What does that mean?
No one knows. Oh, you did really well. I gotta run.
Yeah?
Who's winning? You
Me.
are.
But I don't even know how to win.
You're up, pimp.
Okay.
Are you gonna go?
So, yep. I think I did the right thing.
No one knows.
Just saying.
And I just went.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Okay, pair +2. Run +3. Run +3. 15 +2. Pair +2. 15 +2. I have the lead on you, son. Because I'm a pimp with a big dick. Alright. You're up, Zoot. Calm down with your thoughts on what I should do. Zoot, you're up.
Sorry. You talked us. We both talked up.
Yes, we did. $31.
Alright, skill 31.
You don't know that. You don't know what that means. Pair 2 points. Pair 2 points. 15 +2 points. 15 +2 points. Pair 2 points. 15 +2 points. 15 +2 points. You retake the lead.
Pair plus 2 points. Run plus 3 points. Run plus 3 points. That was a giant lead.
How the fuck am I even playing this game?
No one knows, dude.
Right. I got a really bad hand. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. I think you do really well.
We'll see. Do I get those points or do you? Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. Run plus 3. Pair plus 2. Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. 15 plus 2. Knob plus 1. Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. 15 plus 2. Who got the 3?
You're throwing it.
Yes, I am.
Right, good time. Oh my god. Right. No, I just won.
You don't even know.
Attention, business owners. This is Jason Evans. I spent the last 3.5 decades helping companies create serious.
Oh no, last card, 1 point.
I built a serious training program called 3 Ways to Double Sales in 12 months.
Okay, pair plus 2. Oh no, you took the lead. You're gonna win. Alright, it's like 15 to... I already remember. We've never made it to bankroll. So congratulations, you weren't as big of a bitch as you were last time. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Rabbi, next I'm going to take Jakarta.
Dude, you got a huge lead.
Right. Attack.
Dude, are you ready for something? I guarantee you, I'm gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna get a 5 here. Dude, you've got such a big lead. Dude, you just went around the board better than I've ever seen anybody do it. Dude, you got everything, dog. Dude, I told you.
I don't want a railway station. That was your best move. Right. That was probably your best move.
Okay, pimp.
Do you know why was your best move?
Why was it my best move, Zoot?
Because the only two things I don't have is brown.
It's over. It's fucking over. Oh, you can't buy that? You can't buy that? If you could have bought that, it's over. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
still got every property. If I get car, you're in trouble. I don't think I'm gonna get car, but I think we're gonna get deli. That's huge. Oh, you just gave me my money back from what you said. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You need to land on. Okay, you can't find me.
No.
Do I buy the harbor or not? I'm gonna buy the harbor. What properties do you own besides that?
Dubai.
Oh, I just walked out. What about please land on your hook? Please land on your hook. Please land on Madrid. I was helping you with that.
Dude, I always do this. This game fucks me.
You're on the jab.
This game fucks me.
This is a fun game, man.
Get a 2 or a 3. That's what I'm talking about. And I need a 2. I need a 2.
I needed a 2.
You need a 2.
Hey. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
I feel like that wasn't a good move by you.
What should I have sold?
Dubai.
I need a 5. Give me a 2.
Alright, I need to land on Billy.
I need a 2. I need a 2 right here.
Alright, I need a 1. Fucking hell.
That was good for you. I need a 1.
Yo, I need a 3. 6 is good. 6 is really good. And another 6.
And another 6. Make a decision. That was what I wanted. Dude, you went around the whole board.
Yeah, but you got Carter.
Yeah.
You got Carter and you got
Oh.
roll on anything but a Now how big the child is going
Yeah.
What do you want?
Nothing. Go.
Now we're a bus to go. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Not big.
That was great. Thank you.
Not big. You ready to lose?
Nope.
Think how we ever
Calm down. I had to pay $100. That stinks.
I need a 4. You know what?
Yo, pimp. You need a 2.
Suck. Even if I got a 2, it would help. Rabbi, can you roll a 2?
I need to roll a 3. I'll take that.
So you're gonna buy Beijing. You bought Beijing and Hong Kong?
Word, dog. Oh, man, I should have bought that.
If you get Sydney, I am fucked.
Oh, for sure. If I get Sydney, you're done. I need a 6. Big roll. You need a 3 or 4. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, big time. Dude, this always happens. I need a 3. I need a 3. If I get a 3, you're done. Give me a 1 or a 3. If you get a 1 or a 2, you're fucked.
I'm not bad,
Calm down, Zoot. 1 or a 2, Zoot. You need a 1 or a 2, Zoot. Give me a 1. That's big time. That just fucked you. Oh, something.
That's not good. If you land on Sydney, I'm in trouble. But if I can get Sydney, you're fucked. Fuck. Yeah, we have no cash though.
Oh no. No.
That's good.
That's huge, Zoot.
That's really good for me. Okay. What do you want to try?
Nothing.
Oh shit. Good for me.
You need a 3 or a 4.
That's good.
Not really.
That's really good. I can get
Get a 2 or a 3.
4 or 5 or
2 or a 3. Big time, Zoot.
No. They could get $30 back. Fucking annoying.
You're up, pimp.
Okay. That's good. That's really good. Okay, that is also really good. Okay, right one.
Yo, pimp.
Oh, that's really fucking good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's good. Oh, you suck. Are you ready? Hello?
Yes, sir. Big time, Zoot.
Right one.
Big time, Zoot. Big time, Zoot. Zoot. Big time, Zoot.
I hope I go to jail. Driver.
Yo, pimp.
Driver.
Yo, pimp.
I should have saw.
This is going to be dangerous for you.
Luck.
You got fortunate.
Okay. Driver.
Yo, pimp.
Oh. No, I'm not gonna sell. I'm not gonna sell. Selling New York would be a dumb move. Driver.
Yo, pimp.
Quebec game. Quebec losing.
Let's see you win, dog. Are you going to go?
Yeah.
Zoot, you sold?
Yeah, back up, yeah.
That's not bad.
That was big.
Rabbi.
You're in trouble now, Zoo. Oh, it's over.
If I roll a 1, I lose. If I roll a 1, I lose. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. You better start selling your shit.
So,
Zoo, you
what do you want?
Zoo, you better sell New York.
How much do I get for it?
$360. I would sell all your shit except the 2 green ones.
No. Because if you get Toronto, no, I need to get Toronto. No, Rabbi?
What's that, Zoo?
I think I'm better off just staying in jail.
Why wouldn't you sell Delhi?
Because I get like nothing for it.
Word, dog.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Yeah.
You're in trouble. Once you get out, you're done. Once you get out, son, you, my friend, are done. Dunzo. Dunzo. Oh.
No.
What are you going to do, Zoo? Here we go. This is big. You need a 6, and you rolled it. Zoo, you got so fortunate. What a comeback. Zoot might have the greatest comeback in the history of this game. No!
It's not like you can't afford it.
Are you going to buy it back?
Think about it.
Are you going to buy it back?
Yeah.
Look at you.
If I land on Dubai, I lose.
So sell something.
Fuck! No, even if I sell everything and land on Dubai, I lose. So I land on Beijing, Dubai, or Sydney, I lose. No, I just did.
What are you going to do? You sold? And he buys Paris.
That's the best roll I could have done.
No, you could have gone 6. You bought it again? It's over.
I'm still in the game.
Yeah, why didn't you sell Deli?
What? Okay.
Are you gonna go? It's over.
Still in. How am I still surviving?
I don't know, but you're about done at this point. I don't know how you survive this next roll.
Bro,
Why don't you sell Paris?
yeah. Even if I'm dead.
It's over, baby.
Oh, that was not a fun game.
All right. Dice party.
We've never played this game.
I know. What is it? You don't know how to play. Shut the fuck up.
Good.
You don't know what to do. No way. No way. This has got to be huge.
What do I play?
I don't know. I think you have to roll once. So roll one of the 6s.
Wait, you didn't let me look it in?
No one knows how to play this game, son.
When I go game info, just how do you play?
That I don't know.
I need press play.
I don't think anybody knows. Oh, I think we have to do it whatever round we're on. So I need threes now.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You've got three, and I got 6. Okay, so that's how you score. So you want 4s.
Oh, now I get it.
You don't get it.
What a fun. Oh, you get 2 4s? Right, how many 5s do I get?
You got 1 5, son. Are you proud of that? You have no rolls left.
It wasn't.
No one knows.
So give me 12.
I don't know.
Give me 12.
Okay, I got 1 5. Oh,
You got 2 5s.
yeah. Do I want? Okay, maybe 3 5s.
Oh, fuck yeah.
No more 6s. No more 6s. No more 6s.
Got 5.
Yeah, but that doesn't help you. I think you only score if you get 6s this round. It's over.
Oh, if you get anything. Oh, now I get it.
What is it?
If you get anything higher than the number it counts.
Whoa. This is a perfect roll.
Yep.
So now I think you want 3 of a kind.
Hang on. You want? He gets it now.
No, I don't get it.
You're close to figuring it out. You got to figure it out.
Neither of you. But I got 12 points there. Oh, dude, look at you.
Okay. That was a terrible roll.
You need 4 in a row. Go. No. You need 4 of the same. So get 2 3s. Oh, dude, you fucked up. Yeah, you did. You don't know what you're doing. Remove the 2. You're done.
Why do I remember the 2?
Because you want 4 of a kind. Fuck. I don't get why there's a play button, though I've never been able to play it. Oh!
Well,
You're up.
what's
You got a full house. Now, Zoot, click the FH, and then hit play.
oh, fuck.
No, you need a small straight this time.
That's great. Okay.
So
This
you,
could be big.
no, it couldn't. Not like that.
Fuck. Two free. 2 free 4. Not even close. Large free.
5 dice in sequence.
So I need free 2.
Yeah. You're done.
Can we play this again if we didn't know how to play?
Yep. Didn't I get it?
No.
5?
Needs to be low.
Oh, no.
5 or 10.
Okay, 5 in a row now. Or no, yeah, you need 5 of the same. No. 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 Here we go. I've got a chance.
Oh, fuck.
No.
Fuck.
Okay, what's your chance? Any combination of dice. You have 2 pairs. Ooh, you've got 3 of a kind. You've got 4 of a kind. That's huge. Click the thing. All right, here we go. 2 of a kind. Okay, I won, but that doesn't count. Are you going to win this time?
Yeah.
There you go, Zoo. All right, here we go, big dog. So we want to get any number of 1. So you have 1. Then you've got another 1. You've got 4 of them, dude. And then click the 1 and hit play.
Off to a good start. But I'm also doing pretty good.
I'm not. You got 2 2s. Are you going to go? All right, well then roll. Not good. Not good at all, Zoot. I didn't get a single 2. Yeah. You don't know what to do.
I don't know.
Oh, no way, you do know what to do.
Oh, fuck, you lied. I already got. I already looked in, right?
Oh, you already locked. Okay, I see.
Oh,
That's not going to help you.
yeah.
It's not going to help you. You already locked in. Yeah, dog.
Oh, that's good for you.
Word, dog. That's good for me. Because you already locked in the 24. You're up, pimp. You're done. Really bad. Oh, but you did 3 in. Oh, you got 3 in a row up there. Oh, that's cool.
But I didn't score anything though.
Yeah, you did. You got 24.
Yeah, that was from the previous round. But,
pretty cool, but oh, yeah, you guys so much.
You have a full house.
I can't.
You have a full house. You can get 25. Press the FH. Dog. That was a dumb move. Born of a kind.
Thank you for coming. I made some really dumb moves. Oh. Rabbi, I'm in trouble. Oh, you just got a full house. You took away.
Yes, I did.
5, 6, 4, 3. 5, 5, 6, 4, 3. 5, 6, 4, 3. So I need a 6 or a 3.
No,
Okay.
you needed 2.
I need a 2. Are you kidding me?
You can get the small one.
Two. I don't have a full house right now.
No. Oh, 5 of a kind. That's 50. Oh, baby. Give me it.
Oh, he hit the... I need a full house. I can't play full house.
Okay, play the chance one.
I already played it.
Oh, well then you're fucked. Remove one of them and try to get like 5 in a row or something. I don't know. Okay, small. What can I play? 1. I got a full house. I don't know what to do.
I have to get a small strike.
Well, you've got a 1, a 2, a 4. Get that 5. Then you just need a 3. Then you need a 3. Get that 3, son. Large. Are you going to go? Because you already played it. So you can only play the small one. Okay, I kind of get that, but we're done there. All right. Next game. Gin Rummy. I have no idea how to play this.
Let's go.
You know how to play Gin Rummy?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, go. Everybody's waiting on you. Oh, I have the best cards ever. What? I picked up a 3 and discarded a 2. Go.
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home, on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. And if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to.
How did you beat me?
Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio.
I'm just looking up.
Everywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Ever wondered if your bed is empty? Why is my cat not here? I go in and she's eating my lunch. Does it feel? Would you use this suggestion in the attitude of control? Inside, black holes can be a consequence of being a Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. It's time to put fundamentals, innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part of it.
Big One Teach is a teach to help. Our team at Teach
shot about fourth edition. That score, that is as of all time. Now, that's one of your buddies. That not only played best games best, but has a bachelor in quality. I'm Seth Curry, along with Sean Collins. My new podcast is called GOTE, Greatest of the Era. I'm Sean Evans. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests. We'll break down who the greatest of the era in all the categories that you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown defender, or one-on-one scorer. Listen to GOT, Greatest of their era, on iHeartRadio. AM 640, your stimulating talk.
Dude, are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off?
Showtime.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Told you.
Showtime.
Oh, baby, I won. The game's awful.
What the fuck? How do you even play that game?
No one knows. I thought you said you knew how to play.
How to play?
Yeah, that's what you just said. Dude, did you know that you had an invitation?
No one. When you go to how to play, it doesn't even explain it. It just says there's 52 cards in the deck.
Yeah, it sucks. Everybody knows that.
Rabbi, you know you're about to get pulled up.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir, do you know what Coast to Coast AM is? Zoot. Zoot, are you going to win? Get 100, Zoot. That was good. That was not good. 25 points? That was terrible. Zoot, get me. 17, 3, 1. That was not good either. It's over, Zoot. Zoot, you're up, pimp.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Are you gonna go?
It's so like me.
It says choosing a card. Choose a card, son.
They're not letting me pick.
Zoot asked for a queen. It's your turn again. Zoot, are you gonna
They're not
go?
letting me pick.
Are you gonna then close it and reopen it, son?
But there we go. Now I said it.
Go fish, bitch.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck yeah, baby. Go fish. Fuck.
Now I know you have a job. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you're good. You have a turn. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
but I don't know. Wait, you drew a 9 from the deck when you asked for it? You have a 10? You have a 10? You have a 4? Oh, good. Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
remember you have a jack, so I'm going to shoot for a jack. You have a 7?
Yep.
Good.
Gotcha, B.
You don't have a 7? How about the flagging? Your turn. Okay. Do you have a coin?
Of course.
Oh, I'm going to win. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
good turn. Good fish. Lord.
You're up, pimp.
Do you have a plane?
Word, dog. Psych.
It's fine. Do you have you have a what? Do you have a what?
No, I don't have a 5.
Oh, I know you have this stuff. Now you have a lot of these.
You're up, Zoot.
Good fish. Oh. Yeah.
So I would love to tell parents of those children and children of individuals that a lot of people sense things.
No way.
Our imagination can get
Yeah, with what?
and sometimes it's
No way. No way, Zoo.
Beautiful. Oh my god.
You got a 4 from the deck?
Yep.
You're up, pimp. Ooh.
Yeah.
And an image in my mind's eye, my mind's eye. So I try to be very careful with when I'm saying to someone, I've seen this. To explain, either am I actually seeing that, or am I actually seeing that in my mind's eye? Especially when I'm talking to ones, I don't want to ever lead anybody astray and say, you're telling me this. If you're not actually telling me something. So how do they take it?
Hey, Zoo.
Give me this. Oh, get that.
You remember you took my aces?
That's not good. This is not good for me. Okay. Thank God. You're in trouble. Okay. Come on, give me two. Oh. Hey, Rabbi, you remember when you took my flag?
No.
Remember when you took my flag?
Nobody remembers that.
I do.
No one remembers that. Are you serious? You remember when you took my 2?
It's gotta be a tie. Oh. The tie.
I won.
The tie.
Did we both win?
No.
We did. Okay, so we have to play that one again.
Wow. You have a rule?
Well, because we don't do ties when we're doing the Olympics.
You have a coin?
Of course I don't. But I know you have a king. It's like,
Good memory.
Spain, because my daughter lived in an apartment there in Girona, and I was packing up my stuff to go, because I was leaving the next day. We were a bunch of screens out the window, and we looked down in the alleyway, and we thought she was, the horse was all over the place, and this man was running down the aisle, and he had a direction, and some guys were chasing him. Just at that moment, my protection bracelet that I was wearing fell off. Fell apart. With no reason, I was just standing there.
So, what are your thoughts of being down 1-0?
I mean, it was such a coincidence. And, some protection that was okay. She ran into a hotel across the street, and all the police and stuff. I saw her later. She was fine. Just shocked me. But are there examples of people or angels that manifested human bodies to save people at a certain specific times that shake around the frequency of other area? I believe that for sure. And frequency is a big thing. I talk about it, spirits unveiled. I don't pronounce this correctly. The esophageal frequencies. I'm going to this thing. I don't know what it takes. It's esophageal frequency.
Zoot, are you going to go or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Situation where I saw this person and I left.
How did you know that?
By herself with the highest sign, angel, guardian angel on the gate to hang out with her, because obviously something existed at that moment, right? Exactly. So I did believe that
I know, tell me how.
whatever it is, again,
So, what are your thoughts on being down 2-0?
I know what caused me help.
in situations like get out
Oh,
of the fire, people hear that, right? And no one knows when that comes from. Do I?
yeah, I was about to ask you for it too.
Yes, I am. There's so many stories we've all heard of. And I remember reading about years ago when I was young. Sometimes
How do you feel about this one?
Dale Evans and some of your child passed, and that story it was
Rabbi.
unaware.
Yo, pimp. How do you feel being down 3 books to 0?
No. I was literally thinking about asking you for a 6 before that happened.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
You're in trouble. Rabbi, remember when you asked
Dog,
me for the 2?
how do you feel about being down 4-0?
Remember when you asked me for the 2?
Yeah,
Fuck.
I do.
Oh, go fish. You have a box.
Yes, so I've done a lot of work with it. So first of all, the interesting thing is that they were banned for a while
You have a king?
by the church, not to be on the church, but whatever they are. And so they're Sam.
Watch fucking draw.
In fact, the secret is
So you're down 4-0.
Hey. Oh,
Son, 5-0.
5-0. I want to get a book. I should get a book here.
church said that they didn't want us to have
Stop, stop.
6 to 0, son.
Dawson School here.
Let's see it.
So
7 to 0, son.
How do you know how? How do you know how to sing?
But that was the history of it. And so one of the interesting things that you and I talked about this is so almost all of the heartbeat of the earth is about
8 to nothing.
so lots of other herbs that will help you with pain or if everybody knows
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, it is. 8 nothing. All right, chess. I don't like playing chess. I know, because I don't like playing it because it drains me of everything.
Let's go.
You have the advantage.
So the sound, the frequency from nature, then that would help you get in touch with potential elementals or the elements. And I tried it on, and it seemed to work for me. And so that's a big part of my book is the fact that frequencies, what you said, if we get in touch with those different frequencies, anybody can do it. We just need to know at what frequency what we are trying to get in touch with is on. And
everything you say, it is something that's in resonance with us. Do you want to be calling it frequencies of demons and beings that are going to not be
so I said no. However, if they come and they're around certain people who maybe need a call to help, and I'll give an example. So my husband has diabetes, and this is in a book about spiritual health, and there was what I call the predatory spirit. I just woke up one night, and this woman, I can't really, she just was, she did not want to call her in. She was just hanging out over Roger and with his diabetes, and like the spleen area, which I'm not a doctor, but I do get some a lot that much information. And I just, the only reason I communicate with her is I said, what do you want? You know, welcome, right?
Let me check.
Didn't have the energy, and she was laughing. She really had ill intent for that night. And where there's darkness, if there's light, there's darkness, and not being distinction between here. So if we only knew all white things, we might not know what something is. Also, beings look at that both ways. So they are not going to have, fairies are not going to have the same moral compass potentially that I have, or the same code of ethics or laws, or they may have different.
it opens up an interesting conversation of what is your partner or maybe friend or family or loved one reacting into that. You're listening to Coast AM.
Rabbi.
Yo, Pimp.
Yeah, that's it.
Godfather's process for successful callbacks. Before it's released.
I found those sparks and I stripped out the ownership of the history and talked to never before heard from sources to get what really made me positive similar. The gun taken from me is based on my co-host
What you mean?
and on this show we call upon his years of research to help our families from our godfather's birth from start to finish.
Thanks, baby.
Many of them conflicted and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the gun taken from me features new and all-popular names. Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans,
Not really bad, mate.
James Bond, which covered next to his right hand portion of the Bible, Al Rabbi, I got a call from his dad. Talia Shire,
Very arduous chess game.
and many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who's involved a chance to tell their side of the story.
That's a really good movie.
Thanks, big dog.
Thank God we lived to tell the tale. Commercials about that king. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel this place is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest escape stories in history. Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Anna Helms. I climbed out there and just like,
You're on your own. You have to run.
and Jessica Wood. I love storytelling, and so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
Tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to help water ski across the lake. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Rabbi, you getting back in there?
I'm thinking about it.
I need to do that. Also, 20 minutes.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it?
I'm glad I did it.
I really only see one move you have. No, you're not. Yeah, you have a queen, dude. You can win. Yeah, but you already took away one of my queens. You already took away one of my queens. And I'm not using my pieces. I'm not using my pieces very well. I'm not using my pieces very well.
Facing an unexpected financial emergency, you need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com can help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating.
Are you fucking serious?
WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com.
Dude, that was a brilliant move. What a good move I just had, though.
I say one more. Say one more.
fuck, Zoot?
And she said, oh, gee. And she, oh my goodness. She gets back. She goes, I just got a brand new and I said, well,
Like, what's going on?
right? And so I said, well, how was it? Because I really feel like somebody had with that. She didn't intentionally fight it. She didn't intentionally bring that in. But, and I know that sounds maybe bizarre, but it's everything is energy. It helps me to clear it, right? And I'm not all the time, all the time. Music sage 24/7, but playing uplifting music potentially for singing or humming things that keep us in our house. And so she's, I said, you put some of the water in it if you want, because the ones that I know don't have carcinogens in them, so I don't mind, but you have to be careful with water. And so she's like, no, I'm just going to let it. And so she didn't invite that moment, and that's the only time I'm given such a reading. I want to bring things in your house, clear them. You don't know where they're from, and how can you clear it? You can just hold them in your hands and form, even by singing, or just the music, the tones we were talking about earlier. There's so many ways to just invite things in our house. Now, some people, I think, they even invite mornings is when I teach. Some people so bad want to connect with something, and I don't know why. It's like, you're really going to be like this?
Well, I think you can win.
They might follow connecting with maybe something that's not in their best interest. And I don't know how many intentionally do that. Not that many that I don't know that are in that. But maybe.
What up, pal? Welcome. How are you?
How'd you find out about me?
Through the socialized.
Tight, dude. How's your day going?
Good. I was like wondering
Word, dog. That's what I do, my friend. What's new with you?
nothing much. Played the new.
Was it fun?
It was really. I finished it, and I finished the full.
That's baller. Apologies if I can't spend that much time focusing on you. I am playing chess in a showdown. That's cool.
I pressed the camera button.
You pressed the what? Camera button?
The camera button.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I did that.
Yeah. Plus, my capture card was working so that I could stream Switch games. I'm surprised it got this.
Do I believe that it could be that somebody can have a single wonderful being around them and they don't aren't even aware that they have a single wonderful being around them? But the best way, in my opinion, is for everybody just to always be mindful of their own energy.
Did you just give up or did I checkmate you? There you go. Yeah. All right. Next game is Battleship.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, there you go. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. Zoot, go. Zoot, it's really easy.
You missed.
Baby.
So, bye-bye. The third part. We're about to be taught. Told you we're about to be taught. And now we have taught. I'm the way. I would feel to not have the weight anymore. Bye-bye. How old? How old is this guy? Hey. I want to say battle. Rabbi, it's time to play spades.
Do you know how to play spades?
Never played spades. I think so.
No, you don't. Wait, hold on a second. I think you can only play with 4 people. I think you can only play with 4 people.
Ah, fuck that.
Hold them.
Then we're going to poker. Texas Hold'em.
Word, dog.
Texas Hold'em, Floyd Kerrigan, Polo. Then we end on.
Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation? Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation?
We end on reverse.
There you go. Yo, pimp.
That's the worst thing you can imagine. I just know how you're playing chess. Even if you have pocket aces, you're boring.
Because I have the best cards ever. When I have good cards, I fold.
Alright. You ready?
Yep.
And so I got to thinking during the pandemic, I got to thinking, well, if like journaling can do that stuff in a week and transmuting, since everything's energy, let's go into this. Okay, so doesn't feel right. Okay, something's going on. And we detect maybe it's with the house. Change your
Yo, Pimp.
Well, if I had if there was a floor, I didn't know what one.
So the tools are helpful in the meantime. And I always tell people when they ask me what should I do, oil, should I do affirmation, should I do crystal, should I do candles, what would you do? Because or music, because they all kind of lead us to the same result.
Yeah, but not like going after it.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I bet that one's like the toughest one.
So there's a place, suburban Dallas, and a lot of people, it's a historical landmark, and a lot of people had the home and the area. This is a suburb, and many paranormal groups have come to try to clear the land. A husband and a wife lived in a house there, the home, and they come to try to clear it. Didn't work. And there's also some activity in the house. It's kind of funny, actually.
Oh my God, I'm a house on. What? That's so much.
Making fun.
Some Native Americans, and then there was also a slave cemetery on that property, and so we honor them instead of
Oh,
they honor them because of the flowers.
too bad. Oh, fuck my bird.
It's sad. It's and they get prettier. And I was like, this is I'm sorry that you did this group, and then for the Native Americans honoring them.
Whoa, you got the lead?
Oh, oh, Rabbi. Oh, he looks like that. Fuck. That's like really bad. Rabbi,
Yo, Pimp.
you should play that. The blinds are going up a wall.
Yeah, they are.
Cool. All right.
And so we always run things by her, and we don't appropriate anything, and with our stores. And so we would run by her, but she would say, we love it that you honor us, but you also can use the sage and the clearing. That's not appropriation, because at least according to him, it's like use whatever you need to do as long as you're honoring what you're working with. And so it's something really that someone's intentionally brought in because of anger.
At protest.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit. You're a hot car?
Because I'm so angry, I brought something in.
But yeah.
Really good cards.
They live in the pair too?
Pair of eights.
Shit,
This is so pretty. Can you guys kick that? Oh, shit. You told me.
This is a really good back and forth.
The issue right now is the bonds are getting out. Why? Oh,
You did.
holy fuck. Holy fuck.
You got so fortunate.
What's the next guy?
Blacko.
Am I any good at this one?
No, you suck cock at this game.
Oh yeah, I remember this one.
You're up, pimp.
So I should put down the first
You
one.
better fucking put something down, son. No, you don't want to put that one down. Yeah. No, you can scroll over and there are more. Scroll over, there are more. There you go. Put that down. You're fucked. You can scroll and there are different shapes, dude.
I'm in trouble.
You have to do it off of one of your corners. Like off the blue. There you go. That's a good move.
What the fuck? Why wouldn't let me go in? Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. I know, baby. I know it's not easy. But you're done. You're done.
Literally lost.
Zoot, use your single piece in that little spot, and then you'll be able to move over. Oh, no, you can't. You can't do that. Yeah, no, that wasn't good advice.
I just lost this game.
There you go.
visitors. I don't know how much money he made on that. And then on Saturday, we went to a midsummer screen. So from Disney, happy, happy, joy, joy, Halloween to like the ghouls and the demons and all the dark side of Halloween. It was fabulous. Long Beach Convention Center. And had a great time there. Posted a couple of videos on my Instagram.
Zoo, you have one that's like an L. Go to the one that's an L. Big dog, go to the one that's an L.
I just went to the one with the no.
That one. Oh, it's too long. Do you have a shorter one like that?
You already won.
I know, Zoo.
I'm bored.
All right. There you go.
Can I come back?
Maybe.
Look how much the board was now compared to me.
Yeah.
But I figured out something.
But I can't really do anything else.
Okay.
There's a thing.
All right, you ready?
There's a thing in the bottom right corner that gives you a hint if you need a hint.
I already used it.
Oh. Oh, that was amazing.
You're like,
Zoo, do you have one that's 3 or 2?
no. It's 4.
Do you have one that's like an L? Yeah, you have one. Yeah, that works. I'm out of moves. You have a long one though. There you go. If you came back and won, this would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. No. No. No.
What's the greatest comeback you ever seen in a game?
I don't know.
Again.
Mini golf being down, or any sport, I don't know. Mini golf being down 2 holes and straight up winning and winning 3 straight.
But what's the most famous comeback of Stephen Beverly?
That Australian speed skater, maybe.
Yeah. Greatest comeback of all time. Greatest comeback of all time by the worst level player of all time.
Moncala. Oh, I made a mistake. You fucked up.
Oh, they are.
I'm glad you like your life, Zoo. Free turn, son. Free turn, son. Oh no, I fucked up.
Yeah. Or surely, but maybe you didn't.
Maybe I didn't. He's right. You're up, buddy.
This is bad.
I think you're gonna be okay. Oh no, you're not. Oh, I won by one spot.
No. You didn't win.
Are you sure?
Game's over.
All right, let's see what you got, Tim. What are you gonna do? You're up, Pimp. Big dog. I won.
I tried.
You did well, Pimp. Okay, what the fuck is werewolf? Oh, we can't.
Sorry, drop that.
Yeah, it takes too many people. Dots and boxes. I hate this game.
Better than me.
Okay.
Why is the first goal?
Because I made it small.
It's not a guarantee, or is it? Or is it a guarantee? Like they just know where those voters are and can draw those lines so specifically that they can pretty much guarantee those seats.
Fuck. You just won.
Not necessarily. You just won.
Oh, fucked up.
Yes, you did. Fuck it. Game sucks. Game sucks.
Thanks so much for bringing us up to speed. We'll see what happens next.
No, it's your turn.
Do I get a switch?
That's a miss. That's one switch. That's a miss. That's a switch. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. Make. Swish. 8 points. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but you're going to get 12. But you're going to get 12. Told you you're going to get 12. I said you're going to get 12 to get 11.
Hurricane Aaron has currently overtaken the Caribbean as a Category 4 storm, packing 130-mile-per-hour winds. Aaron has been downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane, but it regained strength over the weekend. The storm's not expected to.
Dude, are you proud of that round? 8 points and 8 points. It's not bad.
Emergency officials have ordered an evacuation of low-lying countryside starting today.
Rabbi, are you annoyed that no one's caught on to your stream yet?
No, not at all.
Why not?
I knew it would take a long time. Oh, I only got 3 points that time, Zoot.
How long do you think it would take?
With these bots, you never know. Could be today. Zoot, you might win. Just get a swish. Get another. Okay, you made 3 points. I need 5. You ready?
Does Andrew Ross still want to stream with you?
You ready for this, Zoot?
Yeah. When was the last time you spoke to Andrew Ross? Okay.
Oh, I don't know. Zoot, I just won.
When was the last time Andrew Ross mentioned you?
I don't know. Are you ready for cup pong, Zoot?
Yeah.
So what did you think of that? What did you think of that? That was the best opening I've ever had. Get it, Zoot. Way too far. Zoot. Zoot, you need 6 to tie. Oh, wow. I was going to say it's over. Make it. It's over. Bullshit.
No, too many glasses for me to go check his.
You're right. Wow, you've played a lot of these.
Why'd you not have phone here? We need to go check his.
I know.
I feel like we could play bullshit often is just for class mods.
Word, dog.
Two, three, four.
Here we go, Zoot. Are you ready, pimp? Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
Wait, you want Jeff, right?
Yeah. This is a big move. This is a big, big move. Zoot, this is going to blow your fucking mind. I don't know.
I feel like I fucked up.
You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. Oh, what the fuck? You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. Everybody likes me, baby. I'm the best. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. You've got a tough move. I don't really know what you do, except go. Zoot, Zoot, you know it's your turn? You're up, pimp. What up, pimp? What do you want me to do about it?
No matter how
Oh, for sure.
okay.
Yo, pimp. No, you can't. It's over for you, son.
I'm just letting you win.
No, you didn't. Okay, Truco, what the fuck is this? Argentinian Minero of Paulista. No one knows what this shit means.
Let's just bust up.
No, we play everything, Zoot.
We play everything until Big Tip.
Zoot, you're up. Everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, go.
We play the
I've never played this game.
There we go.
I haven't.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. Maybe one time. I won with the King of Cups, son. First round, you won 3. Oh, you're done. These are the best cards ever. Zoot. You don't either.
Good talk. So how you get there? Yeah. Ready? Rabbi, do you want to?
Just finish this fucking game. There we go. Game sucks. Alright. We can't do draw together. Or can we?
No. We can. But
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. You got it. So hit say it again.
Yeah, you have to spell it.
Okay, well spell it again.
I spelled it wrong.
How did you spell it wrong? It's on there. Cherry. Guess it, Zoo. Spell Cherry.
Bob. Bob. I don't even know how to do that.
Then why did you choose it?
What?
Why did you choose it?
What the fuck is that?
A joker.
A rectangle? That's the worst thing I've ever seen. What is that? Oh, is that a juice box?
Yeah.
It's a juice box?
Yeah. You have a ball.
Dude, how the fuck did I get that?
So it's meant to be a glass of orange juice. But you said juice box, so like, in a boat?
Close.
Sailboat?
No, it's not.
Fishing?
The word boat is not in it.
Surfboard?
No.
Hardship?
No.
What the fuck is that? What thought would it be?
No. Starts with a C.
Oh, connect.
Bingo.
Fuck. Fuck. You're gonna hate me.
OD? Oh, smiley face?
What's in the world? What's in the world?
Strawberry face?
No. Fuck.
Is that a bug?
Oh, I'm so bad.
Is it a cat?
Yeah.
It's a cat?
Yeah, but it's a famous cat. This. Think about the color.
Garfield.
Yeah.
How did I win?
I don't know, but like, I don't get me ever. Don't ever get me to draw Garfield again.
I was typing Garfield though, and it gave us 0 points. And I put in Garfield. Alright, next is Minesweepers.
Maybe you spelled it wrong.
I don't think so.
If I wasn't talking, you would never guess Garfield.
Okay. Yeah, because it looked like dog shit, and it was red, not orange.
There is no orange. Oh, fuck. Y'all was just thinking I'm getting a bomb, yeah? And then I get a bomb.
iHeartRadio brings you New to You streaming edition. Something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the second season of the docu-series Myth of Megan, with the Duchess of Sussex. Next Wednesday, the launch of the Netflix docu-series Katrina. Next Thursday on Netflix, the season 2 series Horror Mysteries. Season 2 of the romantic drama My Life in Poltergeist, as well as the Netflix mystery comedy Thursday starring Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan, and Megan Kingsley. Next Friday, premiere of the Netflix documentary as well as the new Spanish mystery series Graves. Next Tuesday, the launch of the docu-series
I could still win. This would be the greatest comeback in history. You can mark them? How do you mark them?
Next Wednesday, the season 2 launch of the Disney Plus series Shipwreck Hunters in Australia. Next Wednesday on Amazon Prime Video, the new action drama series The Turtle is Gone Wolf, starring Chris Pratt and Taylor Kitsch, a prequel to the original Turtle series. And next Thursday on Disney Plus, preview of the original Pennywise Prime series Kidnapped, the Chloe Leone story, starring
Okay, Literati, just can you give me 2 minutes till I have to use the restroom? Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere because we have to finish this.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's 5:37 on your wake-up call this Monday morning. Hope you had a great weekend. It's going to be nice today. Gosh, we're just in a beautiful weekend. But we got a heat wave on the way. We'll tell you about that. Here's what we're following in the K5 24-hour newsroom. An elementary school in Tarzan has been vandalized with swastika and anti-Semitic graffiti. A mural on the fence around Wilbur Charter Elementary was spray painted over the weekend. Security camera footage shows a person doing it before taking off in a car. Similar images were spray painted on walls near the Israeli American National Headquarters in Woodland Hills a week ago.
1, 2,
First witness in the House investigation
3,
into Jeffrey Epstein's
4, 5,
sexual
6, 7,
activities will be
8, 9, 10,
William
12, 13,
the former
10,
Attorney General,
15.
scheduled to testify today before a closed doors committee. Republican James Comer has also subpoenaed former President
5, 6, 7,
and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Shohei Ohtani's 300th career home run ball was sold at auction for more than $36,000. Ohtani hit the home run against the Rockies in Coors Field in Denver, June 24th. And popped the ball and then decided to sell it. $36,000 like kind of a bargain for Shohei.
14.
Let's get back to some of the story coming out of the K5 24-hour newsroom. A heat wave eventually hits heading for Southern California. Triple-digit temperatures, low humidity, and gusty winds that increase the fire danger should hit Southern California by Thursday and Friday. And looking at the forecast, we're seeing temperatures up to 110 in the valley. California has proposed new congressional map as part of a redistricting showdown over future control of the U.S. House. If it's approved, Democrat Holly Berry had to face off against Republican Kevin Conley, who won re-election last year by 11 points. That's because the plan would shift parts of Berry's district into Conley's. Conley says the redistricting effort goes against the will of Californians.
Voters intentionally took the power to do this away from politicians and put it in the hands of nonpartisan citizens.
Lawmakers have until the end of the week to approve the map. Regina Epstein on KFINs. The Coast Guard has stopped a 20-foot boat that was taking on water off Newport Beach and found 7 suspected illegal immigrants in it. The boat was towed in Saturday night and had 5 men and 2 women aboard and turned over to Homeland Security. A mom and her 8-month-old daughter who disappeared weeks ago after a doctor's visit in Fresno have been found dead in an SUV that was discovered pinned beneath a bridge in a canal. The 2 had last been seen on July 15th. Mom's SUV was found yesterday by volunteer divers with Adventures with Purpose, which is a group that helps search for missing people. They used sonar to pinpoint the location of the vehicle. CHP is investigating how the SUV ended up in the water. A hand soap sold across the U.S. and in Puerto Rico has been recalled because of dangerous bacterial contamination. The company, Derma Industries, says the bacteria could lead to serious and life-threatening infections.
Thank you for your patience. All right, turn-based word helper.
Which could lead to life-threatening sepsis. The recall includes dermacrene, dermacera, clean foam, and paragene soaps.
Zoot, are you there? Thank you for your patience. All right, Pimp. Did you know you have an invitation? You're up, Pimp. What you gonna do, son? There you go, big dog.
Can you try that?
like you were saying.
Yes, sir.
Put it in the way.
We're tied.
No. It should be in the way.
I should.
What?
Because I'm sexy with a big dick, you know.
Yeah, but I find sexy.
Oh, are you sure of that?
Get up. Look at the book.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh, fuck.
Suspending what till the end of the year?
Are you gonna say dudes? Flick yourself.
Yeah.
Yarn, that's good. Zoo, do you see the scoreboard? Zoo, do you see the scoreboard?
When we come back, KMI's White House correspondent John Lambert was in Alaska and now he's back in D.C. with his take on the politics of peace as President Trump gets ready to sit down with Ukraine's President Zelensky and several European allies at the White House today. Check out John next. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. You're going to crash it down to
It's a car versus car. Two cars and little cars. In the second one to the left is somebody's outside of a vehicle standing there in the roadway. So a lot of activity there northbound side of the 5. It's going starting from before the 605, starting from right around Florence Avenue, Schmidt, north southbound side of the 605 on the way. Already seeing some slowing there from Slauson Avenue down to the 105. In Inglewood Unified School District, it's your first day of school, so we're starting to see some extra traffic around Inglewood northbound side of the 405, kind of slow. The 105, to Manchester, just delays there starting to settle in with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. How do you post right?
Yo, Pimp, do you see the score? It's 255.
Yeah.
Yo, Pimp, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. All I know is I'm just asking you. Do you see the scoreboard?
Yeah, I'm winning.
Are you sure about that?
I'm fucking blazing, but over 30 points, can't be fucked on the mess. Oh, no. 26 points. I'm losing by 20 big points. Rabbi.
Yo, Pimp. You're up, baby.
Zoot, do you think you could win? Yo, Pimp, you're up. And you've got a chance to win. Normally, you're never this close.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Ever wondered that is my idea? Why is my cat not here? I go and she's eating my lunch. But does it real? He was such a student at work. Had to work with the proposal. That's right. Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have asked this thing. iHeart original podcast, science stuff. Join me, only child, as we tackle questions you always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, upgrades, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science detective. Listen to Science Stuff. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. It's 5:50 on your Monday morning wake-up call. Thanks so much for starting your day with us. I'm Amy. Here's what we're following in the Camp 24-hour newsroom. 2 men from New York have been arrested in connection with an armed home invasion robbery in Redondo Beach, Marseille. 2 people have been tied up and held for hours during the break-in. Yesterday morning, the house on Matthews Avenue, the men were arrested are being held on $1 million bail. Ukraine put in NATO language in the peace deal with
Hit me with it, big dog. Dude, you're not down by too many. Yes, you can.
Yeah, but I have to work. Oh, what? Just kind of bored of this game.
All right, well, get over it, done, dude.
The lion ran out of the house, jumped into the swimming pool, and the pool float, then jumped over the fence. We're just minutes away from Hamilton this morning. Sheriff's officials say there's something off about a mom's story about her baby being kidnapped in a parking lot in Utah. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KMI 24-hour newsroom. The second of 2 men believed to be part of a South American crime tourism group is expected to be sentenced today. The armed robbery of a $1 million emerald-encrusted watch. It was stolen from a tourist sitting on the patio of the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. The 19-year-old pleaded guilty to charges of large fees, getaway driver. He was sentenced last month to 2.5 years in prison. Investigators are still working to figure out how the 2 men got their hands on a gun that was once registered to Christopher Norton, a former LAPD officer. Killed 4 people and triggered a massive battle that ended with his death in Big Bear 12 years ago. A mother who says her 7-month-old was kidnapped in Utah is no longer cooperating with detectives.
Rabbi.
Yo, Pim.
A federal judge in Miami is hearing arguments today about who's getting charged in the so-called alligator Alcatraz in Florida.
Federal prosecutor for the United States says the nature of it must be decided first. Once that's decided, the judge will issue a ruling on who's running the migrant detention center. Attorneys for the ACLU have filed suit saying at least 100 detainees have been deported without due process. Patty Trujillo, KDAP Live News.
Two police officers have been killed in a shooting during a domestic violence call in Utah. Brigham City Police Detective Crystal Beck says the sheriff's deputies also responded yesterday to her and is in the hospital.
Upon arrival, they immediately began taking fire. They requested additional units and then stopped answering their media.
Police say bystanders persuaded the shooter to come down his gun and the guy was arrested. President Trump has posted on social media that he's going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots and voting machines, which he says are highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial. He says the U.S. is the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. Claims other countries gave up on it because of fraud. He wrote this morning that the Republican Party will, as he put it, fight like hell to bring honesty and integrity back to our elections. Air Canada has suspended plans to restart operations because the union representing 10,000 striking flight attendants has decided to defy a return to work order. Canada Industrial Relations Board ordered staff back by yesterday afternoon, but the union refused as leaders called the order unconstitutional. The shutdown began early Saturday, causing the airline to cancel hundreds of flights. Now let's say good morning to KFI's White House correspondent John Decker, who's been a very busy man buzzing around the globe. First a trip to Alaska, now back to D.C. Morning, John. Okay, so John, after watching what happened in Alaska and then getting ready for today, what are some of your takeaways about what's been going on?
Yeah, choose something. You're up, Zoo.
Okay, we're hearing that two of the things that Trump is going to push Zelensky for is that
You're up, Zoo.
and you're not going to be part of NATO. Those are two of the big things that possibly Putin may have agreed to a ceasefire or peace deal if those two things happen. Is that what you're hearing?
Okay, brother.
Perhaps.
Is Zelensky still saying we're not giving up anything? Because we've got the what it's about 20% of the
Didn't come on till what, 12, let's say.
Right.
I didn't have it as a trouble.
Right.
For the meeting in the Oval, you guys go in before they really sit down and hammer stuff out, right? And we'll be watching KFI's Greenhouse correspondent John Decker. Thanks so much for your info and your insight. We'll talk to you soon. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Southland weather from KFI. Enjoy these next couple of days. Good winds around Tampa. Morning clouds and sunny. Highs in the mid upper 70s at the coast. Low to mid 80s for Metro LA and Limit Sea. Upper 80s to mid 90s. Valleys. Low to upper 90s for the IE. 90s to about 100 for the Antelope Valley. Okay, lows in the 50s and 60s. Tomorrow Wednesday about the same as today. Maybe just a couple degrees warmer. And then we're going to, heat up with highs in the 80s at the coast. 90s for the metro areas. Low 100s to about 110 in the IE and valleys by the end of the week. 65 now in Brea, 65 in Rainforest, 66 in Marina Del Rey, and 65 in Burbank. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Amy King. This has been your wake-up call. If you missed any, pick the volume, listen anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You got a crash, it is the lamb phone.
This is right at the south end of the East LA interchange, 5 southbound at Circle Street. Crashed out a truck and a motorcycle.
So, there he is. Let's see what you got, Pam.
What's next?
Dude, you gotta go. You're almost done.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
it's your turn.
It's your turn. It's your turn, son. I just made it so that you have a good spot.
Rabbi, you want?
It's not over yet.
Rabbi, you want?
It's not over yet, son.
Rabbi, you want?
Doug, it's not over yet. Now it's over. It's an 173rd win in that game, and I'm a pimp. Okay, old zombie. Can we play it?
No, you can't play.
How do you know?
You need a
You know all that shit. Okay, pussy dose. Pussy dose. Pussy dose.
It's a That's tough.
Pussy dope.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How you doing?
I'm not worried, and I'm not going to play no games with him. This is what we do every morning when I'm in here.
Word, girl. How'd you sleep? How'd you sleep?
I slept good. How about you?
Oh, I didn't sleep. I've been playing with Zoo all night.
Oh,
Let's play.
Zoo, accept the invitation. Oh, we can't. That needs 4 people.
What time is it over there? What time is it over there?
6:05.
no. Where?
It would up.
6:05 for me.
At 9:06 for me in the morning.
Where are you?
I'm in Georgia, USA.
Atlanta, Georgia. That's Atlanta, right?
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
Atlanta, Georgia. Yes.
Are you ready to take on the day, Miss Aquarius?
I am.
Do you have physical therapy? Is your physical therapist okay?
Yeah, she had a call, so I guess he's okay.
Okie doke.
All right. Rabbi.
Zoot, accept my invitation, son.
Talk to you later. Have a good day.
Have a great day, Miss Aquarius. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
The last game. So the last game we can play is Reversi, and then your favorite game, which is Conquest.
Go, Zoot.
What?
Let's do it, baby.
We're gonna play your favorite game next.
Okay.
You told me your favorite board game is War.
It's Risk.
Don't think. Rabbi, I'm just pressing buttons at this point.
Okay. Okay.
So I want to play Risk. Oh shit! It's not too bad. I mean, I lost, but I didn't do that bad.
We can play hearts. Stop. We can play hearts.
Conquest.
Stop. We can play hearts.
We can't play hearts.
Yes, we can. That's incorrect, son.
I can say it. Two players.
How do you play?
No one knows.
You get everything, get rid of everything that's not half best, right? Right. Okay, I'm gonna play with my card. Okay, I think I'm gonna.
You don't know how to play.
Get it. Oh, fuck. Why? What?
How did I win?
I have more heart than you.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? Zoo, we're waiting on you. Zoo, we're waiting on you, son. Are you ready? Attack territories.
In leaked audio, the former head of Israel's military intelligence
This is taking too long.
tens of thousands of Palestinians are necessary and required for future generations. He said,
Rabbi, this is really fun.
October 7th, for every one person on October 7th, 50 Palestinians must die. Major General Halifa said in the recordings released that it doesn't matter now if they are children.
All I can do is reinforce territory.
Rabbi, I'm out of fun.
Well, they know it's foul play. Somebody, the baby's born.
But at this point,
Not sure, but
it's sketchy that she does now want to
and the time of the child cruelty charge is not necessarily it looks like there may be some connection, but I am I'm looking at her as the investigator. Sure, as well. And it's always I was there in
Yeah, you're doing well.
issues of some kind, which I don't know if that, but it just to me is something that, I don't know, may add a layer of, well, she got other children, she has 5 kids.
Are you going to reinforce?
Here's the latest from Kiev Power Newsroom. European and NATO leaders are joining the Ukrainian President Zelensky at the White House, talks with President Trump on ending war in Ukraine. The Menendez brothers could take another step toward freedom this week. And more than $500 billion is on the line for tonight's Powerball. Those stories and more coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll check and see what's slowing you down and come on up next.
Now, it used to be that I would never use tap water or anything if I was consuming these tastes. It's safe, very successful, but the taste is truly god awful, especially when there's enough alcohol. And I make coffee every morning, and I fill the canister of my coffee machine with tap water.
Zip, you're up, baby.
Sunny, highs in the mid-70s at the coast, 80s for the metro areas, 90s for the valleys, IE, and high desert. This report brought to you by the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We've got crash in Pomona on the 10.
Yes, I did. Got fucked again. I got fucked again.
Everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home, on the go, beyond the iPhone,
I keep getting fucked. No, risk is not this. This isn't risk. Risk you gain territories for owning continents.
Are you sure?
Expected to strengthen further as the hurricane threatens the Bahamas and Hispaniola. What's Hispaniola? That's actually where. You know where that is? It's an island. Yeah. That's where tropical comes. Okay, well, it's about to get pounded by this hurricane. It's been barreling through the Atlantic Ocean. It's not expected to make landfall in the U.S. They're still projecting that it's going to make it.
So what are your thoughts? You want to be interviewed?
They're going to get rain and stuff.
Big win, Zoot. Big win, Zoot.
Okay.
It was a patriotic move. It was just Americans that were demonstrating. That's it.
Never swallow that pill.
We're on the same page. We're just obviously taking different views about it. I'm right, you're wrong. Moving on.
Fuck.
They must not have been making enough money. Amazon is shuttering its Amazon on the Android operating system. If you got it, I'm running out because it ends on Wednesday, August 12th. This Wednesday. The mega corporation's competitor to the Google Play Store. Google Play Store is no longer going to be available. The company shut down the App Store on Windows back in 2024. They say we've decided to discontinue the Amazon App Store on Android and focus efforts on the App Store experience on our own devices.
How many people have iPhones go to how many people on Android phones go to the Amazon App Store? I would think not many.
The only problem right now is that if you do in-depth now, all that will include.
It might not be there after Wednesday. Yeah. So that could be problematic. I know, because like with Apple, you go to Apple's, whatever it is, its App Store, and then they also have the Android Play Store, so you would just go to that. Why go to their partner?
This is a story that is sussing out. San Bernardino police responded to a call with an officer involved shooting. In this case, it was a federal immigration officer in the shooting. Apparently, they pulled someone over. The Department of Homeland Security said that agents were conducting this targeted enforcement operation in San Bernardino there, and said that the Customs and Border Protection officer was injured during a vehicle stop. It seems that the vehicle was the weapon in this particular case, so says they. And the subject just flat out refused to exit the vehicle and tried putting him down. That's their story. And on the flip side, the individual said that he would not get outside. He said that they broke his window and started shooting at him.
Well, you can see the window being open. The video shows the window being open, and you hear the shots. Now, the argument
They say they broke the window to get out.
I guess to drag him out, you see a hand going through the window, clearly. And as soon as that happens, the driver steps on the gas, and the police are saying that they were hit. And that's easy to ascertain. Were police hit? Were there injuries? Okay, where's the argument there? And so I'd love to see what...
Dude, it's not even close. You won.
Suss it out. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. Second with Amy.
Two men from New York have been arrested for allegedly breaking into a home in Redondo Beach and tying up people inside.
Shifting to a report of a home invasion robbery. Officers later found the suspects in the area, chased them, and arrested them. Police said victim was bound for an extended period of time. He suffered non-life-threatening injuries. One of the victims was taken to a hospital for treatment.
The Menendez brothers have a parole hearing this week.
What up, pimp?